Chapter 1 Rebirth at High Alt.I.Tude. The ground felt like shaking. There was the loud sound of wood colliding. Lin Tian opened his eyes in a daze. The surroundings were so dark, and Lin Tian was still not aware of where he was. He felt like the ground was continually shaking. Before he observed the surroundings, he felt pain all over his body and made Lin Tian couldn't help gritting his teeth. He realized that he was in a strange place, and in such a dark environment, Lin Tian had to be careful. Although it was so dark, after adapting, Lin Tian could still see his surroundings vaguely. Lin Tian now slept on a hammock, and there was only one hammock in the entire room. Although the exact number was unclear, there were at least 10 or more. Some wine bottles looked like beer bottles, and some weapons like J.A. Pain's swords. After made sure there was no one around, Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief. After he confirmed that there was no danger, Lin Tian couldn't stop thinking about what place this was. As an orphan, Lin Tian was a hard worker. He has experienced the cold and hard world since childhood. He knew the darkness of the world better than anyone else. Lin Tian was 19 years old this year. He was a very outstanding person in the eyes of others. Lin Tian, who grew up in the orphanage since childhood, was different from other orphans. Lin Tian has been making money outside since he was a child. He wanted to pick up trash, posted small ads, and do coolies. It could be said that as long as it can make money, Lin Tian would try it. And Lin Tian did not make money for his own enjoyment but saved a little bit for tuition. In this way, step by step, Lin Tian was admitted to Yanjing University with 10 times more effort than usual people, and he was still the top student in the college entrance examination. Lin Tian, who likes to travel, used the money he earned from this summer vacation to come to West Yunnan, which has not been developed much. In such a wild forest that was not touched by the human yet, Lin Tian walked alone in this dangerous, but the forest has countless beautiful scenery. But still, being alone in such wild forests was very dangerous. Even if Lin Tian has been prepared for this for a long time, his power would not be enough to survive in the wild nature. Lin Tian encountered heavy rains for several days when he wanted to go, and all the roads became muddy. Initially, Lin Tian wanted to wait for the road to dry before setting off. But after being trapped by the heavy rain for too long, Lin Tian thought he had to set off ahead no matter what, and he walked to the nearest town to prepare the supplies. But after these days of heavy rains, some hillsides were already very soft and p.r.o.ne. Lin Tian, who was driving fast on the road, encountered a mudslide. Under the impact of the mudslide, Lin Tian was washed into a big river. It stands to reason that he encountered a mudslide and fell into a turbulent river. In this case, he should definitely die. It could be said that the probability of surviving is lower than winning the lottery. But it looked at this situation, he did survive, and there was some pain all over the body, and there was no damage to the internal organs. This was ultimately against common sense. There was a loud bang. Lin Tian suddenly felt the surrounding environment shake violently, and he was lifted off the hammock. In this way, he fell on a solid wooden board directly, and Lin Tian was thrown all over his head, and the pain in his body became more intense. And this was not over yet, those bottles were also rolling directionlessly on the ground, and many bottles. H.I.T him. Then Lin Tian had hidden behind a fallen wooden table. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and wiped off the cold sweat on his head with his hand. Lin Tian suddenly realized a very serious problem at this time because when he wiped off the sweat from his head, Lin Tian found that his head was different from the original, and his head felt smaller. Realized that something was wrong, Lin Tian immediately looked at his body. Only then he realized that his body had become smaller, and he was wearing an unfamiliar piece of clothing. As an orphan who could only rely on himself, Lin Tian's will was much stronger than ordinary people, and he calmed his heart in an instant. After he thought a while, Lin Tian knew that he was reborn at once, and only being reborn could explain it. How come I, who should have died, are still alive, and my body has become a child? After recalled everything, Lin Tian's heart's fear disappeared, and all that was left was excitement and excitement. The things like this that only happen in novels, and it's actually my turn. At this time, a powerful memory flow suddenly broke into his mind. Lin Tian suddenly felt as if his brain was about to explode. Lin Tian quickly covered his head and kept rolling on the ground. I don't know how long it has been, it may be a moment, or it may be tens of minutes. Lin Tian calmed down. After accepted this memory, Lin Tian understood what happened. The kid who was possessed by him is a bad luck child. This was a 10-year-old kid. Initially lived in a small town near the sea, but a group of powerful pirates came to his village a few days ago. Many people were killed, and this kid's parents were included. Besides, I was even more unlucky. A few pirates caught me on the pirate boat to do some dirty and tiring work. Yesterday, he accidentally smashed a bottle of wine from the pirate ship captain, and the captain was angrily flicked a dozen whips to this kid, and then he faints. Since that time Lin Tian's soul possessed this kid. The place where Lin Tian woke up was a pirate ship. That's why when Lin Tian woke up, he felt the surroundings shaking constantly. After received all the memories, Lin Tian realized that his rebirth world was actually the world of One Piece. As a 19th teenager, how could Lin Tian not know the hottest teenager comics in the world, One Piece? Although, as an orphan, Lin Tian has not read all the chapters of One Piece comic. But when I was doing part-time jobs in some bookstores in my previous life, I still secretly read a lot. The explicit content may be unclear, but the approximate time and the relationship between the characters are always clear. I was planning to read One Piece in college. But he didn't expect that he was actually reborn in this world, making Lin Tian feel happy and sad. The good news was that the world of One Piece has a lot of thrilling adventures, and one would gain special abilities after eating a devil fruit, and there were many beautiful things. But what made Lin Tian sad is that this is an illogical cartoon world. In this world no matter how strange things could happen. And this world was terrible, and there were many powerful people. The 3 powerful admirals, the 4 emperors among the pirates, the 7 warlords, the 5 old stars, the world and bless, the revolutionaries, the 3 major weapons that could destroy the whole world, and many hidden masters and ambitions family. If I want to live well in this world, I must have strong power or die if I am not careful. Although this world was extremely dangerous, it was much better than the previous life. It was a world where opportunities and crises coexist. As long as I'm working hard, I hope to see Gold Roger's greatest treasure, One Piece. Chapter 2 The marine hero Garp boom, the pirate ship shook again. Lin Tian hugged the wooden pillar on the side tightly. When he encountered this wave of shaking, the excitement in Lin Tian's eyes has disappeared, leaving only his eyes full of emptiness because Lin Tian understood that the most important thing for him now was to escape from this pirate ship. Otherwise, he would be killed by these pirates sooner or later. If I die, I can't reach my dreams. Although he didn't see what happened on the deck, Lin Tian determined that the pirate ship was fighting other ships from the hull's constant shaking and loud noise. After figuring it out, Lin Tian showed a trace of worry on his face. He didn't know if it the marine or the other pirates fighting this ship. Whether it is a marine or a pirate, I am afraid that they will regard me as this pirate crew and kill me. So the best way is to find a small boat while the pirates are fighting and escape. Both sides would not pay attention to a small boat that is irrelevant. After thinking about that plan, Lin Tian dragged his thin body, got up from the ground, and walked slowly toward the door. This pirate ship seemed hit by multiple cannon. A.L.L.S. The ship's bottom part was already leaking, and it won't take long for the ship to sink. Lin Tian wouldn't survive with his current body, so he had to get on the deck as soon as possible. Lin Tian stepped out of that room, and there was no pirate in the corridor outside the door. Some pirates on the corner of the ship and the rest of the pirates fired in the cabin. All the pirates have been concentrated in the fight on the deck. These pirates ran to the deck. It seems that the next step is to meet in the side, and I must speed up, Lin Tian thought. Lin Tian quickened his pace. After he stopped his step, he came to the deck through the stairs, and Lin Tian squinted his eyes quickly. This pirate ship was a standard 3-mast galleon, with a length of more than 100 meters and a width of nearly 30 meters. In his previous life, Lin Tian had even seen a giant cargo ship measuring 300 to 400 meters long but saw such a ship over 100 meters long made of wood, and Lin Tian was still shocked. Although he was shocked, Lin Tian had no intention of forgetting himself. At this time, these pirates were all on the right side of the ship, stared at the naval battleship not far away from this ship. They prepared to fight, and now was a good time to escape. Lin Tian carefully moved, with the wine barrels and wooden boxes to cover his body, he sneaked behind them towards the small boat. But sometimes, the reality was not according to plan, and the pirates who fired below also crawled out and prepared to fight. Unfortunately, they found out Lin Tian there. At this moment, Lin Tian thought of more than 10 reasons, but each reason was not suitable in this situation. In front of these pirates who were about to be wiped out by the marines, they might kill everyone if they are unhappy for any reason, and now Lin Tian could only resign himself to his fate. The pirates got closer and closer to him, just when Lin Tian thought he was about to die. These pirates ran past him without even looking at him as if he didn't exist at all. Lin Tian lowered his head a little bit and clenched his fists tightly because Lin Tian saw deep contempt in the eyes of these pirates. After these pirates ran past, Lin Tian's eyes revealed his desire for strength. If I don't have power in this world, I will look like an ant in others' eyes. Like just now, Lin Tian was like an ant among these pirates. They didn't even bother to look at him. But in a blink of an eye, Lin Tian laughed at himself, and now he realized that he was really just a weak hopeless kid. Even the weakest person in this pirate group could easily kill him. When he saw that all the pirates didn't care about him, Lin Tian didn't hide anymore, and he just walked toward the boat openly. But when Lin Tian walked to the side of the boat, Lin Tian could only helplessly shake his head because the small boats in front of him had a big hole caused by cannon. Lin Tian realized that these pirates knew that they couldn't win and why they were so afraid of death to prepare for a fight against the marine soldiers. It turned out that the boat had been destroyed, and these pirates had no way to survive except defeat all the marine soldiers in front of them. This time the pirates were ready to fight to the death, and their spirit was worth learning, but they also cut off his escape route. Lin Tian leaned weakly on the plank. Now he had no way to escape. He could only pray that he would survive from this fight, so that he might be saved by the marine and stay alive. The distance between the two ships was not far away. The marine ship sailed downwind, now the marine ship was 300 meters away, and Lin Tian afraid that it would not be long before they can hit it. Again, who is the leader of that marine ship? Why is their fighting strength so strong? A pirate looked not far away and shouted in fear, but his face scared. Like the pirates, Lin Tian looked towards the sky and instantly understood why these pirates had such an expression. At this time, the sky above the pirate ship was covered with a dark shadow of many cannon. A.L.S, at least several hundred. There was such a powerful vice-admiral on the marine side, no wonder these pirates couldn't escape. As if thinking of something, Lin Tian's face was instantly filled with hope. This was the way of someone fighting in the One Piece, and only one person was the marine hero Garp. Suppose the warship on the marine side was Garp. With the strength of these pirates, they were not Garp's match at all. Lin Tian's hope of being rescued was much greater, and he would find a way to take Garp as his teacher so that the probability of his survival in this world was also a lot bigger. But now, the most important thing was to survive this cannonball rain. Lin Tian, who has hope, immediately has the will to fight. Lin Tian ran to the top of the boat. There was only one place in the strongest place on the boat, and that was the captain's bedroom. The captain of this pirate ship was named Iam. In this sea area, Iam was also a mighty pirate. His bounty was as high as 125 million Baileys. Iam's bounty was so high because Iam had an ability of the demon fruit. He could transform into a giant black bear, with strong attack and defense power, so Iam was a mighty pirate, but his existence was only like an ant in front of Garp. Iam was also a grumpy person and liked to shoot things at all times. Therefore, Iam's bedroom was built very stu.r.dy, and steel inlays were used in many parts. Now the pirates ran to the deck to fight the marine soldiers. There was no one in that bedroom. It was just an excellent empty room for Lin Tian to hide. After enduring the pain, Lin Tian limped, heading the Iam's room. Finally, before the cannon A.L.S fell, he entered the bedroom and closed the door. Boom bang bang, many cannon A.L.S exploded. He could only hear the sound of the cannon A.L.S exploding continuously. After a few minutes, the noise stopped. 3 cannon A.L.S have also hit this bedroom, but this bedroom was so stu.r.dy. The central part of the bedroom has not been damaged much, but most of the things on the roof were shaken off. Lin Tian was hiding under a table. He had escaped and was not hit by anything from the roof. Otherwise, with his tiny body, he would have died easily. After the whole ship calmed down, Lin Tian crawled out from under the table. Slowly opened the room door, Lin Tian looked along the gap between the doors. Most of the buildings on the pirate ship were destroyed, and there was heavy smoke everywhere. However, no pirates on the deck were injured because they were hiding behind their captain. Iam transformed into a giant black bear and stood in front of his crew. He blocked the cannon A.L.S. At this time, the marine battleship not far away finally came closer and closer. On the marine battleship, a vice-admiral wore a dog's head hat that stood at the forefront. And he was the marine hero Garp. Chapter 3 The Power of One Fist Kill. Kill them all. Both sides were on fire. No one refuted the order of their captain. The two ships were about to collide, the marine soldiers and pirates prepared to battle. One side was for justice, and the momentum was like a rainbow, the other side was for survival, and the impression was extremely fierce. In just a moment, the first wave of marine soldiers and pirates fell as if they were cutting wheat. The line behind them did not look at their fallen companions. There was only one goal in their eyes, and that was to kill each other. In an instant, there were knives, swords, and the sound of guns everywhere, accompanied by countless screams, and the entire sea surface was instantly dyed red with blood. But no one backed away. Before rushing to the opponent's ship, all of them had already bet their lives and deaths. When they came to the battlefield, their own life was no longer in their hands, and they could only rely on their own luck. This was what Lin Tian had heard from a veteran who had experienced the battlefield. Lin Tian hadn't felt anything in the past when he heard that. But after watching these hundreds of people keep slaying each other, Lin Tian had a real experience. Lin Tian saw that many pirates were killed right in front of his own eyes, but he didn't know where the bullets came from and hit a few pirates. This was a total cold weapon war, the most notable of which were several marine soldiers. They looked like just sakering the pirates easily. These marine soldiers were all elites of the Marine HQ, and each of them masters at least one of the 6 marine styles. These marine soldiers' fighting style seemed to Lin Tian to make a martial arts movie, which made Lin Tian enjoy watching them in action. But it didn't take long before Lin Tian couldn't stand it. They have hardened arms and feet, and they also could fly into the air. Some pirates were chopped in half, the intestines in the belly, the internal organs flowed everywhere. He immediately closed the door. The scared Lin Tian took a few breaths before suppressing the feeling of vomiting. As a young man who lived in the 21st century who has never seen a nasty saker, it would be excellent for Lin Tian not to feel dizzy. At this time, Lin Tian had the opportunity to look at this bedroom, which had almost become ruins, and many valuable gems and gold were scattered randomly on the ground. If it were other circuitances, Lin Tian would still be interested in these things. But now, he didn't even know if he can survive. Lin Tian has no time to think about these things. Lin Tian glanced around, and he was deeply attracted to something. It was a black box. The problem was that the black box was kept on a beam. If it hadn't been for the beam to fall from above, no one would find the box at all. It can be seen from the treasures all over the floor that Iam is a person who likes to collect the treasures very much. But what was the treasure that Iam hides so hard? It made Lin Tian curious. When he struggled to reach the black box, Lin Tian spent a lot of energy before pulling out the entire black box. When he looked at the box's bra.s.s lock, Lin Tian found an axe to split it. Just as Lin Tian was breaking the locks, the battle outside was almost over. Garp led the elite force from Marine HQ. How can these pirates resist? In the beginning, they could fight with a fierce force. But when the marine soldiers started to fight back, these pirates didn't last long. Under the fierce marine soldiers' attack, more and more pirates were killed, and the entire pirate ship was covered with blood. Many pirates, in danger of death, surrendered to the marine soldiers. Although these marine soldiers gave them mercy, what awaited them was the prison. There were still many pirates and pirates resisting, but there were not many pirates left, and they would be resolved in a short time. I looked at his death and wounding crews with a calm expression. His crews might surrender, but it depended on what they do. If his crews surrender, they would definitely be killed by himself. Even if he were not to sentence to death, he would be thrown into jail. But he might as well die immediately. Said with a look of reconciliation, unexpectedly, I thought that with my high bounty, at most, it would be a rear admiral. The most likely is a vice admiral. I didn't expect it to be a marine hero who wants to arrest me. If it was a rear admiral, he has some chance to escape. But the person who came was actually this man, which made not even thinking about running away. But Garp didn't say a word in front of him, just stood there with his arms folded and didn't move. The marine soldiers below noticed the situation here, muttered, "It looks like the Vice Admiral Garp is asleep again. You are new here. You will get used to it if you watch too much," another older marine soldier explained disapprovingly. Looking at this expression, it seems that this marine soldier has encountered many such situations. The marine soldier below understood, but above there did not think so. In view, Garp ignored him and felt inadequate to talk to him. Even though I can't beat a marine hero like you can't look down on me like that. Who had always been grumpy, suddenly became angry. He turned directly into a humanoid black bear, used all his strength, jumped instantly, and displayed his strongest punch, hitting Garp from top to bottom in the air. Was also worried that Garp would avoid it. Although his move was decisive, it was too slow and had too many flaws, and it was very easy to be avoided. But he looked that Garp didn't even hide, the force on Iam's fist increased a bit again, and ready to make Garp look down on himself and feel his fist well. Boom! A loud bang sounded out of thin air, followed by a powerful shockwave, and one or two people as the center spread outside. All the people fighting below invariably looked upward. The remaining pirates saw that their boss actually hit a vice admiral. Their grayish face turned ruddy in the blink of an eye, and there was a glimmer of hope on their face. If his boss could kill the strongest people on the Marines' side, they might survive. But the pirate who fell into the fantasy didn't see the dismissive expression on the face of the Marine soldiers, as if everything had nothing to do with it. Garp, who was H.I.T by a powerful punch from the front, only bounced a few meters back under Aim's tremendous strength. There was not even a wound, let alone bleeding. How could it be? How could you be so powerful? How could it? Muttered with a look of disbelief. I don't know if he was awakened by Iam's voice or was awakened by Iam's punch. In short, Garp woke up. That clear disturbing his head, he asked with a puzzled look, "Who are you, and why are you in front of me?" A marine soldier on the side reminded helplessly, "This man is the pirate Captain Iam, we chased for a long time." "Oh, so you are the pirate, Iam." Garp suddenly realized. But then he immediately changed his face and barked, "It's you B.A.S.T.A.R.D that made my holiday break." Then, without even thought about it, an angry punch from Garp knocked Iam into the air. But it was a coincidence that the direction Iam flew upside down was the bedroom where Lin Tian was staying, the exact middle door. Iam, who broke through the door, B.U.MPED into Lin Tian, and at this moment, Lin Tian was holding what he took out of the box and placed it in front of him to observe it. This was a tragedy. Iam B.U.MPED into Lin Tian, who didn't know it, and Lin Tian lowered his head and swallowed what was in his hand. Chapter 4 Devil Fruit. Knowing that the thing in his hand was swallowed accidentally into his mouth, Lin Tian's first reaction was to vomit it immediately because the taste of that fruit is bad. It was really the most unpalatable thing he had ever eaten in his life. Even the moldy bread he ate was 10 times better than this. But then there was only one sentence left in Lin Tian's eyes, "I'm F.U.C. Ked up." At the moment when Iam crushed him, Lin Tian accidentally ate the devil fruit in his hand. When Iam attacked Garp, Lin Tian in Iam's room found a gold axe, and it took a long time to pry open the box's lock. Lin Tian opened the box cautiously. He was sure that this treasure is so precious to Iam. Of course, Lin Tian had to be careful. After Lin Tian opened the box, only a red apple covered with patterns appeared in it. For Lin Tian, who has read the comics, he recognized at a glance that this is the treasure of the sea that was contested by many people on the sea, the devil fruit. It was no wonder that Iam is so tightly hidden in this box. He wanted to hand this devil fruit to a person who trusted him so that he could get a strong subordinate in a short time. He couldn't eat that devil fruit by himself. A person could only eat one devil fruit. If a devil fruit eater eats more than one, they will die. Otherwise, Iam would have to eat it long ago and would not hide it. The most attractive thing in this world was the devil fruit. This fruit could give people powerful power in an instant, and countless people desire it. When he saw this devil fruit, Lin Tian felt very lucky. If due to entering this room, and due to several cannon.A.L.L.S that hit the room, making the things inside were shaken. Without much coincidence, he came across this devil fruit. But Lin Tian didn't make up his mind to eat this devil fruit. Because Lin Tian had many worries, he didn't know what abilities he would get from this devil fruit. If it were a useless ability, then he would not eat it. And the other was ambition. As a reborn person, Lin Tian has the purpose of making his name known in this world. Even if I need to eat devil fruit, I should also know what its ability first. Lin Tian didn't eat the devil fruit at once with these worries, but first took it in his hand and observed it. He carefully looked at the devil fruit covered with patterns in his hand. Lin Tian thought secretly. It just such a small fruit but contain a strong ability. Even some of them can give people the power to destroy the world. It is very amazing. At this moment, I flew to the bedroom door and crushed Lin Tian. Lin Tian, who was unprepared, ate the devil fruit in his hand after this collision. Fortunately, Lin Tian was an optimistic person. He gulped it as soon as the devil fruit inside his mouth. Anyway, even if he did not eat the devil fruit, he was sure he could become a strong man in this world someday. Besides, the devil fruit that he ate may also be an extremely powerful ability. Now that he has eaten it, Lin Tian couldn't wait to see his new abilities. Then he tried and tried again there, but he couldn't become an animal. He couldn't let his body be a natural element, so he immediately realized that the devil fruit he just ate has the superhuman ability. At this time, Garp, who was on the battleship, knocked I into the air with a single punch. At a glance, he saw a child, Lin Tian, in the bedroom, and that child continuously made some strange movements. It was not only Garp but also the marine soldier next to Garp see this scene. Suddenly their brain crashed, and they thought about how come there was such a small child on the pirate ship. Garp asked, "What's the matter with that kid?" "General, this child may be enslaved by the pirate door. Yesterday this group of pirates also attacked a small town. This child may be a resident of that town." A non-commissioned officer immediately replied. Garp thought for a while and said, "It's okay, let's go and see his condition. It's good that this kid can survive on the pirate boat." After he has spoken, he came to the pirate ship with a light leap. And a man in a suit followed Garp without any slowness. When Garp walked to Lin Tian's position, the marine was already cleaning the battlefield. The remaining pirates who thought they had hoped to survive in front of them, after saw that a single punch from Garp could knock their boss, their spirit suddenly dropped. How could it be that we become the adversary of the imposing marine soldier? Before long, the remaining pirates were either killed by the marine or captured by the marine. After tried for a long time, Lin Tian stopped trying any ability and sighed helplessly. There were too many superhuman system abilities, and it was normal not to find out in such a short time. When he saw that the marine soldiers defeated the pirates outside, Lin Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first difficulty in rebirth was also said, and his fate was saved. However, Lin Tian, who thought he was safe, had forgotten the existence of a person. Although Iam was blown away by Garp, Iam did not faint or even die with his strong defensive power, but he was seriously injured. Iam, who just awakened, saw the opened box beside him, and Lin Tian not far away. He immediately understood that the kid in front of him had eaten his devil fruit. IMS.N.A.T.C. had the devil fruit from a merchant ship. Iam has already found a buyer these days, and the buyer was preparing to buy the fruit with 200 million Baileys. But today, he fought against the marines and was completely wiped out. It was usual for the pirate to S.N.A.T.C. the devil fruit. He should improve the strength of his men. But Iam was a very suspicious person. He was afraid that his subordinates would not accept his rule and betray him if his subordinate eats this devil fruit. It because he couldn't eat another one. Then after he thought for a long time, Iam decided to sell the devil fruit. This devil fruit was eaten by the kid who was almost killed by himself a few days ago. This made Iam extremely angry. How could such a little brat be qualified to eat the devil fruit? Anyway, based on his wound, he won't be able to live long. But he still could to kill Lin Tian at this time. When he thought about this, Iam slowly stood up and used his last bit of strength, prepared to kill Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian stared at the outside and felt safe for now, he was crushed by Iam before. Lin Tian remained vigilant at all times. Lin Tian didn't want to be killed at the last minute. When Iam moved his hand to him, Lin Tian felt a sudden wind on his back. Lin Tian quickly turned around and looked around, and he saw Iam was standing behind him, waved a pair of Ma.S. Sieve paws towards his back. Although Lin Tian found out Iam, who was sneaking up and dodged to the side in time, how could he avoid Iam's ultimate blow only with his frail body? When he looked at Iam's palm, he was about to hit his lower body. A strong will to survive broke out in Lin Tian's mind, under this will to stay. Iam's palm stopped when he approached Lin Tian, but at this moment, Lin Tian just left Iam's attack range and escaped. Lin Tian could see clearly what had just happened. At that moment, Lin Tian felt that there seemed to be an invisible shield around him that blocked Iam's attack. Although it was crushed in an instant, it just happened that Lin Tian escaped his ultimate blow. Garp, who was about to make a move, saw this scene with a hint of curiosity on his face. Just stand beside them quietly, watching their movement. After he escaped, Lin Tian looked at Iam with a vigilant expression. At the same time, he knew in his heart that his own ability saved his life just now. And since he could form a spatial barrier out of thin air, his ability was likely to be related to S.P.A.Ce or air. As an aspiring young man who has been rendered in countless contemporary novels, Lin Tian certainly knew that he might have eaten an excellent devil fruit. Although he could only guess his own ability, Lin Tian was not entirely sure. After experiencing a real battle, he could understand it in detail, and now he has such a good opportunity before his eyes. Garp's punch made I am severely wounded, and he was in his weakest state at this moment. For his current state was a very suitable opponent for Lin Tian. Chapter 5 The Navy Headquarters. When he looked, his sneak attack was blocked by this frail kid. I am became even angrier and didn't even realize that Lin Tian had eaten a devil fruit in front of him, and he was considered a capable person. Just relied on his current severely injured body, he was not necessarily Lin Tian's equal opponent. Lin Tian saw I am rushing towards him. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. I don't know how I am takes the initiative to attack, and I don't expect that I am rushes over so actively. Lin Tian leaned to avoid I am's beat and knocked I am's feet to the ground, and I am couldn't move immediately. If I am's body condition were more fit, he might be able to break away forcefully, but now I am has no way. At this time, I am realized that the kid in front of him had already eaten the devil fruit. He was also a person with the same ability as himself, and suddenly he was irritated by this child's ability. As a pirate with extremely high combat consciousness, I am immediately realized that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Regardless of whether his body could bear it, I am immediately activated the devil fruit's power and turned into a big black bear. Lin Tian just ate a devil fruit, his power in using devil fruit abilities is still very low. I am turned into a black bear, his defense and attack power increased several times instantly, but he broke his leg restraints with just a light effort. I am knew that his body would not hold this transformation for too long, so he quickly had to counterattack Lin Tian. You little brat, you ate my devil fruit, aren't you? I will send you to die. Encountered I am's powerful blow, Lin Tian was extremely calm. Lin Tian was also aware of I am's situation. As long as he made I am's strong fist vain, I am would not be able to sustain that form without making a counter move. Lin Tian created more than a dozen spatial barriers in front of I am. But that was not enough. Lin Tian also made more than a few powerful spatial barriers on himself. But this method would be destroyed immediately by Amu's mighty force. In a blink of an eye, I am came to Lin Tian's eyes with his anger. He directly punched Lin Tian. Lin Tian jumped upwards, stepped on a spatial barrier in the air, and jumped behind I am out of thin air. He took out the wooden thorns he had prepared and pierced I am's eyes. Eat this. But I am was a mighty pirate. He endured the pain and punched Lin Tian in his stomach. The spatial barrier which protects Lin Tian's body was a bit cracked. He didn't have time to recover his broken spatial barriers. As a replacement, Lin Tian moved his body self-taught to dodge. But he was still get hit by I am's punch, and his body couldn't resist this momentum, and he flew out. A mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth, and Lin Tian quickly created 2 spatial barriers on his back. Before he had time to set the third path, Lin Tian had already hit the wall. Boom! Lin Tian clutched his chest and leaned weakly against the wall. He saw I am approaching step by step and getting a powerful hit from I am's punch. Lin Tian had no strength to fight anymore. Lin Tian's physical injury was more severe than I am's. He was nearly killed by I am yesterday, which made how severe Lin Tian's body injury is. After a powerful punch from I am, Lin Tian's body was already in its critical state. Even if Lin Tian still wanted to fight, his body couldn't bear it anymore. I am covered his B.L.O.O.D.Y right eye. He was furious. He currently has a sense of resentment toward Lin Tian. It would be hard to get rid of the hatred if I am didn't kill him. He looked at Lin Tian, who was leaning on the wall. I am's eyes were full of fierceness. He raised his fist and said, "Little brat, this place will be your grave." Lin Tian vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at I am with a smile. "I just being reborn, and I don't want to die with you." Saw Lin Tian has smiled, I am suddenly had a bad feeling. His feeling of this kid has changed. He thought he must kill this kid as soon as possible. Without saying a word, he punched Lin Tian. Looked at I am's fists getting closer, Lin Tian smiled even more. Just when I am's fist was about to hit Lin Tian, I am stopped suddenly, the blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. A steeled spike went straight through Amu's head and killed Amu instantly. It turned out that just when Lin Tian thought he was dead, he found the iron thorn hanging above I am's head. He used his ability to cut the rope above I am's head and let the steeled spike fall vertically. And let that steeled spike stabbed I am's head. Saw I am finally died, Lin Tian immediately relaxed. The pain from all over his body squeezed into his brain like a flood. Lin Tian was exhausted, fainted, and fell to the ground. Garp said solemnly, "What do you think of this kid?" On the side, the marine soldier said his own views: strong will, calm mental quality, not afraid of death, perfect fighting literacy, but also a strong ability. He has everything to become a strong soldier. Heard the suit man's A.N.A. Lysis, Garp shook his head. "You haven't said something. This kid has a hatred of the pirate. This child has great potential. If he is trained in the marine, he will become a powerful marine soldier." In a hospital in the marine headquarters, Lin Tian laid on the hospital bed, bored after receiving the doctor's daily examination. Since he killed I am that day, he was said out exhaustedly. When he woke up again, he was already in the hospital and covered in bandages. After questioning a nurse, Lin Tian realized that he was staying in the marine headquarters. After stayed in the hospital for more than half a month, Lin Tian's injury was almost healed. Simultaneously, Lin Tian also took some time to find out what the era he was living in. It was now the 10th year after the death of the pirate king Roger. The entire Grand Line was also linked to each other by the 7 warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors, and the marine. At this time, Luffy was only 7 years old, 10 years before the beginning of the story of One Piece in comic. With this buffer of time, before the plot begins, his strength should be improved a lot, enough to protect himself in this world. I don't know if I was brought back by Garp. The ward I currently live in is a private ward that is only eligible to be used by the Navy soldier in the entire hospital. The whole marine headquarters could be seen by himself after more than 10 days of observation. Lin Tian felt terrified for the combat power of the marine headquarters. In the past month, he has seen hundreds of people with devil fruit ability, and they haven't been fighting outside. Just beside the hospital, on the square, there were no less than 500 elites from the marine headquarters practicing the 6 marine styles. It could be said that in the past few days, Lin Tian finally saw the real combat power of the marine headquarters. It was simply not a force that usual people have. After all, the entire marine was backed by the whole world kingdoms. With countless resources accu.malated. I don't know how many strong men have been practiced. At the same time, Lin Tian was determined to join the marine headquarters. The marine has a very mature training system and strong resources. And most importantly, in this place, no matter how strong you are, you still could find people of similar strength for fighting and quickly improving your strength. There were also many precious .u.ments here, and the marine headquarters allowed their soldier to understand this world and then integrate into it quickly. The marine headquarters for Lin Tian, who had just arrived in this world, was the best place to understand this world. Chapter 6 Become Garp's Apprentice Crack. The ward's door was opened from the outside. An old man in Vice Admiral uniform walked in. This man was the marine hero Garp. Since he kept Lin Tian in the hospital, he never went to the hospital for more than half a month. This is the first time he visited me today. Garp has been keeping him here for a half month, and Lin Tian was very bored. Even if Garp didn't visit him today, Lin Tian was also ready to take the initiative to find Garp. At this time, Garp was not as old as in the comics. He was almost 50 years old, but looked from his appearance now, he looked like 20 years younger, and he was very energetic. Garp walked in and didn't ask how Lin Tian's condition. Instead, he walked directly to the window and looked at the marine soldiers training outside. He asked, "What do you think of these trained soldiers?" When he heard Garp's question, Lin Tian suddenly understood why Garp kept himself here without taking a look at him, because he wanted to experience the atmosphere of the marine headquarters by himself. Lin Tian pretended not to sarcastically said, "This is the worthy place as a marine headquarters. The soldiers who stay here are much better than those outside, but why these elite soldiers are stay here and just training and training?" When Garp heard the irony in Lin Tian's tone, he was not angry but laughed. Suddenly, Garp traveled in front of Lin Tian in an instant. Lin Tian, who had been in the marine headquarters for more than half a month, recognized that this move was one of the 6 marine styles. Without the slightest reason, he punched Lin Tian in the head. Felt the strong wind on his fist, Lin Tian's face changed drastically, and he quickly placed 3 spatial barriers on his head. He was staying in the hospital for the past half month, and what Lin Tian did was not only lay on his bed all day. After more than half a month of familiarization, Lin Tian also sharpened his abilities more adeptly. Not only has the speed of creating spatial barriers increased, but the durability of the spatial barrier has also increased. But his ability enhancement was nothing in front of Garp. Even he couldn't do any slightest counter against Garp's move. Garp was accurately hit Lin Tian. Lin Tian was knocked out of the bed with his powerful punch and made a big hole on the wall. Fortunately, Lin Tian put a shield on his body in time. Otherwise, he would hit the wall, and it would be sore for a while. With rubbed the big swell on his head, Lin Tian yelled at Garp, "Hey, smelly old man, what are you doing? Anyone who got beaten up like this for no reason will definitely be angry." Garp didn't answer, his face was expressionless, and he showed his fist again, then punched Lin Tian. Lin Tian was not a person who couldn't fight back. He pressed the air on his hand, and dozens of small black B.A.L.L.S shot towards Garp. This was a new move that Lin Tian has researched these days. By compressed the empty S.P.A.ce in the air, black B.A.L.L.S were formed. One of the black ball's power was no less than a cannonball. The most important thing was that this small ball's power is enhanced with Lin Tian's strength. As long as Lin Tian was strong enough, he could compress a larger S.P.A.ce, and the explosion will be more incredible. These dozens of black B.A.L.L.S were already Lin Tian's ultimate ability. In the face of dozens of black B.A.L.L.S, Garp's speed did not decrease in the slightest. He moved here and there to avoid all the black BALLS. "This is domineering," Lin Tian whispered. Even though Lin Tian used all his strength, the result did not change. Lin Tian was H.I.T by Garp to the wall again. However, Lin Tian's attack was very effective. At least it blew up this ward. The explosions sounded in the marine headquarters, and the marine soldiers stationed there thought it was an enemy attack. The sirens sounded instantly throughout the marine headquarters, and the entire marine soldiers were operating as a vast machine. In just 1 minute, the whole hospital was surrounded by a heavily armed marine soldier. The alert level of the marine headquarters could be seen to be average. A rear admiral was commanding the marine soldiers to enter the hospital and save people. Suddenly Vice Admiral Garp jumped out from the destroyed ward and held a teenager in a patient's clothes. The rear admiral saluted and asked, "Vice Admiral Garp, is he the criminal who invaded the marine headquarters?" Heard the rear admiral's question, even Garp felt a little embarrassed. Said and sneered. "No, I just teaching this kid, and I didn't expect this will cause a scene. Now it's fine, you all can go back." All the full-weaponed marine soldiers. In the admiral's room, the admiral asked a marine soldier to report the situation. "What happened? Is it true that the marine headquarters has been invaded?" "It's all clear, sir." Vice Admiral Garp caused it. When he heard that it was all clear, the admiral breathed a sigh of relief, but then angrily shouted, "Garp! What is this B.A.S.T.A.R.D. Garp doing? Bring Garp here." When Lin Tian slowly woke up, he found that he was already lying on a rock. And Garp was sitting looking at the busy port, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Tian rubbed his dizzy head next to Garp and asked puzzledly, "Old man, why did you bring me here? What do you think of this port?" Garp did not answer Lin Tian's question but asked him immediately. Lin Tian looked at the port carefully. It was already dusk, and the entire sea was golden. The ships were coming and going at the port, countless workers were unloading on the SHO.R.E, and the fishing boats returned from the sea are selling their fish. Prosperity, peace, and security, such port is scarce. Garp laughed, "Yes, this port can be said to be the safest port in the world. There is no other one because not far from here is the marine headquarters. It is precisely because of the marine headquarters that has been stationed so far. No pirate has dared to invade here." Lin Tian said with a smile on his face, "Hey! Old man, so your purpose you brought me here, or you want me to listen to you?" Lin Tian could see through Garp's intentions. Garp told himself this and brought himself here. The purpose of everything was to show his hatred for the pirates to join the marine. Garp shook his head helplessly, "You little brat! I want you to join the marine." Lin Tian had already thought of joining the marine, and Garp's solicitation was in line with Lin Tian's mind. "Hey! Old man, even if I refuse, you will don't let me go, don't you?" Lin Tian asked. Garp didn't say much about this question but just nodded. After saw Garp's answer, Lin Tian shrugged, "You know, that is my goal for now, and yet, I promised to you that I would join the marine." Before finished his words, Lin Tian suddenly reversed his tone and said, "But I have one request, that is, you must teach me yourself, the smelly old man." Garp thought that Lin Tian would make any special request, but he didn't expect it to be just such a request. Garp had initially planned to teach Lin Tian himself because he was such a talented kid. Garp couldn't worry about handing him over to others, so he nodded and agreed without thinking about it. Seeing Garp's agreement, Lin Tian laughed. Quickly stood up and swore to Garp. "I'm Lin Tian. Take Garp as my teacher today, and I will obey his rule." At that moment, a marine soldier trotted over and said, "Vice Admiral Garp, the Admiral is calling you. Kid, it will be hard to be my apprentice. Get ready for me. I will start the devil training tonight." Chapter 7-6 Marine Styles. Under the bright white moonlight, the earth seemed to be coated in silver. In such a world without industrial pollution, Lin Tian was standing on a wasteland under the moonlight. In the silent night, the faint sound of wind and insects noise coming from all directions, Lin Tian thought he was in that primitive jungle in this kind of environment. At this time, Lin Tian wanted to close his eyes to feel the breathing of all things. Suddenly he felt a wind approaching him. Lin Tian's eyes opened, and he popped 4 death orbs directly backward while his body rolled to the side. The death orbs had been the name Lin Tian had just given to the black B.A.L.L.S he had ejected. Once this powerful black ball exploded, several meters around it would be wholly destroyed, symbolizing death. Boom! 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 4 explosions came from behind him, caused intense fire and waves of air. When Lin Tian thought he was safe, a fist appeared before his eyes, changed direction, and hit his head. When Lin Tian looked up, he saw that Garp was standing in front of him with one fist raised, looked at him. Lin Tian rubbed his head. He didn't have a good thing to say, "You stinky old man, always sneak and attack me at every time." "Little brat, how did you aware of my sudden attack?" Garp asked curiously. Just now, Garp used shave to attack Lin Tian. He quickly rushed towards Lin Tian. After that, his next move was to punch Lin Tian with his mighty fist. But unexpectedly, he was discovered by Lin Tian and catapulted 4 powerful little B.A.L.L.S at him. "I actually didn't understand what was going on, I seemed to hear a lot of voices just now, but I suddenly felt a different sound coming from behind. But I didn't expect it to be you." Garp said unconcernedly, "Forget it. I don't have anything to do with it anyway." Although Garp looked don't care, he was shocked by Lin Tian's talent in his heart. From Lin Tian's words, Garp had understood that Lin Tian had touched the threshold of observation haki. As long as he possessed an opportunity, Lin Tian would awaken observation haki. But looking at this situation, Lin Tian had comprehended it unintentionally. If Garp told him now would still create a psychological burden on him, it was better to naturally let him take its course. Garp didn't forget his purpose, B.A.S.T.A.R.D. What do you want to learn? There's no need to say it. Of course, it's the 6 marine styles, Lin Tian said. The 6 marine styles were divided into 6 moves. They were the lunar step, the finger lance, the Barbara kick, the shave, the paper draw, and the iron block. It was a physical technique for Serpa.S.Sing the limits of human physical ability. Iron block, the durability of the body you have trained to be strong will make it as hard as iron. Even bullets and swords couldn't penetrate it. The drawback was that you couldn't move freely when using the iron block. The principle was to speed up the blood flow and make the muscles harder. Paper draw, you could use your whole body to dodge an attack directed at you by changing the airflow created by your opponent's movement. Lunar step, jumping and kicking in the air to change the trajectory before falling. With this aerial movement body technique, you can launch attacks from the air without leaving your foothold. Barbara kick, you don't kick at the enemy to deal damage, but rather, you kick at high speed to create a vacuum. Finger lance, gather all the power of your body on your index finger and use your hardened fingers to deliver a lightning strike. The fingertip has the attack power of a bullet and can easily penetrate the body. Simply put, the 6 marine styles was a combination of constant training and a unique technique of power generation. It could make the human body do some superhuman movements. It was not easy to get Garp to talk about all of this in one breath. And what I'm going to teach you now is the shave that is often used in the 6 marine styles, whether it's attacking or dodging. Lin Tian asked, so do I have to keep running like those Navy soldiers on the training ground? Garp shook his head and took out 2 black cloth bags. Since it's devil training, how can it be like those marine soldiers? I filled these cloth bags with special metal, and each bag has these 50 pounds. From today you will tie these 2 cloth bags on your feet, and you're not allowed to take them off. Under Garp's supervise, Lin Tian finally began the first training since he came to this world, and this was the beginning of Lin Tian's path to becoming a powerful marine soldier. Every day during the day, Lin Tian exercised the 6 marine styles, and at night it was time to be abused. Every night, Lin Tian would fight Garp, and after every fight, Lin Tian would be beaten to death by Garp. The training periods said so quickly and horribly, spring and autumn came and went, and Lin Tian had stayed in this world for a year. Under Garp's devil training, Lin Tian exercised the 6 marine styles during the day to improve his physical abilities. And at night, he fought with Garp, developed his abilities continuously. With a year of training, Lin Tian's battle prowess had increased rapidly. The shave and iron block of the 6 marine styles had been mastered, and now at the lunar step, he had touched the threshold. At the same time, Lin Tian's body shape was also getting stronger step by step, and now Lin Tian's physical strength was much stronger than a year ago. Lin Tian was still incredibly skinny in the past, but now his body was covered with muscles, and his body had grown much taller. He was also developing his devil fruit abilities, and every day he trained with one of the strongest men in the marine, and it's thinking of new moves. Lin Tian's progress was extremely fast. Not only did he make a few new moves, but he even fused the 6 marine styles with his devil fruit ability. Boom! Lin Tian, who couldn't dodge, took a hard punch from Garp. But with Lin Tian's current strength, how could he be Garp's opponent? Lin Tian couldn't even put up a resistance and was always knocked out. Lin Tian created a soft spatial barrier behind him to stop his knocking momentum. And by used shave, he instantly dodged a blow from Garp. The moving Lin Tian created dozens of black B.A.L.L.S around Garp and blocked Garp's back paths. That wasn't all. When Lin Tian stopped in the air, 3 spatial barriers had formed and shot towards Garp. After these 2 deadly moves were ready, Lin Tian quickly formed semicircular spatial barriers around Garp, blocked him off. To prevent Garp from breaking through the spatial barriers, Lin Tian maintained it from a short distance. The first was the black B.A.L.L.S explosion. Still, this powerful force was blocked by Lin Tian's spatial barriers from inside. Such a powerful force could only be unleashed in a semicircle. When Lin Tian created these moves, he could imagine how much lethality it would cause. And the followed move was 3 spatial barriers. Lin Tian instantly divided this semicircle into 6 pieces of spatial barriers. Those were spatial blades. This was the deadly power, spatial blade. The spatial blade could cut the S.P.A.Ce. In other words, if the spatial blade cut the S.P.A.Ce where the object was, not the object itself. By being cut by the spatial blade, the object was not in a different S.P.A.Ce. So theoretically, there was nothing in the world that the spatial blade couldn't cut through. But if it was a dead object, there wasn't much power to change the object's position, and when S.P.A.Ce naturally recovered, the dead object would still return to its original state. But living things can't, and when the body reunites, the trace of pieces would bleeding, and the living things will die. However, the spatial blade's attack speed was too slow, so a capable enemy might imagine how much resistance there would be to cut through S.P.A.Ce. With Lin Tian's current strength, the spatial blade threw out at full strength was an ordinary dagger's size. And it would take a long time to charge. In a real battle, the current spatial blade would not be of much use. So when Lin Tian saw that the spatial blade did not cause any damage, he was busy releasing the spatial barriers, creating shave and retreating rapidly. But it was already too late. Garp broke the spatial barriers with a single punch. With high speed, he caught up to Lin Tian and countered with a cross kick. Iron block, but the iron block alone could not sustain Garp's attack. Lin Tian was smacked backward by Garp's kick, creating dozens of meters long gully on the ground. Garp's kick didn't hold back, directly smacking Lin Tian, who couldn't even stand up in battle. Stinky brat, good progress, you already able to destroy my clothes. Garp unwearied his shattered cloak and slowly walked from the side. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian thought helplessly, this stinky old man is too powerful. I've only been able to hurt his clothes after making so much progress in a year. But I couldn't even withstand a single kick from him. Chapter 8 Preparing the Goods B.A.S.T.A.R.D. This is the 238th time you've lost to me, ha 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 ha. Saw that Lin Tian was once again defeated, Garp couldn't help but laugh. Lin Tian was convinced and said, you're a stinky old man. In real fighting, you're stronger than an admiral. How could I possibly beat you? Boom, Garp hit Lin Tian's head with his love iron punch. B.A.S.T.A.R.D. Don't make so many excuses, you're the only one who still wants to beat me, and you still need to practice for a few decades. Garp said that Lin Tian was still not good enough on his lips, but secretly he was shocked by Lin Tian's talent. After a year of devilish training, the improvement of Lin Tian's strength was truly shocking. The current Lin Tian had mastered all 6 marine styles, and at the same time, Lin Tian's development of his devil fruit abilities had progressed tremendously. Lin Tian's real strength should now be comparable as Marine Captain, and that battle just now was not Lin Tian's real strength as Lin Tian was still restricted by 100 pounds of sandbags strapped on his legs. While being shocked by Lin Tian's progress, there was also worry that came with it. After 1 year lived together, Garp understood that Lin Tian didn't have much strong sense as the ordinary marine soldier. Lin Tian had his own view of good and evil, and he had his own view of judging someone in Lin Tian's mind. Garp also clearly understood the marine's dark side. So Garp was afraid that Lin Tian would betray the marine one day if he were disappointed by the marine, and a genius, this powerful standing against the marine was a Ma.S.Civ threat to the marine. Forget it, and it's still early to worry about. It's useless to think so much. Garp shook his head, banishing those unnecessary thoughts from his mind. Garp looked at Lin Tian, who was rubbing his head and cursing quietly at the side. Garp had a sincere smile on his face. In this 1 year together, Garp had already treated Lin Tian like his own grandson. Stinky brat, your strength hasn't improved much in the past half a month or so, Garp commented on Lin Tian's strength as usual. Lin Tian eagerly asked, yes. Stinky old man, what's going on? Even the portion of my training hasn't decreased in the past half month, why isn't my strength improving? Lin Tian was also very anxious and worried about his strength not improving in the past half a month. Garp said with a serious face, you improved your strength too quickly some time ago. That caused your foundation is unstable, and you've encountered a bottleneck. After Garp reminded him, Lin Tian now recalled that this was indeed the case. The strength in front of himself was simply 1 day at a time, it was like riding a rocket, and it was normal for his foundation to become unstable. When Lin Tian realized the seriousness of the problem, his face was solemn, and he asked, then is there any good solution? There is. Right now, you are stuck in an unstable foundation, so the best thing to do is to stop this training and encounter the real life and death battles to integrate what you've learned. Only in real life and death battles can stimulate one's potential. Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully, the method that Garp said was indeed the most suitable and effective for the current self, but it was also the most dangerous. Garp looked that Lin Tian didn't answer for a long time, then he thought that Lin Tian was afraid and wanted to retreat from the danger. What, are you afraid? No, I was just thinking of what I should bring. Garp was shocked at first, followed by a loud laugh, ha ha ha, that was my stinky brat. That's it, brat. Come down to the dock yourself tomorrow morning and prepare your stuff, so you don't die easily then. By dragged his weary body, Lin Tian arrived at the room he was set to. It had been a year in the marine headquarters, and although Lin Tian's battle prowess was comparable to a captain, Lin Tian's rank was now only a captain because of his lack of battle achievements. Although there were many people of such rank in the marine headquarters, there were not many remote places with immense power. But a single room was still available. Creak. Lin Tian walked into the small room that belonged to him, not even bothering to switch on the lamp. Lin Tian directly laid down on the bed. Over the past year, he had slowly wanted himself into this world. In his previous life, he was just an orphan and didn't have any relatives. Therefore, Lin Tian had nostalgia for his previous life, and now Lin Tian was already in his heart and saw himself as a different person in this world. He had also stayed at the marine headquarters for a year and hoped to make his way to the Grand Line at first, but Garp wouldn't let him. Now was his time to leave. Lin Tian felt a bit reluctant. After lying down for a while, Lin Tian also started to pick up the goodies. After searching for half a day, he searched out a backpack and stuffed a few changes of clothes in it, and put a permanent magnetic needle. After placing these items, he looked at the backpack that looked empty. That time Lin Tian realized that he didn't have anything to put in it and laughed. He took down the sword that was hanging on the wall. This sword wasn't like the other sword in this world, the swords in this world were not suitable for Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't want to use a sword like that. There were not only elite marine soldiers gathered in the marine headquarters. There were also many an expert forging here. After all, with such a Ma.S.Civ army, there was no telling how many weapons they would have to use every day. So Lin Tian had found a famous forging master, who knew Garp. Lin Tian asked him to forge a special weapon, that was a sword from his previous life. As a result, that master, who had been saved by Garp back then, heard that it was the weapon Garp's apprentice wanted. He took out all of his family's heirlooms, and he spent more than a month forging an extremely sharp sword. But then, Garp figured out that he made the sword with too many efforts. In the end, he was beaten up by the angry Garp and had to lie in bed for a few days before he could get out of bed. The sword was over a meter long and 10 centimeters wide. The head of the sword was pointed, with a double-sided open blade that was so sharp that it could be said to cut iron like bamboo. With carried the sword behind his back and taking a last look at his room, Lin Tian gently closed the door and headed outside. Although the sky was still dimming now, some marine soldiers had already woken up and were exercising on their own in the marine headquarter yard. Lin Tian carried a backpack on his shoulder and slowly walked down the road. As the port wasn't far from where Lin Tian lived, Lin Tian didn't take much time to reach the port side. Garp had already waiting at the port, and the marine soldiers who were coming and going were continuously carrying essential supplies to the ship and a substantial amount of ammunition. This time Garp could be prepared to go out for quite some time. Of course, some things that were not easy to resupply had to be brought more. In the Grand Line, where the pirates were rampant, the marine also did not have many safe and reliable supply points. Hey! Stinky old man, are you deliberately trying to trap me at this rate of transportation? I'm afraid it will take until noon to finish the transportation. Lin Tian was very dissatisfied and said. Last night Garp let Lin Tian go back so late and then made him get up too early in the morning. Harmfully, he had only slept for 2 hours last night and still has no spirit. Garp smiled and said meaningfully, it's just so slow to move. That's why I want you to come this early. Lin Tian carried a large box in one hand and looked at Garp not far away with an angry face. Dang, this stinky old man told me to get up so early to be the porter. Chapter 9 set sail. After he saw nothing goods left on the dock, he wiped the sweat on his forehead. Lin Tian took a sigh of relief. Since early morning, Lin Tian moved the goods for 4 hours, and the sun was really high now. Shave Lin Tian moved by using several shaves in succession. He arrived next to Garp from the ship in no time. Lin Tian was the only person in the entire marine who thought of such a way to hurry up. At that moment, Garp was talking with a very tall vice admiral, and when he sensed Lin Tian's arrival, he introduced him to the vice admiral in front of him and said, Come, Quzhen, this is my new disciple this year, Lin Tian. Quzhen was very impressed. After hearing that the young man in front of him was actually Garp's disciple, Quzhen looked up to Lin Tian. Quzhen knows very well about Vice Admiral Garp's strength and position in the marine. Even though Garp was only a vice admiral, his strength was equivalent to that of a fleet admiral, and he was the only marine soldier who can match the fleet admiral. Besides, Garp was a marine hero, but his T.I.tle in the marine was only a vice admiral. A person like Garp, who was reluctant to do anything, has actually accepted a disciple, and from his tone, he willing to accept this child. I thought this child was not an ordinary child, and he must have an extremely high talent to be valued by Garp. From just now, when Lin Tian was so skilled in using shaving, Quzhen was interested in this kid. Now that he heard that Lin Tian was Garp's disciple, he was even more interested in Lin Tian. After introducing him to Quzhen, Garp also introduced him to Lin Tian. Stinky brat, set your breath and act as you're great every day. The one in front of you now is Vice Admiral Quzhen, who came back from outside this time and will probably be promoted to Admiral. Actually, without Garp's introduction, Lin Tian had already guessed that this was the future Marine Admiral, Quzhen. He was a tall man, nearly 3 meters tall. He wore a white suit and undershirt and a dark blue shirt. A green eye patch was placed on his forehead. He was one of the 3 future admirals, and Lin Tian liked Quzhen the most. He was the kindest and most reasonable of the 3 admirals, typically cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Lin Tian stretched out his hand and introduced himself, I'm Lin Tian, this old man's apprentice. Quzhen stretched out his hand to shake it, I'm Quzhen. Originally, as a marine captain, Lin Tian should have saluted when facing Quzhen in the middle. But Lin Tian had a good teacher and such a powerful background that even Quzhen couldn't underestimate him, which benefited from being a second-generation official. When the two met for the first time, they got along well. As for Lin Tian's attitude, Garp nodded his head secretly. Quzhen, who was about to be promoted to admiral, introduced himself without arrogance or impatience, and he did it so calmly. As if the thought of something, Garp asked, Are you going to see your teacher? Quzhen nodded to the matter of his own promotion to admiral. He still needed to talk to his teacher and ask his opinion. Then give my regards to your teacher and the fact that there are times when it is important to stay true to yourself, said Garp meaningfully. The first thing I noticed was that he is not a good teacher, but he is a great teacher. At this stage of the two, it was better not to point out some things. It only took a few keywords to understand each other's words. After Quzhen thanked him, he turned back to a little girl in the back, said a few words to her, and left with her. At this time, Lin Tian noticed that there was a blue-haired girl on the side. It was a pity that he didn't get an exact look at the face, and they left. Curiously, Lin Tian asked, Stinky old man, is Quzhen has a teacher? Nonsense, Quzhen would have grown up so fast without a teacher. His teacher is Admiral Zephyr. Garp said in a huff. Lin Tian thought back. I should have been in a previous life, but there were still many chapters that I hadn't read, and I missed them. So Kuzan has teachers. It seems that there are still some strong people inside this marine headquarters. Stinky brat, look, he is going to be an admiral now, and you are still a captain. Garp deliberately aggravated his tone to hit Lin Tian. Lin Tian deflated his mouth in disbelief and spat, old man, how long has he been in the marine and how long have I been in it? Is that comparable? Boom. Garp punched Lin Tian's head, what did I tell you earlier? What's right is right and what's wrong is right. Compared to the last year, Lin Tian was already used to Garp's abuse. He had already trained his head to be incredibly hard, and now when Garp punched him, there was no more lump. But Lin Tian still did not have the slightest resistance to Garp's abuse and could only mutter helplessly, this stinky old man will do it if he doesn't win. As he watched Garp walk towards the warship, Lin Tian muttered a few words and followed him. Lin Tian turned around and asked, hey, old man, are we going to the second half of the Great Voyage or the first half this time? I asked Garp yesterday, but Garp said he would have to wait until today to tell me the destination. At your current level, how come you still confident to go to the new world? Even if it's the first half of the Great Voyage, you may not even survive it. This time, we will go to the first half. First, it just so happens that this year a lot of powerful rookie pirates appeared, quite suitable for you. One of the Navy soldiers saluted, Vice Admiral Garp, everything is now ready and waiting for your orders. Let's go. Anchor up. Sail on. On the faint sea breeze, the warship slowly sailed towards the open seas. As Lin Tian stood in front, a refreshing sea breeze hit his face. He looked at the sea in the distance. He revealed a hint of antic.I.P.Asian. Since he was reborn into this world, he had been staying at the naval headquarters except for the sea on that pirate ship, and this was his first time going to sea. Even in his previous life, Lin Tian had never seen the open seas. Everyone has a different state of mind when facing the sea. Looking at the blue sea and the sky, Lin Tian had an urge to vent his inner emotions. Grand Line, I'm coming. After hearing Lin Tian's declaration, the marine soldiers smiled a little. Wasn't he in the same mood when he faced the sea? Looking at Lin Tian standing at the ship's bow, Garp was also full of expectations for Lin Tian's future. As Lin Tian's teacher, he had been his only student for so many years, and now that the student was about to the sea, Garp was also very concerned about his student's future. For the past year, Garp has kept Lin Tian in the marine headquarters, and now he has to be released. In the marine headquarters, Lin Tian was like a fish that has left the sea, and now after a year of preparation, the fish has finally returned to the sea. I want to know how far Lin Tian will go to this great pirate era. Chapter 10 The Grand Line. In his previous life, he had read in comics that the weather on the Grand Line was unpredictable, and this time Lin Tian finally experienced it. Not long after going out to sea, the sunny weather in front of them suddenly became dense with dark clouds, followed by a downpour. On the sea's surface, the strong winds raised tens of meters high waves. Lin Tian, who was standing at the ship's bow, was drenched on the spot when Lin Tian followed the many marine soldiers to put up the sails. As a result, the soldiers who put up the sails were exhausted. On his first day at sea, Lin Tian encountered a giant whirlpool, stormy winds, and waves. On his first day at sea, he worked like a horse. Lin Tian finally knew why the Grand Line was called the Pirate Graveyard. In this kind of weather, you really have to rely on luck to survive without a good navigator. The ship almost capsized a few times, and the marine soldier was almost scared to death. After many years of practicing with elite marine soldiers in the marine headquarters, they now encountered extreme weather. There was no change in expression at all. Under the navigator and helmsman's orders, the entire warship was like a vast machine, rotating quickly, nimbly avoiding crisis after crisis. Previously Lin Tian was worried about the wooden ship's stu.r.diness, but now Lin Tian found it was even more stu.r.dy than he had imagined. The industrial of this world had developed to its peak, and even it could sustain such strong winds and ma.s.sieve waves. It was not easy to find a sunny and windy day, so Lin Tian lay on the deck and took this time to rest. A marine captain who looked to be in his 30s came over and sat next to Lin Tian. This is your first time sailing, isn't it? Lin Tian nodded his head, puzzled. I see you guys are fine. Is this kind of weather common on the Grand Line? Lin Tian extended his hand and introduced himself. Oh, by the way, my name is Lin Tian. My name is Roberts, Bugga. I'm Roberts, Bugga Roberts. On this ship, Lin Tian didn't know anyone but Garp, and now it was hard to find someone to talk to. So he asked questions about the Grand Line. This marine captain was a talkative man and knew a lot about the world, could basically say a word or two to Lin Tian's questions. Through Roberts, Lin Tian had a general understanding of what was usually happen on the Grand Line. The weather on the Grand Line was unpredictable, but it was not always like today. Most of the time, the weather on the Grand Line was also quite stable, but the changes were relatively fast. Like today was rarely encountered only once. But for someone as young as you to become a captain in the marine is amazing. I've only met a person like you once so far, Roberts said in amazement. Lin Tian touched his head and accosted, ahaha, thank you. Did you eat a kind of devil fruit? Roberts was curious. Now Roberts intrigued by the fact that someone who ate the devil fruit at such a young age either had a background or was extremely lucky. Roberts was a gossiper. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so many things and rumors. So, what happens? Seeing that Roberts was so interested, Lin Tian didn't want to spoil it. At that moment, he told how he got the devil fruit experience, but of course some of the important things, or just a summary of it. Roberts exclaimed, I didn't expect your experience to be so torturous. Lin Tian leaned on the railing in boredom, watching the marine soldiers gathered in front of him, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze. After the previous interest had said, Lin Tian felt that sailing was actually a very dull thing, especially for Lin Tian. From Lin Tian's point of view, he could be considered as the second idler on the ship, the first idler being, of course, the old man Garp. Even Roberts, who was chatting happily with him, had something to do. Now alone and bored with the sea breeze, these marine soldiers were at least in their 20s. He was afraid that only Roberts, an easygoing guy, can talk to him. The most important thing that Lin Tian hoped to do was found the pirates so that he won't be so bored sitting here. But after just one day out, it's impossible to meet pirates so quickly. This was his first night without fighting with Garp, and Lin Tian could not sleep if he had to go to bed too early. Lin Tian was unlike Garp, who could fall asleep at any time and any place. Lin Tian shook his head speechlessly as he looked at Garp, lying asleep on the side. But sometimes, fate was a strange thing. Lin Tian just wanted some pirates to keep himself from being so bored, and some pirates actually came to his ship. A marine soldier ran out of the cabin with a transponder worm in his hand. He looked around and ran over to the location of the Garp's room. Urgently, he shouted, Vice Admiral Garp, we just get a distress message from the transponder worm. That marine soldier's voice was so loud that everyone on the ship heard the message, immediately stopped what they were doing, and waited for Vice Admiral Garp's order. The marine soldier saw that Garp was still asleep, also felt a hint of helplessness, and called out again, Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. Please wake up. Lin Tian laughed lightly at the marine soldier who kept calling out Vice Admiral Garp. Lin Tian, who was familiar with Garp, knew that he couldn't just wake Garp up like that. He had to do it violently. You can't do that. You have to use some special methods to wake him up, Lin Tian said with a small smile on the side. The marine soldier looked to the side and saw that Vice Admiral Garp's disciple talked, thinking that the disciple should know his teacher quite well. He took a few steps back and moved aside. Lin Tian stretched out his finger and gently clicked it towards Garp. A small black ball appeared next to Garp, which was Lin Tian's mainstay move, the death ball. This was Lin Tian's mainstay move, the death ball. He controlled the death ball floating in the air and slowly moved it to Garp's forehead. The marine soldier looked puzzled and saw that Lin Tian suddenly made a small black ball and slowly moved it to Garp's head. Although he felt very strange, he didn't say anything. From that marine soldier's point of view, as Garp's disciple, Lin Tian must have done this for a reason. Just as the death ball was about to reach Garp's forehead, Garp woke up at once and punched the death ball away, followed by a shave, which flashed in front of Lin Tian. Iron block Garp's speed was so fast that Lin Tian didn't have time to dodge before Garp hit him. He hit one side of the wall, and his whole head went straight through the wooden board, leaving only the lower half of his body outside. Are you trying to kill me, you stinky brat, cursed Garp. As Garp punched Lin Tian, the death ball flew away and exploded in the air. A cloud of fire flashed in the air, but there was no smoke or dust. The explosion created a powerful wave of air that acted on everyone present from top to bottom. Some of the marine soldiers were unprepared and shocked, but it was gone in the next instant. The marine soldier looked up numbly into the air and then looked at Lin Tian, who was stuck in the wooden board. How can this be a calling method to wake people? This is completely attempted murder. It seems that Vice Admiral Garp and his disciple are not ordinary people. At the same time, I feel sympathy for Lin Tian, such a small child, and was knocked by Vice Admiral Garp like this. Chapter 11 Distress Signal. Lin Tian crawled out from the wall with a broken neck. He twisted his sore neck and looked at the large hole in the wall. Old man, I just want to wake you up, but you did it too hard. Garp directly ignored Lin Tian and turned back to the stunned marine soldier. What's the matter? Oh. The marine soldier reacted at once, and he took the transponder worm and explained, just now, we received a distress signal from a merchant ship from the transponder worm. Play back the distress call, Garp instructed. After staying in this world for a year, Lin Tian also studied the transponder worm, but he didn't even get it first. In the end, Lin Tian understood, don't think about the principle of this world. This is something you can never figure out. This is a comic book world with little logic. The marine soldier immediately did as he was told and pressed the transponder worm's head. First, a raspy voice came out of the transponder worm. Help, come and help us. It's scary. We are going to die. After Garp listened to the distress call, the crowd sank into silence, waiting for Garp's order. But when they saw the eager look in their eyes, they knew that these were the marine's duty, but the marine soldier was still waiting for Garp's orders, and it all depended on Garp's opinion. Garp didn't say anything but looked at Lin Tian, obviously wanting to hear Lin Tian's opinion first and see what he had to say. Lin Tian didn't answer but asked the marine soldier to play it again. The marine soldier looked at Garp first, and after seeing Garp nod his head in agreement, that's when he held down the phone bug again and played that distress call. Help, come and help us. It's scary. We are going to die. After hearing this for the second time, Lin Tian had a smile on his lips and nodded to Garp. Since Lin Tian had agreed to go, Garp had no problem with it. Anyway, this trip was to find some pirates for Lin Tian to practice with. Now, get everyone up and head towards the signal at full speed. Woohoo, the battle alarm sounded over the warship. The entire ship was illuminated, and all the marine soldiers immediately ran to their workstations. Dozens of marine soldiers immediately pushed the huge winch, pulling several tons of iron anchors out of the sea. At the same time, the sails, which had already been put away, were also quickly hoisted. Under the blowing sea breeze, the sails immediately bulged. The warship began to accelerate slowly, riding the wind and breaking the waves, speeding toward the source of the signal. Garp came to Lin Tian's side and asked, "Stinky brat, did you find something strange?" "Yes," Lin Tian nodded his head and returned, "Yes, there is something wrong with this distress signal. It could be a bait that the pirates are deliberately luring people to take the bait." It was in the middle of the night. Even the pirates have long since gone to bed, who would come out in the middle of the night to see something? And that voice from the distress signal just now, on the surface, sounds full of fear, as if the sender had met something terrible. But if you listen carefully, you can find an obvious flaw. That is, when that person was talking, his breathing was very steady, with no sense of shortness of breath at all. Through these two suspicions, Lin Tian decided that the distress signal was probably fake. But he couldn't rule out the possibility that someone is playing a prank on us, but the probability of this happening is 0. After a day and night of sailing, Lin Tian and the others finally reached the signal's source on the second night. At Lin Tian's request, except for a few lights that really could not be extinguished, the entire ship's lights were all extinguished. Now, under cover of night, the ship could not be seen from a distance. The distress signal was sent from a small island not far away because it docked a little far from the island. The people on the ship could only see a black outline. From the little light on the island, it was certain that the island was not deserted and that people lived on it. One of the Commodore wondered, "Vice Admiral Garp, shouldn't we docked closer to the island now? Why did we put out all the lights and stop so far away from the island?" Before Garp could speak, Lin Tian explained, "This is my opinion. I suspect that the distress signal was a fake and a decoy from the pirates." The Commodore bowed his head and contemplated in a deep voice, "Is there any reason for that? You know that if it were true, if we were a little late, a few lives would be lost in the world." Lin Tian told his reasoning in detail. The Commodore again raised his concern, "But it's not good for us to stay here like this. So I'm going to check out the situation by myself first." Lin Tian spoke out his plan. The Commodore didn't know Lin Tian's strength, so he disagreed with Lin Tian's plan. Garp clapped his hands and said, "Let's do what Lin Tian says and prepare a small boat for him." But, the Commodore still disagreed with the plan because it was too risky, and it wasn't appropriate for such a youth to do such a mission. "Execute the order." "Yes." The Commodore led the order to leave, to prepare the boat for Lin Tian. Although reluctant, as a marine soldier, obeying orders from their commander was the first principle. Lin Tian sat on the dinghy and was slowly put on the small buoy by the marine soldiers. He put the flare gun that the captain gave to him on his waist. Lin Tian picked up the oars and rowed towards the island. Floating in the silent sea, Lin Tian controlled the boat's direction, oar by oar towards the island. The first thing you need to do is take a look at the newest addition to the list. The first time when he stepped on land, Lin Tian found a familiar feeling. He stayed on the swaying ship for the past 2 days, and now Lin Tian felt his feet walking lightly. After dragging the boat to the sho.r.e and hid it in the bushes, he cleaned up the beach drag marks. And he marked his trace. Lin Tian quickly strode through the forest with the help of the bright white moonlight. When he entered the forest for a while, to prevent the wrong direction, Lin Tian stopped. After marked his direction, he continued to walk. Suddenly the bushes on the right trembled violently, and a 10-meter-long, half-meter-thick serpent swooped out of the bushes. It opened its mouth to bite Lin Tian, and the fishy smell emitted from the snake's mouth could be smelled before its mouth reached Lin Tian. Aware of the snake's attack, Lin Tian did not panic, raised his right hand, and gripped it gently against the snake. He waved his right hand toward the snake and locked it in midair, unable to move. As Lin Tian's fist became tighter and tighter, the S.P.A.ce around the snake became tighter and tighter. Under the intense pressure of S.P.A.ce, the giant snake was pressed to become a Ma.S.S of flesh and hung in midair. After he killed the snake, Lin Tian streaked toward the bright light, killing a few behemoths along the way. Soon, Lin Tian passed through the forest and could already see a small town not far away from the sea. Now that he was at the edge of the town, Lin Tian planned not to go as fast as he had done in the forest. He was afraid that he would be discovered at the speed he was going before entering the town. In order not to be discovered, Lin Tian had to sneak towards the small town carefully. Chapter 12 Strange Small Town. Initially, Lin Tian thought that there were still people passing by in the town, but he didn't expect to see even a single figure on the streets. At that moment, Lin Tian was observing in the thick Gra.S, but then he planned to climb a small double-story building placed 10 paces from him, so he put his sword in the bush, hid it, and sneaked towards the building. After he was sure that no one around, Lin Tian nimbly climbed up to the building's roof and headed towards the town center. The most prosperous place in a small town was the town center. Lin Tian observed from the outside. He found that the town did not look like it was under attack at all. It was utterly peaceful and calm. But Lin Tian just felt that something was wrong. As he walked along, Lin Tian walked on top of the houses. Due to his height, Lin Tian's vision was much wider, and at a glance, Lin Tian could clearly see the several streets. Lin Tian found no problem at all in this town. It was very peaceful and calm. Every home's light was lit up. Lin Tian even snuck into a few homes just in case, and there were people in them. Since the town was so peaceful, there was no attack at all. Then why did that distress signal come from here? Is it really a prank? Lin Tian thought. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Tian set up this possibility. In the sea, the consequences of sent a distress signal were very serious. As long as the sender's head's contents were normal, he would not do such a thing. If the navy found out, the sender would afford the consequences. If Lin Tian hadn't wanted to get more information, he wouldn't go to the town center. Instead of a town center, it was more like a square. Most of the town centers in this world would build a square of some size to hold some events. When Lin Tian arrived at the square, there wasn't a single person there. Only countless street lights were still on. Lin Tian didn't see a single person outside, the entire town was staying in their homes. And the stores in this town were all closed. Even though it was night, most people would stay at home and eat. But it was too strange, not every person in the town wouldn't go out, and even all the stores were closed. Many stores were supposed to be open at night. And most people would come out to take a walk and do some shopping after having dinner. But now there wasn't even a shadow of a dog, moreover a person. The word curfew popped up in Lin Tian's mind, and the current scene was very similar to the curfew. As if threatened by something, these residents couldn't go out at night and had to stay in their homes. Just as Lin Tian was about to go down and find a local people to ask what was going on, a sudden sound of panicked footsteps came from behind, and Lin Tian hastily moved his body back to the unseen side. When Lin Tian looked in the footsteps direction, he saw a little girl running out of the street corner. The little girl was wearing a dress, looked panicked, and her little head kept looking behind her. It seemed that there was something horrible behind her, hunting her. Seeing that it was a little girl, Lin Tian did not go out immediately. Because the footsteps Lin Tian heard could not be made by just a little girl, and there were people behind her, Lin Tian was ready to hide and see what happened. It didn't take long, just as Lin Tian predicted. The two figures ran out from the corner with knives in their hands and chased after the little girl. When Lin Tian saw their appearance, he instantly recognized them as pirates. Seeing this was the pirates' routine, Lin Tian knew that his deduction was correct and that the distress signal was indeed a decoy sent by the pirates. This town, which looked so peaceful on the surface, was secretly controlled by the pirates. The behavior of the entire town's inhabitants was under the pirates' control, and they were forced to accept the pirates' oppression. But Lin Tian found that he still didn't understand many things, like the pirates dominated the town, but nothing was damaged, and after searching for half a day, he only found these two pirates, and the rest of the pirates' crew can't be found. However, he found a way to solve the problem for himself. Just ask the little girl down there, and you'll know everything. The little girl, spotting the pirate right behind her, ran forward as fast as she could. But after all, it was only a child. How could she escape from two ferocious pirates? Just as the little girl ran downstairs to where Lin Tian was hiding, the two pirates behind her were already only a step away from her. Little kitty, stop right there. By chasing you is wasting my time. Kid, you will never escape from us. The little girl felt their voice getting closer, and she became more panicked, not seeing the road under her feet. She tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. As soon as the little girl fell, she was immediately caught up by the pirates behind her. The little girl looked at the pirates who were walking step by step towards her, and she tried to get up, but her feet were already strained, and she couldn't stand up at all. Little kitty, how dare you to run out alone? We don't want to kill you this time, but we can't help it. The orders from that guy are to kill you and show those residents what happens when they disobey us. The other pirate said impatiently, hurry up, kill her and go back to drink. Why are you talking so much to this kid? If we fail, Lord Bert will not forgive us. When one of them reminded him about that, another pirate's whole body trembled as he thought of Lord Bert's terror. If Lord Bert were angry, he would be dead. He raised the knife in his hand and slashed at the little girl on the ground with a fierce face. As she looked at the knife, the little girl held her head in her hands and trembled with fear. The little girl held her head in her hands and thought she would die, but after waiting for a long time, she was still all right. The little girl slowly raised her head to look and saw a child no higher than herself, is looking at her scared face with a smile. The pirates who had been chasing her were standing still for some reason, and one of them was still in the position of slashing down with his knife. Their face looked shocked, if not to see the two pirates' eyes are still moving. The little girl thought that the two pirates are dead. When he saw that the little girl would die under the pirate's knife, Lin Tian immediately made his move and imprisoned the two pirates in place. When she saw that the two pirates were not moving, the little girl was relieved and asked curiously, Big brother, did you subdue these two pirates? Lin Tian nodded his head and helped the little girl up. Little girl, can you tell me what happened? The little girl saw that Lin Tian had trounced the two pirates. Then she wept and said, Big brother, can you save my father? The pirates captured him. Seeing such a cute little girl begging to him, Lin Tian immediately nodded his head and agreed. He wiped the little girl's tears and whispered, let's find a safe place first, then you can talk to me slowly. While he calmed the little girl, Lin Tian gently grasped his right hand, and the two pirates were already dead with a trace of blood coming out of the corner of their mouths. The two pirates didn't understand until the day they died that they were only chasing a tiny little girl to carry out such a simple task, but they would actually bring danger to their own lives and die at the hands of such a little kid. In the last moment of the pirate's death, it was as if they saw the rest of the pirate's fate. Chapter 13. After hiding the pirates' corpses, Lin Tian carried the little girl on his back and went to rescue the little girl's father. The place where he was hiding was no longer safe. The rest of the pirates in the town would feel suspicious when the two pirates didn't return for a long time. They would definitely send their men to look for them. In the meantime, some of the residents might get hurt by the angry pirates, which is not what Lin Tian would like to see. I came here to rescue these people, not to bring havoc to them, so I don't have much time left, and I must inform the marine on the ship as soon as possible. Fortunately, I met this little girl so that I can understand this town's main problem, and I can figure out the best way according to the situation. When he arrived at a remote rooftop, Lin Tian put down the little girl he was carrying. As soon as the little girl got off of Lin Tian's back, she impatiently pleaded, "Big brother, can you go and save my father?" Lin Tian said softly, "Of course I can. I'm a marine soldier." "Really?" After hearing that Lin Tian was from the marine, the little girl asked happily. In the little girl's point of view, the marine soldier was very powerful, and as long as the marine came, her father would definitely be able to be saved. Lin Tian nodded his head in the affirmative, "That's right, but you have to tell me about the main problem in this town first so that I can inform my comrades." The little girl wiped away her tears and explained to Lin Tian what had happened. It turned out that the pirates had come from half a year ago, and they hadn't done anything cruel since then. They just destroyed all the communication tools with the outside world in the town and searched for something in the forest's back. A few days later, the pirates came out of the forest and took away all the men in the town who were over 10 years old. After leaving a small group of men in the town to prevent all the residents from communicating with the outside world, the rest of the pirates ran back into the forest. No pirates had come out in the past 6 months, except for scavenging for food in the town. And today, the little girl wanted to run to the pirates' place to find her father. But before she left the town, she was discovered by the pirates, and that's how he met the little girl. After hearing the little girl's story, Lin Tian held his chin in contemplation. In Lin Tian's opinion, what the little girl said was only an outside problem, and there were many things that the little girl didn't say clearly at all. The pirates arrived in the town for half a year, and the whole town could not find a way to go to sea or communicating with the marine for rescue. It was just one pirate group. How could it be possible to observe everyone in the town? And this pirate group came to this town half a year ago, how could they not be found by the marine? Even the naval headquarters was not far from that town, and the marine appeared so frequently in this place, the marine was so bad at. The most important thing was the pirates' distress signal, which always puzzled Lin Tian. These pirates deliberately hid here. Why would they send out this distress signal? Isn't this would expose them? But Lin Tian has come to think of it, this is just a 6 or 7-year-old girl. It's already good enough to know these things. There should be something hidden in the middle, but the girl was still too young and didn't know many things. Oh, right, one more thing, the little girl recalled, a naval ship came in the past 6 months but left behind for some reason. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and his face showed a hint of shock. If what the little girl said was right, that a naval ship had come, but in the end did nothing and just left. And the pirates actually stayed here for half a year without doing anything. This only shows one problem, the situation of these pirates here was hidden by the marine that came in front of them. And this marine even colluded with this pirates group, and if a marine said by here, it would notify these pirates. Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. The information was still too little, a lot of things didn't make sense. It would be good if there were more information. Lin Tian's face changed. He hugged the little girl and hid, whispering, "Someone is coming." As soon as the little girl heard someone coming, she covered her mouth and slowly subdued her head to look downstairs. The little girl took a strange look at Lin Tian, and he figured it out. When he saw the little girl looking at him strangely, Lin Tian did not reply. Although he hadn't awakened the observation haki, Lin Tian's feeling was much stronger than ordinary people after a year of training. Tap 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 tap, a step came from the darkness, hiding his body behind the pillars on both sides of the street as if he was looking for something. When he saw the shadow, Lin Tian smiled dumbly, the shadow was a girl again, but her appearance should be similar to his age. The first and second people Lin Tian met were both girls, which made him think narcissistically, is it possible that since I've been reborn, I've been fated to have a harem? At his hand, the little girl shouted. After seeing the shadow's face, she got up and shouted, "Sister, I'm here." The little girl downstairs, seeing that her sister was fine, sighed relief. But when she saw Lin Tian beside her sister, she immediately became wary. Lin Tian sat on a chair and surveyed the two girls' house. From the moment he entered the house, Lin Tian realized that the two girls lived alone. Although they were just two little girls, the house was neatly furnished and very clean. Before Lin Tian could sit for long, the little girl's sister came out of the room, smiling slightly and saying, "I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet." Carly crossed her legs, sat down, stretched out her hand, and put on a slightly stiff smile at Lin Tian. "Stay calm, Lin Tian. The first thing you need to do is to take a look at Carly's face." Carly had to hide her true feeling for the sake of her sister and her family. Carly had to try to pretend to be an adult in front of others, thinking about things she shouldn't be thinking about at this age. Lin Tian shook Carly's hand, and he opened his mouth and introduced himself, Lin Tian. When Lin Tian lifted his mask, Carly could not pretend any longer. But for Lin Tian's behavior, Carly, as a girl, was still a little bit shocked. She said, "You're not much older than me." Seeing Carly losing her temper, Lin Tian smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. But when you think about it, you're really just a girl now, but you've been thinking like an adult, and you don't even realize that you're still a girl. Right, who are you, and how did you get here? Carly was very curious about Lin Tian coming to the island by himself. Lin Tian returned, captain of the marine, as a marine soldier, of course, I came here on a warship. In Lin Tian's opinion, if he exposed his identity as a marine captain, it would be much easier to ask Carly about some things later on. It would also reduce Carly's vigilance towards him. But unexpectedly, after hearing that she was the marine soldier, Carly hammered her hands on the table, pointed at the door, and barked, "You get out of here. The marine is not welcome in our house." Lin Tian was confused by Carly's reaction and how it didn't go according to his calculation. The pirates had captured Carly's father for so long, and after hearing that he was in the navy, shouldn't she be very excited? Chapter 14 What are you doing here? Get out, repeated Carly, pointing angrily at the door. Lin Tian, who was shocked by Carly's anger, raised his hand and asked calmly, "Can I justify myself first, and then you can say whether I should leave or not?" Lin Tian acted as if he was a rational-minded gentleman, and Carly couldn't help but laugh. It was only then that she realized that she had lost her temper too much just now. It's not a good idea to lose your temper with him. This smile of Carly's was so charming that it shocked Lin Tian. The young Carly was very beautiful. Her smile could make people bright, and she would be a beautiful woman when she grows up. When she saw Lin Tian charmed at her, she blushed and said, "What are you looking at?" When Carly was intimidating, Lin Tian didn't listen to her, instead of asked with a righteous face. "Carly, why did you have such a bad reaction when you heard that I'm the marine soldier? Did something bad happens between you and the marine?" Under Lin Tian's questioning, Carly told Lin Tian the origin of the story. Since half a year ago, pirates came to this island. They took away all the men over 10 years old, leaving only some pirates' crew to stay in the town. The old and weak women and children in the town thought of a way to contact the marine. In the morning, 3 days later, a marine ship arrived on the island. The residents saw the marine ship coming and were extremely excited, thinking that the marine soldiers would capture the pirate group, and their loved ones would be saved. But the pirates agreed with the arrival of the marine soldiers, and in the end, the marine soldiers helped the pirates hide the island and killed some of the people who had sent the distress signal. At this point, Carly looked at Lin Tian and laughed scornfully. The first thing that he did was to say that he had no reason to say anything. In the end, the commodore of the pirate ship, Fandi, stood up and killed the husband and children of these families on the spot. He also threatened the islanders. "If the marine soldiers find out the secrets of this place, I will kill all your relatives, and if you don't want your relatives to die, you can hide our existence," they said. With the marine soldiers' help and the residents being afraid that their loved ones would be killed, they had to help the pirates hide their tracks. So in the past 6 months, many marine and merchant ships sailed through the area, but none of them found the place. After Carly explained everything thoroughly, Lin Tian finally connected all the events. No wonder the pirates were so relieved to send a few people to guard the town. It turned out that the entire town, everyone's lifeblood was in the hands of these pirates. Even if the marine found something unusual here and sent someone to investigate, the first people who came out to cover their tracks were the residents. At the same time, Lin Tian also felt shame for having such SCU.M in the marine. If it weren't for the marine SCU.M, the pirates would have been captured, and the island's residents would have been rescued. Lin Tian was puzzled and asked, "But that should not make you hate all the marine. My sick mother might be saved if these pirates did not blockade the island. They wouldn't let her go to a better place for treatment, and she ended up getting sick and died," said Carly sadly. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring this up," Lin Tian said apologetically. At that moment, Lin Tian suddenly understood why the two were living alone in such a big house and why her mother was dead. Lin Tian had long known that there was some SCU.M in the marine but didn't expect it to be so serious. It was only uncivilized marine soldier who dared to deceive and do such a fierce thing. Lin Tian consoled, "It's okay, Carly. We're not the same as those marine SCU.M. Carly looked up and down at Lin Tian and said with a look of disbelief, "Are you the only one? Even though you're a captain in the marine, can you handle that pirate group?" Lin Tian was not happy when he heard that Carly doubted that he could not do it. How can a man say no? Don't look down on people, although I'm not an adult, I have a devil fruit ability, and my strength is very powerful. Ah, is that so? Carly still didn't believe it. Lin Tian looked too young, but he was actually 11 years old. In other people's eyes, Lin Tian was still quite young. If you say that Lin Tian could defeat a pirate captain, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Seeing that Carly still didn't believe him, Lin Tian knew it was time to use the last big move, and that was the reputation of that old man Garp. The marine soldiers that came this time are under the marine hero Garp's command. I'm sure with him here, you will believe that we can capture all the pirates' crew. Carly covered her mouth and shouted, "You mean, there is a vice admiral among your group this time? Seeing Carly's shocked expression, Lin Tian nodded his head in satisfaction, secretly saying, "It seems that stinky old man's reputation is quite useful. I should also make some positive reputation so that people will believe what I say." But Carly seemed to think of some concern, the excitement that had just appeared on her face disappeared, and she bit her lip with resignation. "The pirates will kill our relatives in the forest as soon as they find out, and then what's the use of your marine soldiers killing all the pirates?" This. Lin Tian was silent because Lin Tian didn't know what to say or how to say it. Even though the marine soldiers were attacking fast, those pirates still had enough time to kill everyone. It was a dead end, and everything was rooted in the fact that the pirates had taken so many hostages. Now Lin Tian suddenly understood a little bit why terrorists were so scary in his previous life. Just like now, these pirates, in the eyes of Carly and other residents, the pirates could be eradicated with a flip of the hand by the marine. But the pirates were holding on to the residents' lifeblood so that all your effort were useless. Lin Tian reminded, "Carly, are you guys always like this? You know those pirates can't be trusted. They are looking for something now, that's why they are keeping you. If you wait until they find something they want, I'm afraid they will reveal their real figure. But then, even those of you who are still in the town will be in danger." "Oh," Carly clasped her hands and cried helplessly, "I don't know, but what can I do about it?" Looking at the anxious Carly, Lin Tian suddenly thought of himself as a young child. When Lin Tian was bullied and encountered difficulties as an orphan, he was also like Carly, who cried in a corner alone. "Carly, just leave this matter to me. I'll bring your father and everyone back." I don't know if he was moved by Carly's emotions or thinking of himself back then. Lin Tian decided to help this helpless girl and tried his best. But, before Carly could finish her sentence, Lin Tian waved his hand and interrupted, "This is my promise, I will try my hardest to fulfill it, and I also have a good idea in my head." Seeing that Carly still looked worried, Lin Tian paused and said in a deep voice, "And besides that, do you have any other choice?" Carly's whole body was shaken, and now she had no choice but to do so unless she planned to live like this and then wait for the pirates to kill everyone after achieving their goal. If you wanted to save your loved ones, you had to take this chance. Chapter 15 Lin Tian was relieved to see Carly's agreement. Because there was one more thing that Lin Tian hadn't made clear to Carly, and he didn't know that she would agree or not, the marine would still send troops to the island to eradicate the pirates. Since the warship came to the island, it meant that the island's secret was already known. The person who discovered the problem with the island was Vice Admiral Garp, and even that marine captain could not conceal the matter. If the marine headquarters knew that the pirates dominated on that island for half a year, they would definitely send the marine soldiers to the island. After all, if the collusion between the marine SCU.M captain and the pirates were revealed, it would be a huge blow to the marine's face. The marine headquarters would not let this happen, so from today, these pirates have been dead. If the marine headquarters sent the marine soldiers, that was not easy to collaborate with but only worked for justice, and they would only prioritize killing the pirates. At that time, the marine could put the destruction of the pirates in their hideout in order to destroy these pirates. The marine headquarters would not care about the residents in pirates' hands, the marine headquarters would completely abandon those residents. Now that Carly agreed, it was the best thing that could have happened in Lin Tian's opinion. Although he couldn't guarantee that everyone would save, Lin Tian was still quite confident that most of them would. "Do you need me to do anything?" Carly asked. After deciding to rescue everyone, Carly wanted to do her part. Carly couldn't sit here by herself. Lin Tian shook his head, "What's coming next is all related to the battle. You can't help much. When the time comes, it will drag me to the riot, so just stay in your house." Seeing Lin Tian risked himself, Carly felt annoyed. "You Lin Tian is not necessarily as old as me, how come you can go to fight, while I was just sitting safely in my house?" In some ways, Carly has the potential to be a strong woman. In the beginning, how would she pretend to be an adult to face Lin Tian? And Carly also has been alone to take care of his sister. She was too young to support a family. "Without me, you will not know where the pirates are hiding, and you will not know how to find the rest of the pirates' hideouts." Carly laughed lightly. When Lin Tian heard Carly say that, he came to his senses. If he didn't have Carly to show him the way, he wouldn't be able to find it until tomorrow by himself. "Sorry, Carly, I didn't mean to belittle you, but you're not a combatant. And you have something more important for you to do in the future, that's why I won't let you come with me." At first, Lin Tian really didn't hope for Carly to do anything, but she did have something important to do when she thought about it. But if she came with Lin Tian, she wouldn't be able to make it in time to hide. Carly should always stay with her sister so that the two siblings won't be in danger and things will be done. Hearing Lin Tian's apology, Carly's mood improved a lot, and her small mouth mouthed, "That's more like it." Lin Tian smiled bitterly, took out the flare gun he was carrying, and put it on the table. "This is a flare gun. This was supposed to be used by me to inform the marine soldiers on near here. But now, if I launch this flare gun, not only the marine soldiers will find it, but the pirates will find it as well. And then the pirates will be ready, and your father and the others will be in danger. So the thing you can do for me is, I'll write a letter, and you will take this letter, use my small boat, find a marine ship, and deliver it to Vice Admiral Garp. The marine soldier up there will know what to do then." Carly took the flare gun and took a look at it carefully. Although Carly was not very old, she was actually brilliant. Carly understood Lin Tian's thoughts immediately, although a little reluctantly. Carly also knew that this matter was crucial. If Lin Tian didn't send a message to the marine soldier, they would think something had happened to Lin Tian. There would be follow-up troops on the island, and then things will be complicated. Lin Tian wrote down what had happened on it, wrote his plan on it, and how the marine soldiers should cooperate. After putting the envelope in place, Lin Tian handed it over to Carly. After telling Carly the marine ship's location and some things to pay attention to, Lin Tian asked Carly to wake up his sister and prepare to dispatch this letter to the marine ship. Carly knew that the pirates would send people to patrol the streets from time to time, so Lin Tian decided to escort them out just in case. He also needed to take the sword he had hidden in the bush anyway and was afraid that carrying a sword on his back would attract too much attention. Since the next step was to fight, so the sword should be taken as well. On the empty street, with only 2 or 3 street lamps still on, the 3 of them headed to the coast. The little girl took Lin Tian's hand and asked curiously, "Big brother, where are we going?" Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little girl's hair. "Now, you and your sister have to go to the marine ship to tell them to rescue your father." The little girl moved away from Lin Tian's hand and muttered, "Don't touch my head, or I won't grow taller." Lin Tian laughed happily and asked Carly, "Carly, did you know that these pirates send out false distress signals to lure incoming ships?" "No. These pirates would love to come here without a ship, so why would they deliberately lure these other ships?" When he heard Carly's words, Lin Tian's thought tightened. The people on their own came here because of that distress signal, and since pirates didn't make that signal, then who did it? Then who did it, and why did this person do it? If neither the pirates nor the town's inhabitants had sent the distress signal, then a third party was on the island. And this third party has been behind the scenes. It seems that this island has some big secrets that N.O. knows. "I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to do anything about it," he said. "I'm not sure who the third party is, but I'm sure it's behind the pirates and the marine soldier. I would like to have a mantis to catch the cicada and a yellow sparrow in the back. But sometimes, the roles of hunter and prey can be switched at any time. Who is the hunter and who is the prey is still not certain." Lin Tian and the others were lucky and didn't meet a single pirate. Although Lin Tian didn't think that the pirates in the town could stop him, it was sometimes good to avoid unnecessary trouble. When he arrived at the first place where he had landed, Lin Tian handed the letter to Carly and whispered a few words in Carly's ear. I saw Carly's face change dramatically and put the letter away carefully. "Don't worry, I'll bring the letter and the words." Looking at Lin Tian, Carly bit her lip and said with concern, "But, you should also be careful, if what you say is true, save yourself first." Lin Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm powerful. Even if I can't win, I can still run away." Seeing the 2 figures of Carly and her sister disappeared from his eyes, Lin Tian went to the bush and took out his sword. The next step was to face the pirates and the third party hiding behind the curtain. Having this sword would increase Lin Tian's battle power, and he would felt more confident. Lin Tian stood on a tall building. He looked down on the whole town and muttered, "Okay, let's find out how many crocodiles in this calm waters." Chapter 16 According to Carly's location, Lin Tian carried his claymore on his back and ran toward the pirates' hideout. In Carly's information, the pirates held everyone's lifeblood on the island, and there were 20 pirates in town. But the person who commanded the pirates in the town was a very powerful swordsman. As far as Carly knew, the swordsman was a swordsman who used a dual blade flow. He was very cruel, and he would cut his men in half if they didn't do a good job, so not much pirate crew wanted to work under his command. However, this swordsman's strength was so strong that no one was his opponent in the whole pirate group except for the captain. That's why the captain has stationed him in the town due to the entire pirate crew's safety in his hands. From this, everyone could see how powerful this swordsman was. But the stronger the enemy was, the more excited Lin Tian became. He joined this voyage to improve his strength, but Lin Tian was only looking to the powerful swordsman, so he quickly enhanced his power. "This swordsman, I hope he's really that strong, don't let me beat you easily." After knowing that the pirates usually patrol didn't come out at night, Lin Tian didn't have so many worries. He quickly leaped on the roof of the building. He was more agile than a wildcat. Lin Tian came to the town center again, but this time, he took less time than before. The last time he came to the town center, Lin Tian did not observe it carefully, so he missed some things. In fact, the pirates' hideout had been right near to him all along, but Lin Tian was too focused on the distress signal, and he met the little girl, so he didn't suspect it. According to Carly's location, Lin Tian found the pirates' hideout right away, in a building directly opposite the square. This building used to be the official center of the entire island. But since the pirates came, the building has been occupied by the pirates. In fact, without Carly's guidance, Lin Tian could also find this building. Because most of the people in the whole town had turned off their lights and gone to sleep, only this building was still brightly lit. If Lin Tian were more carefully, he would have discovered the building's true colors. After making sure he was in the right place, Lin Tian leaped down and walked straight to the building. Lin Tian didn't sneaking in first to find out what was going on, but he even was walking openly to the building. In Lin Tian's opinion, only the weak would use such a method. No matter how good you are at scheming, it's useless in front of the powerful enemy. Someone else can kill you with just one punch. Lin Tian walked towards the building step by step, but he suddenly squatted down when he was 10 meters away from the building. With one hand on the ground, he secretly shouted in his heart, "Spatial isolation!" As soon as Lin Tian said this, he saw that the entire S.P.A.ce centered around the building was like flowing water, creating layers of waves. After the waves disappeared, the whole building disappeared from the outside world, leaving only a grey foundation where the building was located. This was Lin Tian's spatial isolation. Lin Tian used his devil fruit ability to surround the building with a layer of spatial force invisible to the naked eye. The biggest effect of this layer of spatial isolation was that it could isolate everything. After being wrapped by Lin Tian's spatial force, the building inside was actually in another S.P.A.ce. Therefore, the whole building seemed to have suddenly been unseen from the outside, but they could not see or hear anything inside. To put it simply, under Lin Tian's spatial isolation, no matter what was happening in the building, no one would know about it. But those who were inside Lin Tian's spatial isolation can see clearly what is happening outside. Lin Tian's spatial isolation couldn't actually outwit anyone, and it couldn't prevent people from outside from coming in either. But in front of the people who have the observation haki, it was useless because they could sense the existence of this spatial isolation. Lin Tian's spatial isolation was actually very easy to detect. But if Lin Tian's ability improved, people who were still superficial in their use of the observation haki will not be able to see it. Lin Tian discovered in this year's battle with Garp that in this world, no matter how strong the devil fruit ability was, it would definitely be restrained by the mastered haki user, and that was the rule of this world. No matter how powerful your abilities were, they would be within this limit. Just like Lin Tian's spatial isolation that could be seen with observation haki, and the spatial blade that can cut through S.P.A.ce, it can be blocked by Garp with armament haki. When Lin Tian first used the spatial blade, he thought he would accidentally kill Garp, but Garp's final result almost punched Lin Tian to death. However, this technique was useful for keeping secrets, like today, with this spatial isolation layer. As long as the people inside were not allowed to escape from this range, they would not warn the pirates in the forest no matter what they did. This was also the key to why Lin Tian promised Carly that Lin Tian would not dare to take on this risky work without his devil fruit ability. Because of this spatial isolation, Lin Tian is not afraid to encounter the pirates in the town because they couldn't communicate with the pirates in the forest to kill the residents there. As long as you have great strength, you don't have to worry about anything, and in front of absolute power, everything is just dust. After the spatial isolation was set up, Lin Tian finally dared to let go of his hand and started his next plan. A marble-sized death ball instantly formed with one palm, and Lin Tian gently flicked it through the window. There were more than 5 tables filled with wine and food in the hall on the second floor of the building. About 20 pirates were sitting together in groups, bragging, drinking, and eating meat. In the hall, a man with a turban and 2 swords hanging from his waist was on a high seat. He was just quietly looking down at his men, constantly drinking wine, not knowing what he was thinking about. "Why aren't those 2 losers back yet?" the man asked with an unhappy look on his face. At the man's question, the pirates in the hall instantly quieted down. Everyone knows that this ferocious lord is bad-tempered. If they were in bad luck, they would be split in half. This was the best move to send people to die. When the rest of the pirates didn't reply, a pirate of high status stood up and said, "Lord Bert, I think those 2 B.A.S.T.A.R.ds may have run into some trouble." Bert's eyes stared at the pirates, making the pirates below feel shocked. "Trouble? Now that the whole island is under our control, where is the trouble?" "I don't know about that, but I'll send someone to bring them back." Bert waved his hand and interrupted him, saying unconcernedly, "Don't look for them, just kill them both when they come back." This sentence made the rest of the pirates involuntarily suck in cold air, although these pirates were very sympathetic to these 2 guys. But none of them dared to plead for mercy because there are many examples of people who have pleaded for others' mercy and were killed by Bert. So when they faced this kind of thing, they could only mentally sigh for others' bad luck, as for the plea, but no one dares to do, even if the front was his own friend. At that moment, a death ball flew out from outside and landed on the table in front of Bert. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted by the death ball, just as the pirates wondered what it was. Bert saw the death ball emitting a violent light, followed by a loud bang. Boom! Chapter 17. A blinding fire rushed out of the window, illuminating the forest below in red light. Numerous GLA.S and wall decorations were broken. This rubble could easily kill ordinary people. Before they got close to Lin Tian's spatial barrier was blocked, which wraps him. Seeing the ruined building, Lin Tian said to himself, after this explosion, the pirates inside should be almost dead. Lin Tian was very confident about the power of the death ball. The death ball was prepared over a while, and its power was as terrifying as several cannon.A.L.L.S exploding together. This kind of power was enough to kill most pirates. The first time Lin Tian created this technique, he thought it would be good to use it as an initial attack. That powerful explosion caused more than 20 pirates have died, and the remaining pirates were running out from the building. Bert was the most powerful, and he was the first one to rush out. Although Bert was closest to the ball of death, Bert's reaction was quick enough, and he dodged in time, so the injuries were not fatal. But many of Bert's men were not so lucky. When the black ball exploded, most of them focused on the ball that most of them couldn't dodge the explosion and were killed or injured. But after discovering that there were less than 10 of his remaining men left, Bert's heart was covered with blood. This group of more than 30 men could easily take down the town, so this pirates group could be considered a great group. But now, almost all of them died, the rest people who have survived also get seriously wounded, and all of this caused by a kid in front of him. The first time Lin Tian saw it, he was surprised to see that the death ball had caused so much damage. It was beyond his expectation. But Lin Tian didn't know what was going on inside. He was very surprised to see that his death ball had caused such a large amount of damage. Could this group of pirates be too weak? Kid, did you do this? Bert asked angrily. Although Bert was extremely cruel, it didn't mean that he is stupid. He could survive on the sea. It was proof that he was not just an ordinary person. There were many strong people on the sea, and some of them have weird tempers. Sometimes if someone accidentally disturbed their sleep, they will be chased to death. Seeing that Bert was so quiet, Lin Tian couldn't help wondering if Bert's swordsman was that powerful. Lin Tian looked around, and he waved his hands and said, "Are there anyone besides me here?" Seeing what Lin Tian did just now, some of the pirates couldn't help it at first, and stood up and shouted, "This little brat, dare to make a mess with us." Seeing one of his men got provoked by a kid, Bert didn't stop him either. He wanted to see what Lin Tian would do. If Lin Tian were only threatening, Bert would let him survive. If Lin Tian were powerful, he would hold him steady first, and then he would find a chance to kill him. Bert never thought of letting Lin Tian go because he was sure that Lin Tian the one who killed so many of his subordinates and humiliated him. That's so irritating. A fussy subordinate yelled out before the boss spoke, Lin Tian said with a light smile. As soon as Lin Tian's words fell, he saw the pirate who stood up and going to bark, not knowing there was a death ball next to him. The pirate didn't even bark yet. He heard a click, his hands dropped weakly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lin Tian stunned all the pirates in an instant, and a few pirates took a few steps back slowly. Lin Tian's killing methods weren't too terrifying, compared with Bert, who split a person in half. Looking at one of them killed silently, the pirates did nothing. The unknown was the most terrible thing. In the pirate's eyes, Lin Tian is already a terrifying little devil. If you disagree, kill the opponent is 10 times better. Compared with him, the ferocious Lord Bert likes to kill his own men. Bert discovered that this kid is so powerful and instantly suppressed the fear in his heart. Who are you? We don't seem to have any grudges. I have no grudges on you, but unfortunately, I am a marine soldier, and you are a pirate. Now there are only 2 options, either you to be killed by me or I killed by you. But if you can survive, my comrades are still outside the island waiting for you. Seeing these pirates very scared, Lin Tian suddenly lost all interest. I don't have time to waste here, so it's better to solve it quickly. Bert drew out the sword in his hand. Little brat, you are overproud. We are not a rubbish pirates group. After speaking, he ordered the pirate behind, "You two, use the transponder worm to tell the captain that we need backup. And the others help me to give a lesson to this little brat." These pirates could survive from Lin Tian's death ball. At Bert's order, everyone immediately took action. Except for 2 pirates holding the transponder worm, the remaining pirates held various peculiar weapons and stared at Lin Tian vigilantly. Bert also understood that Lin Tian has a strong demon fruit ability. He planned to hold Lin Tian until the captain arrives. Lin Tian drew out the sword on his back and said with a serious face, "Since you don't make a move, then I will make a move first." This special sword in Lin Tian's hand has a blade on one side and sharp thorns on the other. One of the sword's sides was engraved with insects, fish, birds, and the other side engraved with the beast, the sun, moon, and stars. It was engraved by Lin Tian himself based on the Xian Yuan swordsmith in his previous life. Shave Lin Tian's figure appeared in front of Bert instantly. Lin Tian held the sword with his 2 hands. A powerful vertical split would be caused by it. Facing such a powerful attack, Bert reacted and quickly pulled out the 2 swords from his waist to block it. Although Lin Tian used his full strength, and this technique was not strong enough, Lin Tian was still too young, and he didn't have much power, so Bert was able to block Lin Tian's vertical chopping quickly. With a clanging sound, the 3 swords collided forcefully, and a powerful wave of air was blown from the middle to the surroundings. Under the powerful wave of air, countless dust was swept into the air. Lin Tian was aware of his weakness, so Lin Tian was not too surprised that Bert can block his attack. But this didn't mean that Lin Tian has no other moves. Shave Lin Tian's figure appeared next to Bert, swaying his sword aside, but Bert blocked his attack again. Just as Lin Tian was about to retreat, looking for an opportunity, the other sword in Bert's hand had slashed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian hurriedly ducked sideways, and the sharp blade lightly slashed in front of Lin Tian's eyes. He turned around and kicked from the side, directly hit Bert in the chest. Bert stepped back several steps under Lin Tian's foot. When Bert stopped and looked to the front, Lin Tian's figure had already disappeared. When Bert retreated, Lin Tian had already used Shave to teleport behind Bert, but Lin Tian did not sneak attack. Although he only used a few tricks against Bert, Lin Tian already knew that this swordsman wasn't weak. Carly was right. This swordsman was indeed very powerful. Both his reaction and power were powerful, especially his response. He could keep up with Lin Tian's Shave. And his strength was also extreme. After the sword collided twice, Lin Tian's right hand is already a little numb. Just when Lin Tian thought of these things, Bert had already discovered Lin Tian behind him. After some moves, Bert has discovered that Lin Tian has the scary devil fruit abilities and mastered 6 marine-style Shave. This kid is actually not very strong in close combat. Waving the sword in his hand, Bert said, boy, it seems that you are good at using your mouth. Your fighting skill is not bad. Regarding Bert's remarks, Lin Tian said dismissively, really? It just a few small tricks. With Lin Tian's powerful kick, the ground could split like broken GLA.S. Lin Tian used a powerful kick to counter-attack force. Seeing Lin Tian rushed up in front of him, Bert was, of course, not reconciled. Bert has stayed here for 6 months, his whole body has been rusted, and finally, there was a chance to fight, Bert would not give up. Clang, clang, clang. When the three swords collide, they attacked quickly. The pirates saw two figures continually flashing in the field, and each collision produced a powerful wave of air. Although every time he collides with Bert, Lin Tian will suffer. Bert, who calls Lin Tian is just a child, is a powerful swordsman. This swordsman's power was stronger than others, and Lin Tian wasn't better than him in strength. Fortunately, Lin Tian has mastered 6 marine-style shave, which was slightly better in speed. This was an equal match. One of them superior in strength, and the other superior in speed. Chapter 18 Clang, clang, it was another violent collides, but unlike the previous one, Lin Tian was forced back 1 or 2 steps by Bert. But he didn't expect that Bert had been hiding his power. Lin Tian had gradually adapted to Bert's power. But just when Lin Tian thought Bert was going to take a back step, Bert suddenly increased his strength, and Lin Tian didn't watch out and got hit. After tumbling a few times in midair, Lin Tian took control of his body. Before landing, Lin Tian resisted this huge force and stopped after only 2 steps back. After such a year of fighting with Garp, Lin Tian has already devised a counter-move to weaken his enemy. Just now, he was caught off guard. If he were prepared, Lin Tian would take a few steps back. He felt that he would not suffer a significant loss like he is now. Under the energy and blood pressure churning in his chest, Lin Tian looked at Bert 10 paces away and said, unexpectedly, you actually hide your strength. Seeing his boss, the pirates next to Bert saw he blow away Lin Tian into the air, suddenly excited. I thought this kid was amazing, but he wasn't even compatible with the boss's opponent. You deserve to be our superior, Lord Bert. Yeah. Lord, fighting and kill this kid. Seeing his subordinates cheering him so hard, Bert could only smile helplessly, and he couldn't tell what he was thinking now. You guys only look that I was knocking this little devil into the air, but it was just that he was caught off guard, and depending on the situation, he was not injured at all. Originally, Bert wanted to take advantage of that to wound Lin Tian so that he could weaken him and take the opportunity to kill this kid. But he didn't expect that Lin Tian would resist his blow. It looked that Lin Tian also hides his strength, and Bert knew that Lin Tian more powerful than himself, but Lin Tian actually hid his strength now, and now Lin Tian was no longer his opponent. But fortunately, the captain must already know what's going on here. As long as he comes to back up me, this kid will be dead for sure, Bert thought secretly. In fact, Bert thought too much. The reason Lin Tian was fine was that Lin Tian had adapted to this kind of battle. Now Lin Tian had already been defeated if he was not using his real ability. Lord Bert, somehow, the transponder worm can't reach the captain, a pirate said in fear while holding the transponder worm in his hand. Someone could block the transponder worm, and he has never heard of it. And now that such a thing happened before his own eyes, how could the pirate not feel fear? What? Bert exclaimed, how is this possible? Have you tried with other transponder worms? The pirate cried and said, I tried it. I tried all of them, but no one works. Seeing these pirates finally found out, Lin Tian finally showed a smile on his face. Now that these pirates have found out, Lin Tian a few steps in front of them. It's you do everything. Seeing Lin Tian's smile, Bert understood instantly. No wonder this kid was not in a hurry when he ordered his subordinates earlier because he had planned everything. Lin Tian nodded and nodded, if I start something, I'll finish it in order to avoid a mistake. So before I am coming, I isolated this building from the outside. After the remaining pirates heard this, they were already speechless in fear. He could seal the transponder worm and kill people silently. What kind of devil fruit did this kid eat? Only Bert realized the seriousness of the matter in an instant. Since this kid blocked the transponder worm, it means that this kid has the absolute certainty of taking down people like himself. At this time, Bert figured out that Lin Tian was a talented person. Before Lin Tian had not used his real abilities, Bert was taking too paltry of him. Now that he knew that the transponder worm is useless, Bert had a decision in his heart and shouted to his men. You guys, go run away from this building in different directions. No matter how powerful this kid is, it's impossible to kill so many people at the same time in the far distance. After you run out, immediately contact the captain with transponder worm. Under Bert's command, the pirates separated immediately and ran in different directions. Their speed broke the limit of the human body, just like a rabbit. Lord Bert, what do you do then? I will hold him here. Without me, none of you can get out. Bert stared at Lin Tian and said. They were seeing their boss wanted to stay there and dealt with this kid alone. The pirates were so excited that the image of Bert in their hearts instantly rose. Lord Bert, be careful. We will notify the captain as soon as possible. Bert doesn't want to run but can't run. If he ran away, these men would be killed instantly by Lin Tian. After that, Lin Tian will be able to deal with him with all his strength if Bert relied on his own speed. Lin Tian would be caught up if he didn't run far enough. That's why I can't go, I have to stay here and wait for my men to notify the captain, so I can still have a chance. Lin Tian had estimated Bert's plan. With a chuckle, do you think your men can run away? What? Bert suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that this kid could kill so many people at the same time? If this is the case, it would be bad. He saw Lin Tian gently raising his hand and aiming at the pirates who were running away. Imprisoned, those pirates who were running stopped suddenly, motionless as if they had been held their own bodies. Even Bert was not surprised. When Lin Tian raised his hand, Bert felt a force in the air, making him unable to move. When these pirates were imprisoned, their eyes emerging the fear of death, the pirate who chased Charlie's sister also was killed by this method. Twisted off, Lin Tian waved his hand. As soon as Lin Tian's voice fell, Bert felt a powerful force appearing on his neck and wanted to break his neck. Bert was quite strong and could hold that powerful force for a while, but the rest of the pirates do not have such strength like him. He saw that his subordinates' eyes widened one by one, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. They were already dead. If an ordinary person saw this, they would be scared to death. Seeing that, Bert suddenly burst into a powerful force, breaking through Lin Tian's restraints. At the same time, so many pirates were imprisoned, and each person's resistance was also reduced a lot. Lin Tian was not surprised that Bert could break free. He just didn't solve it, making Lin Tian feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing that his subordinates were killed in an instant, Bert had already thrown away the fear in his heart. You are the only one left, Lin Tian said, pointing to the corpses all over the floor. After seeing Lin Tian's hand just now, Bert had no intention of running away. I also realized that I was afraid it would be difficult to survive this time. As the kid said before, he didn't like keeping prisoners. But the ants still wanted their lives, let alone humans. Bert wasn't a person who was just sitting and waiting for death. Even if he has some hope, he has to fight for it. Bert waved his swords in his hands and rushed towards Lin Tian unwillingly. Why is this kid able to get such a powerful devil fruit and become a marine captain at such a young age? After being the swordsman that people feared for so long, he couldn't beat a little brat like Lin Tian, and Bert was full of reluctance. Under Lin Tian's powerful strength, Bert's state of mind has been chaotic, and there was absolutely no way to make moves, and he was not Lin Tian's equal opponent. Clang, clang. How could Bert, who had no intention of fighting, be Lin Tian's opponent, but holding Bert to death, it was more difficult to deal with than before. Now Bert's fighting style was completely swapping injuries for injuries. Lin Tian didn't want to die with Bert, so he could only use shave to fight, and from time to time, he found the right opportunity to leave a wound on Bert. After the two played dozens of moves, Bert lost so much blood, and his physical strength began to decline. After a few moves, Lin Tian found an opportunity and kicked Bert's face. After hitting Bert to the ground, Bert, who lost too much blood, had a much lower reaction power. Lin Tian seized this opportunity and cut his throat with a sword. After that fierce fight, Lin Tian killed all the pirates in the town without disturbing the pirates in the forest, leaving no one alive. Chapter 19. And now on the other side. Under Lin Tian's instructions, Carly and her sister went all the way through the forest. At night, the forest was tranquil. Under the dense foliage cover, only a little bit of moonlight shines in the forest, bringing light. They walked in the forest, stepped on the fallen leaves on the ground. Carly held her sister's hand tightly and walked cautiously. Even though the forest at night was tranquil, people who have stayed in the forest can understand that the forest at night is the most dangerous. Because there were many powerful beasts at night, they come out to find food. So in this quiet, many life and death battles took place. Some predators were content to capture their prey, while some of them turned from predators into food. From a predator being prey often happened in an instant. This was the cruel survival rule in the jungle. How could Carly not know she just entered the wild battlefield? So Carly has been holding onto her sister's hand tightly, paid attention to the movement in all directions. With her own strength, it was very dangerous to move forward in the forest at night. Ah! Carly, who didn't pay attention to her step, suddenly tripped and fell to the ground with a scream. Her sister saw she suddenly fell in front of her, her sister hurried forward to help, and helped. Sister, are you all right? There were dead leaves covered the ground, so Carly fell on it without much injury, then she got up from the ground. It's okay, I just tripped over something. Carly got up, turned around, and looked behind her, wondering what she tripped over. When Carly saw what was behind, she covered her mouth with an incredulous face and exclaimed, oh my g.o.d. How is this possible? And her little sister's expression after seeing the corpse was even more shocked than Carly's. Her mouth opened for a long time, and she didn't even say a word. They saw a tiger corpse lying where Carly was standing just now, and this tiger was huge, 7 or 8 meters long. This tiger was the forest's overlord, but its head had been chopped off, and it only a corpse now. After a while, Carly reacted and instantly understood who did it. The road she walked was the one that Lin Tian had just walked. This giant tiger corpse was lying here, and as long as she thought about it, she could guess that Lin Tian has beaten it. Only then did Carly understand. She was afraid of danger in the forest and didn't want to take my sister with me. But Lin Tian said at the time that it was okay. The dangerous beast on the way had been beaten. It turned out that the dangerous beast that Lin Tian means was this tiger. At that time, she didn't understand what Lin Tian said. Now seeing this situation, she figured everything out instantly. Lin Tian thought about everything a long time ago. It was precisely knowing that he had already solved the beasts on that road so that he has no anxiety to Carly and her sister, who had no power to through this road. Even such a huge beast was not Lin Tian's opponent. After discovered Lin Tian's mighty power, Carly's expectations for Lin Tian immediately rose a lot knowing that Lin Tian has beaten the beasts along the way. Carly and her sister's speed immediately accelerated. Along the way, Carly and her sister ran into a lot of beasts' corpses, some of them were turned by Lin Tian into the mud and Carly and her sister couldn't tie what creatures are they. Looking at many giant beasts were killed, the little girl asked carefully, "Sister, did that marine big brother kill these all?" "Yeah," Carly nodded, looking at this corpse. It was hard to imagine that these creatures would die on Lin Tian's hand, a child who looked like a teenager. They then arrived at the place where Lin Tian landed and found the small boat hidden in the bushes. They struggled to push the small boat onto the coast. Carly and her sister climbed into the small boat and rowed towards the north of the island because the marine ship was Ankh.O.R.Ed there, and there was also a vice admiral there. As long as the marine was found there, their father would be rescued. The place where the warship was Ankh.O.R.Ed is not far from the island. Carly could already see the appearance of the warship after a few miles. Afraid of being spotted by the pirates on the island, the warship lights were all turned off, so when Carly arrived, no one noticed their arrival, except for Garp. Before Carly arrived at the warship, Garp had spotted her. It because Garp has mastered observation haki, but he couldn't specify who the person is coming. Knock, knock, knock. According to the signal given by Lin Tian, Carly knocked on the ship 3 times. After 3 knocks, footsteps came from above immediately, and 2 ropes with hooks were dropped. This code was discussed by Lin Tian in front of him with the Commodore. Only after heard this code, they would know the person below was Lin Tian. If this code was not used, then the person below was not Lin Tian. Since it was not Lin Tian, then the person who came will be caught. After she tied the rope tightly to the small boat, Carly shook the rope vigorously to indicate that it was tied. Then she hugged her sister on the boat. After hearing the signal, the marine soldiers immediately pulled the boat up. When the boat was pulled aboard, the Commodore was already waiting for Lin Tian. But who knew it was not Lin Tian, but 2 little girls? The person who saw it was not Lin Tian. The marine soldiers immediately raised the gun in his hand and pointed at Carly and her sister's forehead. Her sister felt danger, then she was frightened and hugged Carly tightly. Carly suppressed the fear in her heart and raised the flare that Lin Tian gave her. "We are the residents of the island, and a marine soldier named Lin Tian asked us to come over." Seeing the flare in Carly's hand, the Commodore immediately recognized it. Obviously, he gave it to Lin Tian and ordered, "Put down the gun, they are not a pirate." "Are you really sent by Lin Tian? Why didn't he come back himself?" the Commodore confirmed again. Seeing that these marine soldiers were not aiming the guns at her anymore, Carly heaved a sigh of relief and explained, "Lin Tian going to take down the pirates in the town, so he ordered us to bring a letter, and by the way, we should make things clear." Hearing Carly's explanation, the Commodore was already convinced. Only by getting the letter and believing that Lin Tian wrote it could the Commodore completely trust these 2 girls. "Take out the letter. I have to confirm it first," the Commodore reached out and asked. Carly held the letter on her chest and said nervously, "Lin Tian said she should hand this letter to Vice Admiral Garp. Only when I see him, I will hand over this letter." Just as the Commodore was about to speak, Garp came out from the crowd and said with a smile, "Little girl, I am Vice Admiral Garp, now you can give me the letter." In fact, when Carly got on the ship, Garp was watching them. And when he heard Lin Tian wrote a letter to himself, Garp had to come out. "Vice Admiral Garp." When the marine soldiers saw Garp stepped out, they saluted immediately. Carly saw that the surrounding marine soldiers called him Vice Admiral Garp, knowing that she had found the right person, and quickly took out the letter Lin Tian handed to her and gave it to Garp respectfully. The man in front of her was a Vice Admiral, a man with great power. This was the first time Carly has seen such a high-rank marine soldier, and she has to face him carefully. Looking at Garp in front of him, Carly thought strangely, isn't Lin Tian saying that Garp is a smelly old man? It doesn't look like what Lin Tian said. Garp accepted the letter and opened it immediately. Garp was still very interested in what Lin Tian wrote. Commodore asked Carly, "Little girl, since you are from the island, can you tell me what happened on the island?" Then Carly once again explained in detail what happened on the island in the past 6 months. Boom. After listening to Carly's narration, all the marine soldiers were furious, especially the Commodore, who directly punched the wall. "Why is there such SCU.M in the marine? This is really a shame for marine," the Commodore said with a dark face. "That's right. That Commodore must be arrested. This kind of person is not worthy of being a marine soldier at all. This kind of marine soldier, DAM.N we must not let them exist." Chapter 20. Although some wolves in sheep's clothing were in the elite marine soldiers, the marine soldiers at the lower ranks were just. The collusion between the SCU.M Marine Commodore and the pirates that Carly said was something most marine soldiers had never thought of. If Lin Tian had not confirmed this news, many marine soldiers would not believe it. It was precisely this way. After a long time joined the marine, many marine soldiers are still angry and debating. They always commented quietly about this. Hearing their comments, Garp frowned. Garp was spending so many years in the marine. He was very aware of the darkness in the marine. Although Garp was very unhappy with what the marine sometimes do, some things are not changed by themselves. So Garp has always maintained a quiet attitude toward these things. Now that the marine headquarters has been talking about this matter, the impact was not good. If this kind of case were spread out, it would put dirt on the marine's face. And if that happens, these marine soldiers may get into serious trouble. Garp pretended to be serious and interrupted the conversation. Be quiet. What we have to do is to solve the immediate problem. Yes, everyone agreed with him. The Commodore expressed his concerns, but the pirates have many hostages in their hands. This will be a severe problem. First, we must rescue the hostages of the island so that we can deal with the pirates with confidence. If the hostages are in their hands, it will complicate things, and we can't take down the pirates. It's okay. This problem has already been solved, Garp said dismissively. Garp was very confident of his student's strength. Lin Tian. Someone has solved it. The Commodore was puzzled at first, but suddenly realized, oh, you mean Captain Lin Tian. But, is he really can rescue the residents? It was not that the Commodore doesn't believe in Lin Tian. In the Commodore's point of view, Lin Tian was still 12 years old and didn't have enough experience to handle the pirates and rescuing people. Garp said confidently, I'm sure he will. He is my disciple. Although Garp said it with confidence, the marine soldiers' faces still dark. They also thought that Lin Tian indeed too young to handle this case. Some of these marine soldiers even have children who are older than Lin Tian. Compared to the rest of the marine soldiers, Carly and her sister believed in him, although they knew that Lin Tian was not much older. But, Lin Tian was a disciple of Vice Admiral. Although Carly and her sister have never been to sea, they know that the Vice Admiral was powerful in their hearts. As a student of the Vice Admiral, Lin Tian must be very promising. Thinking of Lin Tian, Carly remembered what Lin Tian had ordered to herself and quickly said, Lin Tian also asked me to convey some words. What is that? Garp asked incomprehensibly. At the same time, her words also took all the marine soldiers' attention. The distress signal was neither sent by the pirates nor the residents of the island. This distress signal was deliberately guided you to come here. As soon as Carly finished speaking, everyone looked shocked. Everyone present here understood the implication of Lin Tian's words. Lin Tian discovered that behind this small island incident, a pair of black hands arranged from behind the scenes, and his marine ship was also calculated. It's getting more and more interesting now. Garp felt interested. Moved in the forest at night was very difficult, but this was not a problem for Lin Tian. Lin Tian rapidly moved forward. While he avoided every branch which blocking the road, he also thought about the next plan. Lin Tian didn't kill all the pirates. One pirate just fainted. After the pirate woke up, Lin Tian prepared a lot of torture to extract a confession, but the pirate told everything before he spoke. Lin Tian had to listen to it carefully, and after receiving useful information, he let the pirate die quickly. It turned out that this pirate group came here only because their captain had obtained a treasure map, which led them to this island. Then the pirates' captain brought all their crew here. After searching here for a few days, the pirates found a place where there is a possibility the treasure is hidden. But the place was buried too deep, and it took all day to dig, but the pirates also got a lot of treasures. Now the pirates were needed more energy, so they arrested all the men over 10 years old from the town for forced labor. But unexpectedly, a Commodore came suddenly. When the pirates thought they were going to run away, the pirate captain bribes the Commodore with treasure. Since reaching cooperation with the Commodore, the pirates certainly would not give up the treasure. But the place was too difficult to dig. The digging took half a year. The Commodore reported the fake information about the island, so they never found it here. This treasure digging would end up in a few days. According to the Commodore's request, all residents on the island will be killed at that time to hide this secret. This information was not of much use to Lin Tian. Lin Tian wanted to know most about the black hand behind the scenes, but this pirate's position was too low, and he told only the useless information. It was now useless to think about these things because Lin Tian could already see the light not far away, and the real secret lies ahead. With the help of the night darkness, Lin Tian has lurked near the open s.p.a.ce among the gra.s.s. Even though it was night, it was lit by torches like the day. If he moved forward, Lin Tian would be spotted by the pirates who were watching everywhere. With took advantage of the night darkness, Lin Tian looted the pirates' clothes after solving a pirate and walked over openly. Although there were torches everywhere here, the light was a bit dim. If Lin Tian didn't watch it from a close distance, they couldn't see his face clearly, so Lin Tian was not afraid of being spotted. Lin Tian wandered around, and no one would be suspicious of him. Although it was midnight, many people were working, and these people were the residents of the town. In order to find all the treasures, these pirates just looked like digging a mine. They dug directly from the surface after determining the location. After half a year, coupled with thousands of people's efforts, a pit hundreds of meters deep has now been dug. Through the torches and a few miners' lamps on the side, Lin Tian could see the situation below. The people below dug the soil and transported the soil to the top through the hanging basket. At the same time, there were many pirates below monitoring everything. He promised Carly to rescue his father. But, when he saw this situation, Lin Tian found it extremely difficult. With so many people divided into top and bottom, how could Lin Tian find him? After looking at the optimal situation, since these people weren't life-threatening, Lin Tian should also do important things, so he walked towards the place where the pirates lived nearby. Lin Tian went to the captain first to see if he could find any important information. That third-party black hand made Lin Tian suffocate. Unable to figure out what conspiracy was behind it, Lin Tian couldn't do anything at all. Since all the pirates were supervising the residents, Lin Tian never encountered a few pirates and did not say H.E.L.Lo to Lin Tian along the way. In this way, Lin Tian entered it unimpeded all the way. The pirate captain's house was easy to find. The most extensive and most upscale of all the houses was definitely the one. Lin Tian thought that this place was different from the outside, and there should be some people guarding it, but what he found is otherwise. There was no one outside the house to guard it. There was only one light on in that house. Lin Tian cautiously walked over and looked through the gap between the doors. There were only 2 people in the room. Chapter 21 Lin Tian looked inside and saw a small man wearing a Commodore cloak that wrote Justice. And in front of the Commodore stood a tall pirate. Looking at that situation, Lin Tian recognized immediately that these 2 people were the pirate captain and the SCU.M Marine Commodore. At this time, the 2 of them were silent and stared at each other for some reason, and the whole room was quiet and unusual. Seeing these 2 big bosses get together behind the scenes, Lin Tian was, of course, very happy. Now that the 2 of them have gathered together, only a third party is behind the scenes. As long as they can solve these 2 people, they will take the initiative, and then they will be converted from prey to hunter. However, Lin Tian chose to observe the situation first. He didn't want to deal with these 2 people at the same time. Both of them have the same strength as a Commodore from Marine Headquarters. If facing one of them, Lin Tian was still confident, but to face them together, Lin Tian was not sure that he would beat them. What Lin Tian had to do now was wait for a chance. Spatial isolation. These 2 people in the room were not simple to defeat by him, just in case, he did some preparations to arrest them. After using spatial isolation to isolate himself, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he doesn't run into someone with high CLA.S of observation haki, his spatial isolation would not be discovered. Now that he was sure everything was safe, Lin Tian looked at them intently. Daika, you asked me to call out all my subordinates. It's not to watch you drink tea. Fandi asked with a puzzled face, a trace of contempt in his eyes, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye. Fandi always looked down on this marine SCU.M. When this B.A.S.T.A.R.D discovered that the pirates had dug up the treasure, he reported the fake information about this island as an excuse to force the pirate captain to give him half of the treasure. If not for this agreement, Fandi would have wanted to kill him. This B.A.S.T.A.R.D didn't even do anything to this treasure digging, but he wanted to take half of the treasure that Fandi tried hard to find. This was what Fandi thought about that marine SCU.M. This B.A.S.T.A.R.D was a complete villain. His appearance was a Marine Commodore, but he was secretly doing many dark things below Marine's name. He was the man who has the idea to capture the men in the town to forced labor. With Fandi's presumption to Daika at this time, Fandi understood one thing. In the other's eyes, he was a demon. But in front of Daika, he could be regarded as a good moneymaker. Clank, Daika gently put the teacup on the table and said, I came here this time is to tell you that we are in big trouble. Ha 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 ha. Fandi laughed hard and replied, Daika, are you joking? This is your defense zone. Besides, according to your method, no one of the island residents dares to report to the marine headquarters. How can there be any big trouble? Fandi's naivete chuckled Daika. But Daika was a villain and can bear it. The marine headquarters just called me, and they said that some marine soldier found something wrong here. Because this is my defense zone, so I have to cooperate fully, Daika said in a deep voice. From Daika's words, Fandi also understood that this time there was a big problem. The marine headquarters actually sent someone here. Daika was afraid that he would be discovered by marine headquarters not long. Considering he's been working hard for half a year, the most important part of the treasure would be unearthed. That made Fandi very unwilling to leaving this island. Is there any way you can postpone it for a few days? It is now in the final stage. It's only one more day, so all the treasures can be unearthed. Knock knock, Daika knocked on the table, thought about it, then shook his head and said, No, the person who came this time is not an ordinary person. He is a vice admiral of the headquarters. Vice admiral, you said. Fandi stood up in shock and looked at Daika with an incredulous expression. Fandi has also heard rumors about the combat power of the Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral was the 3rd highest rank in the Marine after Admiral, and each Vice Admiral was so powerful. Although Fandi was an arrogant person, he didn't dare to make trouble with a Vice Admiral. Fandi knew well about his own strength. When he met a Vice Admiral, his defeat was confirmed, and there no way to escape. Daika had long expected Fandi's expression, and with Fandi's strength, a pirate with such strength would surely die when meeting a Vice Admiral. After a while, Fandi, who had calmed down, thought about it carefully and found something was wrong, so he said, why they sent people like the Vice Admiral to come to arrest us. Daika waved his hand in confusion, I don't even know about that. I'm just a Commodore, and I am not qualified to know about the Marine Headquarters thought. Hearing Daika's explanation, Fandi sat down in his seat decadently. The partner in front of him was just a commodore, and there was really no way to face a vice admiral who is several levels higher than him. It seems that I have to run away this time, but I still have to do a very important thing before I run, and I still have to get back some of my own things. When Fandi thought about this, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Tian, who was listening outside, also flashed a hint of puzzlement on his face. What I said in the letter was very clear. Don't notify the Marine headquarters yet. The smelly old man definitely follows my advice. In this case, how did the Marine headquarters know that there is also a Marine warship near this island? But this is impossible. Carly informed me that no naval ship had been here recently. There was only one reason, Daika deliberately sent that false distress signal, but Lin Tian didn't get his motive. It could have been completely hidden here, and it didn't take a long time again to get a huge wealth, but at the last moment, why did Daika expose the secrets of this island and revealed that Daika is a Marine SCU.M? Daika was able to off the responsibility for all this at the last minute. It meant that Daika could get something more important than these. Lin Tian suddenly became curious about making Daika give up everything he has done for so many years. Daika took a sip of tea, calmly, we have to leave this island as soon as possible. Anyway, we have got most of the treasure. There is nothing to lose, even if we leave now. Fandi nodded in agreement, but this did not mean that Fandi would give up the most important part of this treasure. Fandi would leave this island as soon as possible, but after the last treasure was unearthed. Don't worry, everything will be done tomorrow, Fandi said. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Daika didn't want to stay any longer and stood up and said, I have a lot of things to deal with, I won't stay longer. After Daika finished speaking, he walked directly outside the door. Seeing Daika leaving, Fandi was about to get up with a fierce look in his eyes. Oh, there's one more thing. Daika seemed to think of something, and turned around and said, remember not to divulge the news about me. All traces about me must be erased. Seeing Daika turning around, Fandi quickly stopped his ascending figure. A trace of panic flashed across his face but was immediately suppressed, pretending to be calm in reply. Don't worry, I prepared everything a long time ago. The explosives are all set up. As soon as the time comes, the explosives will be detonated. Then all the people who dig will be killed. And when we leave this island, the rest of the residents will also be cleaned up, and my subordinates have taken over the town for a long time. This Marine SCU.M is F.U.C. King Cruel, Lin Tian thought secretly. Although he estimated the pirates would do this, Lin Tian was still very angry when he heard it. There were thousands of lives on this island, and these two B.A.S.T.A.R.Ds have decided so easily. Yet, now that everything was ready, Daika didn't have much to talk about. Then he walked out. Chapter 22. Seeing Daika walk toward the door, Lin Tian immediately hides aside. But before Lin Tian made a move, something unpredicted happened inside the room. Lin Tian saw when Daika is about to take a step. Fandi quickly got up from his seat while drawing the sword on his waist, jumped up, and aimed at Daika's left back. As an experienced Marine Commodore, Daika has skilled the most basic reaction ability. When he felt the murderous and breaking air behind, Daika quickly turned around. But it was too late. Daika, who was out of the guard, wouldn't think that Fandi would attack him from behind. Daika didn't have time to dodge. A sword stabbed Daika's heart in Fandi's hand. Blood instantly leaked from his heart, flowing out along the sharp blade. His chest was full of blood. Suppose Daika hadn't turned around first but avoided it instead. Even if he was injured, it was not a fatal injury, and he would not be stabbed right in the heart. Looking at the sword on his chest in disbelief, Fandi stared at Daika with a fierce smile. His eyes were full of resentment and fear. With blood flowed in his mouth, he faltered and said, "Why? Cough." Fandi drew out the sword from Daika's chest and said with a smug look, "You are too greedy. You dare to threaten me, and you have to take half of all the treasures. Don't make me laugh. From the time I worked with you that day, I was using you to cover my shortcomings. Now it's not safe anymore here, and your role is done. And you are no longer useful so that I will kill you right now." Hearing Fandi's words, Daika died with a hatred look, but his eyes were still open, showing that Daika would not look down. Ha 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 ha, Fandi evilly laughed when seeing Daika finally dead. For the past 6 months, Fandi has been trying to kill this insatiable Marine Commodore Daika. But he needed Daika to report fake information about this island, so Fandi patiently has to endure this B.A.S.T.A.R.D's dominance on him. Now this island has been discovered by the Marine, this Marine SCU.M has not used anymore, so Fandi immediately killed him to satisfy his hatred. Lin Tian looked at the two since their conversation began, but unfortunately, he completely didn't understand what happened between them. In Lin Tian's thought, he would also kill Daika. No one wanted to be forced to give half of the treasure he had found a huge risk. Lin Tian was so shocked about Daika's way to die. He was more convinced that Daika is the person behind the scenes in this case. By played Fandi and Marine in his hands, Daika deserved to die like this. This B.A.S.T.A.R.D was too rubbish. Could it be that Fandi had discovered Daika's trickery long ago, but it didn't sound like it about what he said earlier? Looking at the unexpected scene, Lin Tian felt that his brain was suddenly smoky, and things were becoming more and more complicated. Fandi thought for a while and felt that he still couldn't let the matter of killing Daika leak out. Sometimes it was better to reduce evidence, so he hid Daika's body in his room. Fendi walked outside while he wiped off the bloodstains on his hand and looked at the Daika's corpse one last time. Although he was killed Daika himself, a bigger problem was coming. He wanted to force the laborers to speed up the digging progress, so he could take the last part of the treasure tonight and leave this island tomorrow. According to the treasure map records, the last part was the most important part of this treasure. It could be said that this treasure was built to hide the last thing. There was a hidden power in the treasure that can mess up the world. Fendi aimed to get it and used that power for himself. If he got that hidden power, he dared to face an admiral. At that time, he would go to the New World and dominate the entire island, then obtain the legendary treasure One Piece and become the Pirate King. Thinking of this, Fendi was very excited. After preparing for so long, he was only one step short of it now, but he couldn't fail at the last minute. So the most important is I must do this carefully without any mistakes. Lin Tian saw Fendi coming, then he quickly walked aside, quietly waited for Fendi to leave. Seeing Fendi sing through the gate, Lin Tian did not follow him but fell into thought. Lin Tian found that this matter is getting more difficult to understand, so he should be wise and didn't rush to pick a chance. The root of the whole thing was on this treasure, and everything of this happened around the treasure. Now the dig for this treasure was almost complete, and no matter who was behind this case, they would take the initiative to show up. I have to hide where I can observe everything and wait for all the treasures to be dug out. When the time comes, I would come out and stop the pirates. After thinking about the plan, Lin Tian also left the house and went to the treasure location. No matter how clever the prey was, he couldn't escape the palm of the hunter hiding in the end. Just when Lin Tian about to the left, a voice suddenly came out from the room. Captain. A pirate on duty saw his captain strode out. Although he was surprised why his captain came here, he cried respectfully. Fendi nodded and said, "Go tell everyone to get together." Yes. Although he didn't understand why his captain ordered this, he immediately spread this order to his comrades without thinking about anything. After notifying his men, Fendi rushed to the treasure digging site. It was late night already, and he must hurry up. When Fendi rushed to the treasure digging site, all the pirates had already gathered, and many residents hadn't slept for long. In order to save time, Fendi adopted a two-shift system. All forced laborers were divided into two groups, working during the day and working at night. So, in addition to those who were digging, many people are sleeping. But now he wanted to order whole forced labor to dig tonight. Seeing the noisy people below, Fendi flashed a trace of discomfort on his face and shouted, "Be quiet, you stupid donkey!" The residents below were quiet instantly, and everyone did not dare to violate the cruel pirate captain's words standing above. Seeing that the people below were so obedient, Fendi nodded in satisfaction, cleared his throat, and shouted. "Tonight I gather all of you to tell me the good news. This treasure dig is almost complete. As long as you can finish tonight, we will leave here tomorrow, and you can reunite with your families." Hearing the news that Fendi said, the people who had been quiet began to whisper again. Some people were pleased to go home and reunite, but some smart people have a sad look. These people all understood that it is impossible for a pirate to let everyone go so kindly. Now, this treasure dig was about to complete, and the death of people like them were also coming. The pirates in front didn't kill them because they still needed people to work. Nonsense, if these pirates let the residents on the island go. Now, all of you are going to work for me. Lin Tian, who also rushed to the scene, was watching everything quietly. Chapter 23. The time flew so fast, but Fendi felt the time that night flow so slow. Fendi was sitting on the seat all night, and there was a ray of sunlight on the horizon, but the excavation was still going on. He still didn't find what he was looking for. Fendi's patience gradually ran out, and his fingers trembled, showing that Fendi's feelings were already very irritable this time. But at this moment, a pirate shouted from below, "Captain, we found something." Hearing that, Fendi stood up and looked down immediately. He saw a few pirates next to a black stone. Only one side of the stone was exposed, and the rest was still buried in the ground. When Fendi saw that all he had found was a rock, his joy became irritated. All he got was an ordinary black stone after he had waited all night. Seeing his captain's face turned dark, the pirate quickly explained, "Captain, this is not an ordinary stone. There are some strange words on this stone." Fendi's expression changed a little after hearing the explanation from his subordinates, and he asked, "Apart from this, did you find anything else?" "No, we have dug to the last place, and we only found this black stone, and the entire treasure spot has been dug out," the pirate replied respectfully. "Really?" Fendi dragged his chin in thought. In that case, the black stone below is the most important treasure mentioned on the treasure map, and the powerful force should be recorded in those words. That black stone was a poneglyph. After thinking about it, Fendi decided to go and take a look. Only by reading the writing on this black stone could he understand. When Fendi came down, his subordinates organized for the residents to step aside, and the pirates were all standing by the black stone, talking in a low voice. "This is not the last treasure. Who knows that? Wait until the captain checks it. Yes, even if it is really a treasure, we will get no share, so let's watch it." Seeing Captain Fendi coming, the pirates surrounding the black stone immediately gave way. Fendi walked to the black stone, observed it, and found that he could not see anything. He had never seen the kind of words before. Fendi commanded, "Go dig out this black stone completely." When he commanded, the pirates picked up the side tools and duped unseen black stone parts. What the H.E.L.L is that? Lin Tian stood by and looked at the black stone secretly. Lin Tian also followed Fandi down, but he used the spatial S.P.A.ce to isolate and hide. And none of these pirates had awakened observation haki, and of course, could not discover the existence of Lin Tian. Most of this black stone was still covered by the soil, and Lin Tian couldn't see what it was even with a little exposed. It was just that Lin Tian guessed in his mind, but he didn't dare to decide without seeing the whole black stone parts. Bang, bang, bang. But before the pirates unearthed the entire black stone, a series of explosions exploded all over the giant pit, accompanied by bursts of fire, illuminating the whole giant pit like daylight. Before everyone below could react, they didn't know what happened. A huge disaster came quietly. These explosives were buried by the pirates, which was initially used to kill all the residents. These pirates' previous plan allowed all residents to enter the pit as usual and then detonated the explosives above, burying all residents alive. These explosives were buried deep, but now the pirates didn't know why these explosives were exploded. The powerful force generated by the explosives shook the upper part. Countless boulders fell from above, which was simply a spectacular rain of stones. But for the people at the bottom of the pit, it was a disaster. The countless boulders fell from a height of tens of meters. The small one was only the size of a fist, and the big one is the size of a person. For the pirates who buried explosives, no one knew better than them about the impact caused by the explosives. So when the explosive exploded, the pirates reacted and ran up. But it was too late. The stones fell rapidly from tens of meters high. They hit the ground instantly. Some pirates and residents who could not evade were hit by these stones on the spot, without knowing their lives or deaths. Fandi quickly avoided the stones as best he could, his face filled with rage and ignorance. I've ordered my men to stand guard on the surface, then how can this explosive explode? If the marine or fellow pirates went to the island, Bert, who was in a small town, would have notified himself. Fandi didn't know Lin Tian killed Bert. Who did this? At this time, Lin Tian, who had been hiding his figure, finally appeared and avoided the stone above. He kept vacating his hands to smash the huge boulders above the residents. Some were beyond his range. Lin Tian didn't have enough power to protect them all. These B.A.S.T.A.R.DS, it's okay to load so many explosives. But now, they are impacted by themselves. It's a backfire. Seeing a kid suddenly appeared, some residents were almost scared to death. However, after discovering that Lin Tian was strong and helping them, these residents all moved to Lin Tian's position. It would make Lin Tian easily protect them. The residents had Lin Tian now, so only a few people died. Most of them were just injured. But the rest of the pirates were not so lucky. Many pirates were killed on the spot by countless boulders, and they couldn't even make a scream. But it was not over yet. The falling debris nearly buried them all. No one knew how many explosives these pirates buried, anyway, according to the pirates' plan. The power of the explosion was enough to bury the entire huge pit. Cracks appeared on the stone walls around the giant pit, and the walls of the giant pit began to collapse. Countless soil mixed with stones fell into the pit. The pirates on the side didn't even have time to react and were buried alive. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian showed a bitter smile, which was similar to the mudslide that caused his death in his previous life, but he did not expect to encounter it again in this world. But the current self was different from the previous life. In the previous life, he didn't have the ability to resist the mudslide, but now he could face it properly. Lin Tian was very confident about this. Lin Tian was so confident indeed, but it didn't mean that the residents next to him are also confident. Looking at the mudslide that fell, everyone closed their eyes in despair. Under this circuit-misstance, there was no hope to survive. Spatial barrier. Rumble. After half a minute, the huge pit was buried. Thousands of people spent half a year on the project, and they were tragically killed. Beside the buried huge pit, a figure quietly watched what was happening in front of him, with a smug smile on his mouth. And beside him, there were dozens of pirates' corpses laid. A breeze blew by, blew that figure's cloak which reads justice on it. The figure standing beside the huge pit was Daika, who should have been killed by Fandi. But now, Daika was standing here intact. Just now, he ignited explosives and buried everyone in this huge pit. Boom, a loud noise came from the center of the huge pit, and a figure broke out of the ground. Chapter 24. While on the other hand, Carly led the marine soldiers to board the island. Carly resisted the feeling of vomiting and looked at the dark corpses sing by her eyes. Once again, she was shocked by Lin Tian's strength. The pirate who frightened the entire town in the past died so miserably under Lin Tian. At this moment, there was a loud noise coming out of the forest, attracting everyone's eyes. Hearing noise came from the forest, the small town residents were full of worry on their faces, and their families were there. Garp looked at the direction of the explosion, with a trace of perplexity on his face. Garp didn't worry much about Lin Tian's safety. Garp knew Lin Tian's ability very well. Even if Lin Tian encountered an overwhelming enemy, he could still escape. Commodore Ender, bring some soldier and go check the source of the explosion now. When many residents looked at the direction of the explosion and looked worried, Garp ordered. Yes. Commodore Ender quickly took the order and led all the marine soldiers to the source of the explosion. Daiko looked at the figure come out from the soil in front of him and smiled softly. Captain Fandi, how did you become like this? The one who came out from the soil in front was Fendi. When Fendi first came out, he saw a figure standing beside his corpse's men. Suddenly you intend to kill me just like that, and you should know that all of your men died in the explosion that I caused earlier. Now, aside from your men who are still guarding the city, this pirate group is left with you alone. After leading his men for so many years, now all that was left was him. If Fendi found out that Daika had killed all of his subordinates, he would be furious. After seeing the faces of the figures standing beside his subordinates' corpses, Fendi was shocked. The person he had killed with his own hands last night was now standing right in front of him. Fendi immediately reacted and was about to point his sword at him. Daika, that B.A.S.T.A.R.D was just pretending to be dead and then planning a counter-attack like this at the last moment. Seeing the anger on Fendi's face, Daika smiled triumphantly. It seems that our Captain Fendi has figured it out, but what can you do now? Fendi smirked, really? You fooled me with fake death. It's amazing. But you didn't expect that I didn't die from the explosion, right? Daika nodded, yes, Fendi, you are too tough for a lowly pirate. Looks like killing you once isn't enough. Fendi prepared to attack. When the voice fell, Fendi's whole body began to change. Fendi, who was covered in mud, transforms into a stone man in the blink of an eye. Fendi was also a person who has devil fruit power. He ate the stone fruit that can turn him into a stone man. He was such a capable person that Fendi was able to leave immediately unscathed. Feeling the immense power enveloped his entire body, Fendi stared at Daika with a ferocious expression and rushed towards Daika, who was not far from there. Daika, I will not let you go this time. I will break you into pieces. Hearing Fendi's self-confidence declaration, Daika smiled dismissively and slowly took out a pistol from his clothes and pointed it at Fendi. Fendi narrowed his mouth in disdain when seeing Daika pointed a pistol at himself. Guns were of little use to those with devil fruit abilities, especially after Fendi transformed into a stone man, let alone guns. Even cannons were useless. Boom. Fendi, who was running fast, slowed down immediately after the shot and finally fell to the ground weakly. His arrogant smile gradually turned into fear. Looking at the stone bullet that hit his chest, he barked, you use the sea stone bullet, you sneaky guy. Daika walked towards Fendi slowly and squatted aside, what a shame. I think you are too naive, Captain Fendi. When did I say that I use ordinary bullets? That's just your wishful thinking. And I am not someone you can fight against. Fendi was speechless and could only snort helplessly, slumped his head, ignoring Daika's existence. Fendi, you want to know why I knew you were going to kill me, and then I was ready for suspended animation, Daika said softly. Although Fendi wanted to know why, he didn't want to die on this B.A.S.T.A.R.D's hand. I know if you are a despicable villain. But you are ruthless enough to calculate everything and want to take away my whole treasure. Your treasure, you said? Ha ha ha, Daika burst out laughing, this treasure originally belonged to me. What? Hearing Daika said this, Fendi couldn't help but looked at Daika with a puzzled look, what's going on? Who are you exactly? At this time, Lin Tian was about to break out of the ground, but he immediately stopped his actions. Lin Tian felt that Daika about to tell the truth about the whole incident, and when that happened, it was time to come out of the ground. Of course, I got the treasure map from the beginning, but I couldn't take it out. Then I thought of a good way, which is to give the treasure map to a pirate, and then let him take the treasure out. And in the end, I will trap the pirates for my own benefit. Well, my plan is not bad. Daika said triumphantly, watching Fendi's face full of anger. Fendi really wanted to punch Daika in the face, but he didn't have any strength when the sea tower stone hit him. Thinking of being calculated by Daika from half a year ago, Fendi suddenly became very angry. No wonder how this B.A.S.T.A.R.D would cooperate with him at that time. Fendi gritted his teeth and said, so, when you talk the marine about to come here last night, it is just bulls.H.I.T you make to me? Is it just to complete your plan and make me think you are dead so that I can do something for you later? Daika raised her index finger, shook it, and said. No, the marine will come to this island, and I intentionally leaked it. Now it is estimated that they have landed. When I kill you, then I hide the most important part of the treasure. The marine will believe that I was the one who killed these pirates, and they will give me great credit. Haha, how is it possible, everyone in this town knows that you with me, then you can't fool them at all, Fendi said with a smile as if he had seen the scene of Daika being killed by the marine. Daika smiled slightly, really? No one on this island has seen me. Then I just have to say that the pirates were using my name, and I happened to find out and came to investigate. As a result, I discovered the pirates' conspiracy, they killed all their comrades and residents, but it was too late to save the residents. You. After hearing Daika's plan, Fendi couldn't deny it. This plan is, indeed, perfect. Could it be that this B.A.S.T.A.R.D dominates everything, I can't do anything at all, and how we will accuse him? Suddenly Fendi thought of something. He burst out laughing and looked at Daika with a playful expression. You planned for so long to get the item in the treasure that can give you a powerful strength. But it would disappoint you. It was just a black stone, and there was no powerful strength at all. Daika grabbed Fendi's collar angrily and kept shaking, what are you talking about? What's wrong with that thing? Seeing Daika's reaction, Fendi laughed louder now. Dika, this B.A.S.T.A.R.D has planned for so long and hasn't got what he wanted at all. What he got is just a piece of stupid stone. This is too ridiculous. Fandi pointed to the hole that he had just broken on the ground. That thing was protected by me just now, and it's in that hole now. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look. Dika ran over and started digging. Chapter 25. After spending a lot of time, all I got was a strange pile of black stone. Dika sat limply on the ground, stared at the black stone in front of him. This strange black stone was precisely like what Fandi said. It was a black cube stone with strange symbols engraved on one side, and the other 5 sides were very smooth, and there were no carvings at all. After half a year of waiting, only a useless piece of black stone was obtained. Dika was furious and helpless when she saw this black stone. Fandi and Dika at all for what use the black stone was, but Lin Tian knew exactly. This is not an ordinary black stone. It must be said that currently, this is a treasure that cannot be measured in value. This black stone's top side was an actual historical text, and it showed the history of 1000 years ago that the world government was trying to hide an information about ancient weapons. It could be said that the note engraved on this black stone was the ultimate secret of this world. In the world of One Piece, the final treasures were based on historical texts in the form of these cubes, which were scattered all over this world, one step at a time to be arranged in order. When Lin Tian was at the naval headquarters, he searched for relevant information, but the world government hid it well. They were able to completely cover historical information about the Void Century, and there was no relevant record of this history. During this investigation on the island, Lin Tian realized the power of a world government for the first time. That the history of 100 years ago could have been artificially erased from this world completely. Because there were no copies in any books or doc.u.ments, it was conceivable that the world government has control and power over the world. The only information that remains was with certain people and this indestructible and highly hidden cube stone carving alone. Even the countless high-tech countries in Lin Tian's previous life did not have strong control over the world. Knowing this firsthand, Lin Tian did not continue investigating, but he was afraid that the world government's spies would target him. But I don't expect that I would find a stone that holds such a valuable history today. Even though I don't know the words written on the stone, it's not that I don't want to copy these words. At that time, Lin Tian thought of finding someone like Nico Robin, who could read it, and with that, he could figure out the words. Dika was an intelligent person, and he could guess that these words were the key and that the real treasure might be hidden behind these words. This kind of thinking, just mentality in Dika's head, looked at the words on the black stone with excitement. Then he pulled out a sheet of paper and a pen from under his robe, ready to draw all the text. So that when he left this island, he could translate these words at a later date. Seeing Dika, who was focusing on the black rock, Fandi silently moved his right hand to the wound, and he tried to take out a sea stone bullet. But the effect of the sea stone was too strong for people who have devil fruit ability, not to mention removing bullets that needed medical assistance. Even Fandi has difficulty moving his hands. After many attempts, Fandi finally gave up on this useless activity. At this time, Dika had drawn all the texts, and then he put the paper back under his robe. This treasure is only for me. This black stone no longer useful. I will destroy it. Dika looked at the black stone he had copied. Crash! Dika's right foot pointed to the black rock and kicked into the air right in front of the black stone. A bright blue light emitted from Dika's feet and hit the black rock. An explosion occurred around the black rock, causing thick dust. Lin Tian, who was very knowledgeable about the 6 marine styles, saw Dika's attack method and immediately realized that Dika intended to destroy the black stone. Barbara Kick was different from the shave that Lin Tian often used. Barbara Kick didn't kick the enemy directly to deal damage but kicked in the wind at incredible speed and created a vacuum. It was like a sharp mower that could cut opponents. The blue light was actually a strong and sharp moving wind. Even though the attack method was only wind, don't underestimate the wind released by trained legs. When Barbara Kick was trained to a certain degree, even steel could be cut. Seeing that powerful explosion, it seemed that Dika's mastery of Barbara Kick had reached a high level. But even a high-level Barbara Kick was not enough to destroy this stone. This black stone was very hard. It could be said that no one in this world can destroy it. The dust enveloping the black stone was slowly disappeared, and the black stone was still intact without the slightest scratch. Dika's powerful attack didn't even leave a trace. What? Dika reacted in disbelief. Even though he used his full strength, he couldn't even destroy the stone. How could it be? My Barbara Kick didn't leave a single scratch. Dika couldn't believe what he saw in front of him and kept hitting the black stone with blue light, but the black stone was still intact without a scratch when the dust was gone. Seeing what Dika was doing in front of him, Fandi was surprised at first, but after thinking about something, Fandi slowly smiled on his face and finally laughed. Ha 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 ha, Fandi said with disdain, Dika. Your plan is indeed perfect, but in reality, any situation can happen. You expect everything too much, but don't expect this black stone to be destroyed by you. Now that your goal is not achieved, the treasure will not only be yours, but your plan has also failed. When Fandi talked about the problem in his head, Dika angrily swung his leg towards Fandi. However, Dika was a tolerant criminal. He was holding back the murderous intent of Fandi. He aimed to kill him just as the Navy arrived to receive an award from the Marine headquarters. On the other hand, Dika directed his attack at Fandi's right hand to intimidate him from talking too much. His right arm was cut off, blood flowed out like water, intense pain rushed to the brain, but Fandi could still endure the pain. The excessive blood loss caused Fandi's face to turn pale in an instant. Seeing Daika's desperate gaze, Fandi forced himself to endure the pain and laughed out loud. When the marine arrives, the secrets of this treasure could not be hidden anymore. But the marine has discovered that there is an unmatched power recorded on it, and the marine will definitely seek it out. After designing for so long, this treasure will not be yours alone. And in the end, Daika, you're like digging a hole for your own body. Ha ha ha. Every time Fandi spoke, he intended to roast Daika, and it caused Daika's killing intent towards Fandi to increase continuously. At this moment, Daika's killing intent had reached an extreme, and even the air seemed to be frozen by this killing intent. However, at this moment, someone came out from the ground in a place covered by the soil due to the explosion next to Daika. This person was Lin Tian, who was hiding underground. After knowing all the truth behind the case, Lin Tian decided to show himself. It's time to go out and solve the whole problem. Daika and Fandi were shocked by the figure rushing out. How could anyone still survive under such a powerful explosion? Fandi was immediately pleased to see that his subordinates survived the explosion. This guy must have good strength, he thought. Among the people buried beneath it, these residents were just ordinary people who had no power at all, so he summed that their subordinate was the people who had come out. As long as this subordinate could help him get the sea stone bullet out of his body, then, with the strength of his 2 men, he would be able to defeat that B.A.S.T.A.R.D. Daika. Daika also thought about this situation, so that Daika's face immediately panicked. How could Fandi still have subordinates who could survive? Despite feeling a threat, Daika was not afraid. Even though he couldn't beat the 2 of them, he was still able to escape. What said Daika the most was his arrogance. He was bragging about how perfect his previous plan was, but then many unpredictable factors appeared suddenly. But when Daika and Fandi looked at the figure more clearly, they were not surprised but scared, and the same sentence came to their minds. A kid. How did he get here? Lin Tian could glimpse the thoughts in the hearts of the 2 of them. He had seen too many eyes like that in the past year. Boy, who are you? Fandi barked. After experiencing uncertain circuit-misstances, you could imagine Fandi's mood. According to Fandi's temper from 10 years ago, he would have attacked this kid without hesitation if not for his limitations. I'm Lin Tian, captain of the Marine. Marine. Fandi and Daika couldn't do anything but shocked. Chapter 26 How is this possible? Daika was confused, thinking how did a marine soldier appear here? They should have been intercepted by Fandi's men who occupied the city first, which would take time. Then what happened to my subordinates who occupied the city? And how many marine soldiers came with you? Fandi asked Lin Tian anxiously. If there is a marine soldier here, it is likely that my subordinates in the city have already been defeated. If that's so, why I didn't receive reports of the marines' arrival? Currently, Fandi is also still waiting for help from his subordinates from the city. If it were true that his subordinates in the town had been defeated, he would really be done now. Now the root of the problem was clear, so Lin Tian felt that there was no need to hide anymore. I killed them all last night, and now the whole navy is on its way. Daika immediately realized an unprecedented crisis. Now the issue was not whether he could get the treasure but how he survived. But before escaping, the marine captain in front of him must die. He must have heard what he said just now. Daika was also a perfectionist, knowing that there was not much time left for him, and he has to finish it as quickly as possible. When Lin Tian focused on Fandi, he attacked Lin Tian with a surprise attack. Barbara kick. Daika was completely indiscriminate. He attacked with a deadly trick. The blue light was like a sharp, deadly blade. He aimed to kill Lin Tian without cutting off his head. Even though Lin Tian gave Fandi most of his attention, it didn't mean that Lin Tian had relaxed his vigilance towards Daika. Lin Tian already knew when Daika moved to attack him silently. Shave. Lin Tian teleported to the side to dodge the Daika's dangerous attack. Shave. Then Lin Tian teleported to Daika and hit him, who hadn't reacted with a punch. Even though Daika was marine trash, his fighting skills were not bad. Don't forget that he was a marine commodore. He didn't know that Lin Tian, who looked so young, had already mastered shave, so he didn't expect that to happen. But Daika reacted at the last moment the attack hit him. He didn't have time to dodge but immediately blocked the attack. Iron block. Daika took a deep breath, and the muscles in his chest bulged up immediately, ready to resist Lin Tian's punch. Dang! Lin Tian's fist hit Daika, making a sound like steel impact. Enduring the pain in his hand, the power on his fist suddenly increased, knocking Daika back a few steps. The iron block was one of the 6 marine styles. By strengthening a well-trained body to become as hard as iron, this technique was used to withstand enemy attacks, sharp weapons, and bullets. Then the attack launched by Lin Tian against Daika was no impact. Instead, Lin Tian was injured as a result of this technique. He really seemed to be punching steel with a bare hand. Seeing that Daika could withstand his attacks, Lin Tian didn't just give up. After receiving the impact of his own attack, Lin Tian quickly covered his fists with a spatial barrier. Seeing that Lin Tian was about to take advantage of this opportunity to attack again, Daika quickly readied his stance and threw his fists against Lin Tian. Barbara kick. Shave. Iron block. Every technique he mastered was launched to bring down Lin Tian. For a moment, the two quickly attacked each other. In this state, the two relied on pure physical skills to fight, triggering huge airwaves and countless dust surrounding the two of them. Lin Tian didn't use his devil fruit ability. He only used 6 marine styles, just like Daika. Both used the same technique. And Fandi, who was beside the two of them, was impacted every time Lin Tian and Daika collided. Powerful shockwaves were generated. A lot of debris beside the two of them flew into the air. Fandi, who was still affected by the sea stone bullet, couldn't move. So much debris fell on Fandi's body. Seeing the two of them fighting fiercely, Fandi could only keep cursing Daika, who had shot him with sea stone bullets, making him look like this. Bang! The two collided like 2 meteorites, and huge air waves scattered from all directions. With this strong reaction, the two of them retreated rapidly. This is unexpected, there is a genius like you in the marine, and he has the strength equivalent of a commodity when he was 11 years old, said Daika breathlessly. It could be seen that the battle just now was very hard for Daika. Even though Daika had used iron blocks to block many attacks, iron block wasn't a technique that could withstand all attacks. The iron block's most significant role was to block basic attacks, sharp weapons, and ordinary bullets. The iron block couldn't block the pure power that Lin Tian unleashed. Although Daika looked fine on the outside, in fact, many parts of Daika's internal body were injured. But Lin Tian's condition was much better. Although Lin Tian was almost out of breath, Lin Tian did not suffer any harm. After all, Lin Tian's spatial barrier was mighty, and he often blocked Daika's attacks at critical times, but it needed physical exertion so much. You are quite strong. I didn't expect your fighting strength to be so high, said Lin Tian with a little surprise. Hearing Lin Tian's compliment, Daika laughed to herself, really? Most people who know me think I'm just a criminal. Do you think so too? Lin Tian nodded, yes, then. But not anymore. You are indeed qualified to become a commodity. But do you know that? After a battle with Lin Tian, Daika was in a good mood and asked curiously, oh, what is it? I think I might be able to answer. With your fighting strength and intelligence, that's enough to make you a rear admiral, but why are you still doing this? Lin Tian said the question. Ha ha ha, Daika laughed and said jokingly, rear admiral? I might get, but sometimes the higher you stand, it will be difficult for you to do something. Lin Tian smiled and nodded indeed. Isn't it the same for my teacher, Garp? With his strength and reputation, he could become a fleet admiral, but why did he stay as vice admiral? It's because Garp doesn't want it. Well, you are also great for having this fighting strength at such a young age. It looks like your teacher is excellent. You also know a lot of darkness in the marine more than I. Just do what you want to do. Seeing Lin Tian daydreaming, his death was almost there. But Daika suddenly started thinking about teasing Lin Tian. Is that so? Lin Tian smiled faintly, I am different from other marines. I have my own justice in my heart. In my eyes, people like you must be exterminated. Hearing Lin Tian's answer, Daika expected it. At around 10 years old, this little demon named Lin Tian possessed a commodity equivalent to combat power, and his future in the navy was limitless. Daika felt unable to keep him up. Daika took a deep breath, killing intent gushing out in his eyes, and he could only survive by killing the kid in front of him. Facing Daika's killing intent, Lin Tian showed no fear, and his fighting intent became even stronger. Fight! To defeat Daika quickly, Lin Tian not only used the 6 marine styles this time, but he would also use his devil fruit abilities optimally. Spatial prison. Daika, who attacked quickly, stopped at once. Lin Tian's devil fruit power trapped his body. But Daika's fighting strength was not weak. He immediately broke free with his own strength. Lin Tian indeed wanted to save his energy. Lin Tian's spatial prison could even hold Garp. If Lin Tian maintained it with all his strength, Daika wouldn't be able to break free. Seeing Daika break free, Lin Tian didn't react at all but stood there calmly, because Lin Tian was ready, and took out more than a dozen death B.A.L.L.S around Daika. Daika looked at the small black B.A.L.L.S that suddenly appeared around her with an alert, and Daika could guess the damage caused by these small BALLS. After finding out that this child was also a person with devil fruit powers, Daika originally wanted to run away, but these little B.A.L.L.S were blocking his back. Boom, boom, a series of explosions could be heard from 2 places. As for Fandi, who was injured by Daika, who was lying on his side, Lin Tian didn't forget it. In Lin Tian's view, Fandi was just a lowly pirate who was taken advantage of by Daika. The smoke disappeared, and Fandi, who had lost too much blood, died on the spot due to the explosive power of several death B.A.L.L.S he received. As a cunning person, Fandi was at a loss. He was the one who made Fandi seriously injured like that, but Lin Tian easily killed him just like that. Fandi was probably crying over what happened to him in the last moments of his death. When the smoke dispersed, a figure still stood up. Chapter 27. Even though Fandi was dead, Daika's real problem was still in front of his eyes. In the final moments of the explosion, Daika used the iron block to resisted the shockwave from the blast. But in order to kill these 2 people at once, Lin Tian put up a layer of spatial barriers around them. The explosive power of the dozens of death B.A.L.L.S was terrifying, and you could imagine what would happen to those in it. Although Daika was able to survive the fatal attack, he was seriously injured. Daika was literally on the verge of death. Seeing Lin Tian, who didn't even move from his place, Daika smiled bitterly. Even though this brat is still very young, but his fighting strength is so high, he can corner me just by relying on the 6 marine style without suffering much loss. Besides that, he also has a strong devil fruit ability, and he uses it well to finish me. Daika didn't know that Lin Tian was also using his devil fruit ability to defend himself. If he didn't use it to protect himself, Lin Tian would have received quite a severe injury. Lin Tian was also surprised to see Daika, who was still standing after receiving the ultimate attack. Lin Tian wanted to kill the person in front of him. Marine trash like this must be exterminated. Lin Tian slowly walked towards Daika. Even though she survived the explosion, Daika was so weak now, and he couldn't even move his body. Seeing Lin Tian coming, Daika knew that Lin Tian was aiming to kill him. Even though a Soul Reaper was in front of him, Daika was very calm, neither afraid nor begged for mercy. Because Daika knew that he would definitely die in his current situation, in that case, he was ready to accept whatever Lin Tian would do to him. Lin Tian stared at Daika blankly. In Lin Tian's heart, he indeed deserved to die. With all his strength, Daika asked the question, "Who are you and who is your teacher?" Lin Tian appreciated the dying person's question in front of him, then he replied, "I am Lin Tian, Marine Captain, and my teacher is Vice Admiral Garp." Vice Admiral Garp? I see, muttered Daika, suddenly realized. Daika was not surprised that Lin Tian's teacher was Vice Admiral Garp, whose fighting ability was beyond doubt. So this little devil's name is Lin Tian, and his teacher is Vice Admiral Garp, the marine hero. He is one of the people who dare to hunt down the Roger Pirate King. No wonder he is so young and so strong. Just when Lin Tian was about to kill Daika, suddenly Daika raised the gun and fired it at Lin Tian. Lin Tian thought Daika was completely helpless. He really did not expect Daika would launch a surprise attack like this. Since the attack was sudden, and Lin Tian wasn't alert, he couldn't dodge the bullet. Seeing the bullet hitting Lin Tian, Daika laughed, "Ha ha ha, son of ab.I.T.C.H, you will die with me." The bullet Daika had just fired was a sea stone bullet, the same as the bullet he used to shoot Fandi. Even though Daika couldn't move, he was very careful in looking for opportunities, and when it came, he immediately launched a surprise attack. Daika's aim just now was intentional to weaken Lin Tian's level of alertness and use it to give Lin Tian a fatal blow. Daika already knew that he would die, so he intended to take Lin Tian with him to Hell. This little devil is a devil fruit user. After receiving this attack, his strength will weaken. You're too early to be happy. Lin Tian once again used his devil fruit power to block Daika's attack. The sea stone bullet stopped moving right in front of him. Seeing Lin Tian doing nothing, Daika shouted in disbelief, "How is that possible? What are you doing? How can you stop that sea stone bullet?" The attack just now was indeed very dangerous for Lin Tian. If he didn't react to using the spatial shield quickly, the situation would change. "I'm dead now." After experiencing the incident just now, Lin Tian didn't make any movement but immediately used spatial power to kill Daika. After confirming that Daika was dead, Lin Tian felt relieved. Lin Tian recalled the situation just now, still shocked. Because of his carelessness, Daika was able to take advantage of him and was almost killed. After killing Daika and Fandi, Lin Tian saw the poneglyph that recorded historical texts. After observing for a while, Lin Tian also found nothing. "I had to copy the writing on this poneglyph first, then make 2 big holes, and immediately fill them with soil and a big tree on top." Lin Tian put the poneglyph into the pit below and used spatial strength to bury it, then erased all traces. That's right, Lin Tian would hide this poneglyph. Lin Tian didn't want Marine to know about this. That was why Lin Tian wanted to kill Daika as quickly as possible to hide the evidence about this poneglyph before the Marine arrived. When Lin Tian was hiding the poneglyph, the Marines finally arrived, and the leader was Commodore Ender. At the same time, several townspeople followed suit. They feared for the safety of their families and followed the Marine soldiers on the initiative. Carly and her sister were also in the crowd. Residents looked at the large pit buried in front and the destruction caused by fierce fighting, but many residents had a bad premonition without a family member. The residents saw a big hole buried in the ground ahead, and in the aftermath of the fierce fighting, they had a bad feeling because no one saw their family. Commodore Ender also found that the situation was very inappropriate, then he asked Lin Tian in a low voice, "Captain Lin Tian, what happened to the residents who have been captured?" Lin Tian stood still and said, "They all are buried underground." The nearby residents heard Lin Tian's answer, several people fainted on the spot, and many of them were already crying, staring badly into Lin Tian's eyes. Hearing Lin Tian's answer, Commodore Ender couldn't help but move his mouth, "Captain Lin Tian, you are too blunt. When something like this happens, you should say it in more polite words." Seeing the villagers who had misunderstood what he meant, Lin Tian couldn't laugh or cry and quickly explained, "I mean, they are indeed buried below, I'm not saying that they are dead. My devil fruit ability protects them. Now they are all still alive." After listening to Lin Tian's explanation, everyone's faces suddenly changed. The villagers immediately dug a hole to save their family, but they were too slow. Lin Tian was afraid that they would be dead from running out of oxygen, so he immediately took action. Seeing countless families reunited in front of him, Lin Tian showed a meaningful smile on his face. "My mission is done now, no more business here, and it's time to face that smelly old man." "Father!" Carly and her sister rushed to embrace a middle-aged man. After half a year of not seeing him, she could finally feel his father's embrace again, and tears streamed down their eyes. While cuddling with her father, Carly also remembers her mother's death and the times when she cared for her sister. Carly has suffered a lot in the last 6 months. Currently, she felt her anxiety disappear a little, and it was all because of Lin Tian's hard work. If not for him, today would just be a dream for Carly. When Carly wanted to thank Lin Tian, she realized that Lin Tian had left. The middle-aged man found Carly's movements and asked, "Carly, who are you looking for?" Next to him, the little girl answered, "Dad, Sis Carly is looking for the marine boy who saved everyone. That young man is truly extraordinary. He is the savior of all of us," said the middle-aged man with emotion. Chapter 28 Good job. Boy. Garp praised. In this incident, Lin Tian handled it very well. He can handle things calmly and deftly when faced with something, and he always faces situations that are not well expected. Garp has been in the marine for many years and has seen many very promising marine soldiers. However, at Lin Tian's very young age, he possessed powerful combat strength, vision, intuition, and perfect wisdom. This is the first time Garp has seen a marine as good as him. Because Lin Tian had great potential, this was his disciple, Garp felt delighted. Garp believed that as long as Lin Tian was given time, Lin Tian would become the greatest marine soldier in history. Lin Tian felt very strange at Garp's praise. Usually, he was always a smelly old man who always looked down on him. Why this stinky old man praises me like that for? Smelly old man, since we didn't see each other all night, did you eat something wrong? Ha ha ha, the marine soldiers on the side held back laughter when they heard Lin Tian's words. Lin Tian was the only person on the ship who could talk to Vice Admiral Garp like this. Garp was in a good mood at first, then he felt bad hearing those words, especially when he heard the laughter of the other marine soldiers. Garp suddenly became irritated. Pow, because Lin Tian made him feel annoyed, Garp had to take out his anger on Lin Tian. Garp immediately hit Lin Tian's forehead with a fist of love and instantly knocked Lin Tian down. Rubbing his dizzy head, Lin Tian crawled out of the pile of broken wooden planks and whispered, "Now what else? I was wrong now. By the way, smelly old man, the problem here is resolved. Why aren't we leaving yet?" Lin Tian asked Garp loudly. Garp, who was still in a bad mood, did not answer Lin Tian's question and walked towards the wicker chair beside him. "I haven't slept since last night, so I have to make up for it this time." A marine soldier on the side explained, "Captain Lin Tian, some of the supplies on our ship are not enough. We need to add some on this island." "Oh, I see, thank you," Lin Tian thanked the marine soldier. Since there was still time before the sail, Lin Tian immediately lay down in the corner. "I haven't slept since last night and fought 2 battles. I am very tired. Now that I have time, I must rest well." But not long after Lin Tian lay down, he woke up again when he was about to fall asleep. "Hey, Captain Lin Tian!" Lin Tian sighed and got up, "What's wrong?" "Captain Lin Tian, someone who looked for you and said that he had something to tell you," replied the marine soldier. Lin Tian followed the marine soldiers with a strange gaze. He came to this small island alone and didn't recognize anyone. Could it be she? If it were her, it would make sense, but why would she want to see me? Following the naval soldiers, Lin Tian walked not far and reached the beach next to the pier. Seeing the girl's figure on the beach, Lin Tian knew that his guess was right. Carly was the one who was looking for him. It's just that Carly didn't know where Lin Tian was, so she asked a marine soldier to find him. Lin Tian walked over to Carly, who was on the siege.o.r.e. Today Carly was wearing a white dress with white orchid embroidery in 3000 green silk tied with a lavender ribbon. Blue sky, white clouds, calm choppy sea, gentle breeze, the beach view in the morning is so beautiful. Lin Tian had never seen a scene like this in his previous life. Lin Tian was dumbfounded at that moment. After a while, Lin Tian reacted and scratched his nose awkwardly, realizing that he was innocent. "People ask me to come and talk about it, but this is too awkward and embarrassed. Lin Tian said shyly, "Then what is it, Carly? What do you need from me? And how is your father?" When Carly looked at Lin Tian, she was very understanding of Lin Tian's gestures and expressions. Carly's face was already red when she saw Lin Tian before her eyes. Unable to hold back the embarrassment, Carly turned around to look away. Even though Carly turned around toward Lin Tian at first, then she braced herself and replied, "It's okay, I just want to thank you for coming this time. If it weren't for you, my father would never come back." "Nothing, I promised you anyway, right?" Carly's gratitude to Lin Tian was very meaningful. "But why did Carly turn away from me? Do I look so scary?" It looks like Carly is a little abnormal today. When facing Lin Tian last night, Carly was so domineering. But now, she didn't even dare to look at him. Carly said shyly, "Lin Tian, there is a gift as my gratitude because you saved my father. So I will give you something." Seeing that Carly had her back to him, Lin Tian wanted to tease Carly. He walked slowly behind Carly, not making a sound, and just stood behind Carly quietly. After waiting for a while, seeing Lin Tian not answering, Carly was a little confused and worried. Lin Tian, are you still there?" Carly called him several times, but Lin Tian didn't answer. Carly thought Lin Tian had already left and quickly turned around to look. When Carly had just turned around, a familiar face appeared before her face. The sudden appearance of a face startled Carly, and her body instinctively recoiled. But in a rush to step back, Carly's legs couldn't stand up, and her body suddenly lost balance and fell to the ground. When Lin Tian saw Carly going to fall, the first thought in his mind was not to let Carly fall. So Lin Tian grabbed Carly's waist and pulled her. When she was in Lin Tian's embrace, Carly was shocked. Apart from her father, this was the first time a male hugged her. Feeling very awkward, both acted weird. Carly quickly broke away from Lin Tian's embrace. After that incident, the two of them stood up, blushing. Especially Carly, with the blush on her face, she didn't even know what to say. Finally, Lin Tian spoke, breaking the silence between the two sides. By the way, Carly, what did you just say? I didn't hear it. Carly looked at Lin Tian a little annoyed, and took out a blue jade pendant from her chest. This is the pendant that my mother left me before she died. This jade pendant is in pairs. One of them I wear, and the rest is this one. And this is for you. After receiving the jade pendant from Carly, Lin Tian closely observed it and carefully kept it away. Seeing that Lin Tian was very careful with this jade pendant, Carly couldn't help but be amused and said with a laugh, this is just an ordinary jade pendant. You don't need to be that serious. While keeping the jade pendant, Lin Tian looked at Carly and said firmly, yes, why not, this is a sign of love, of course, I keep it carefully, if I lose this thing, I will feel very guilty for not appreciating it. When she heard the words sign of love, Carly's face immediately flushed red, crossed her calves, and said shyly, but this is just an ordinary gift, so why? Carly, who was embarrassed, said, was like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world, and people couldn't look away at her. With a smile, Lin Tian said, your mother gave it to you, and it is in pairs. It must be a sign of love. Faced with Lin Tian's seduction, Carly couldn't say a word to reply because when her mom gave her jade pendant, she said that this pair of jade pendants was a gift to her. I don't know what happened today, why did I suddenly give him the jade pendant? Since I gave it to him, it's not good if I take it back. Besides, I don't want it back either. I just want him to keep it for me. Carly couldn't express her heart, so she just looked at Lin Tian's chest and fell silent in embarrassment. After refilling supplies, Lin Tian was ready to go back to sailing. To thank the Marines for saving the entire island, the residents spontaneously rushed to the docks to escort the departing Marine soldiers. Holding a jade pendant, Lin Tian waved at Carly, who was standing in front of the crowd. When he was leaving, Carly and her sister, completely reluctant to part with him. Seeing the two of them, Lin Tian showed a happy smile on his face. In this incident, I increased my battle experience and got a copy of the Poneglyph and the Heart's Beauty. It could be considered a complete victory. Chapter 29 It's showtime. Following Lin Tian's order, the Marine soldiers took out their weapons, and gallantly followed the canyon. In the canyon, a group of pirates consisting of about hundreds of people was surrounded by the Marine. Now, these pirates were like a mouse surrounded by many hungry cats. A pirate who was watching the movements of the navy at the mouth of the canyon ran towards his captain. Captain, the Marines has surrounded us. They will start attacking. Hearing that the Marine had attacked, many of the pirates panicked. Even though they knew that the Marine was going to attack, the pirates were not ready for war but instead became chaotic. Shut up, Lao Tzu, the captain roared. Because of the captain's prestige, the panicked pirates had to force themselves to calm down. Now that this situation was against their captain's plan, death was really picking them up. The captain saw his silent men and said, now we are surrounded by the Marine. The chance to live is not impossible. Destroying them is the only way. After a pause, the captain said fiercely, if any of you escapes or asks mercy from the Marine, don't blame me for I will hunt you to the ends of the world. The captain said so, and the pirates quickly agreed. After the captain finished his sentence, the pirates' spirits caught fire, and they cheered. Yes, we will defeat the Marine and escape with you, Captain. Kill those DAM.N Marines. Who is the leader of this Marine group, by the way? Even if the captain decides to fight the Marine, he must understand its fighting strength. If the leader of this Marine group is stronger than me, and if I keep going, it will be a pointless death. It's better to give up early so that I can have a better chance in my life. One of the pirates came to tell him, and he couldn't help trembling, and haltingly said, this time, Ma Marine Commodore. Lin Tian. Lin Tian, by just hearing his name, the pirates felt short of breath. Not only was that name jarring to pirates, but almost everyone in the world knew this person well. Commodore Lin Tian was known as the most promising Marine soldier leading the Marine forces. He joined the Marine at 11 and was accepted as a student by Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. After a year of training at the Marine headquarters, he followed Vice Admiral Garp in the first half of the major route. Within a year, Lin Tian was promoted from Marine captain to Commodore due to his many achievements in carrying out missions and strong fighting strength. As an outstanding soldier under Vice Admiral Garp's tutelage, the Marine headquarters naturally proudly published this man. This is an excellent opportunity to increase the reputation of the Marine. Back then, the Marine always covered Lin Tian in the newspapers, boasting that Lin Tian was the strongest soldier in Marine history. Even though this is true, the Marine always exaggerated to make it look perfect. Therefore, Lin Tian became the most famous Marine soldier in this era. Everyone in the world knew Lin Tian's name, but people only found out through newspapers and third parties. After Lin Tian found out, he felt he didn't deserve it. According to Lin Tian, his own current strength was still so weak that everyone would have too much hope for him. Isn't this just Marine headquarters nonsense? Now that something has happened, it cannot be changed, but it still could be remedied. So Lin Tian approached Garp, hoping that the Marine headquarters would prevent the newspaper from sending out his photos. Garp also understood the seriousness of the matter and notified the Marine headquarters. Relying on Garp's discretion, Fleet Admiral Sengoku readily agreed. Now the world indeed knew Lin Tian's fame, but no one knew what Lin Tian looks like. In fact, what these pirates feared was not Lin Tian's overly known reputation when Commodore Lin Tian was cracking down on pirates. The pirates that were A.S. signed to Lin Tian generally had many allies, and they were very cunning. Commodore Lin Tian never caught pirates carelessly. He did not act according to marine rules. If he came face to face with a pirate who didn't do anything bad, he'd let him go. There were many pirates with high bounties, unleashed by Lin Tian. On the contrary, if a pirate committed many crimes, even if the pirate knelt and begged for mercy until he cried blood, Lin Tian would still kill him without hesitation. This kind of marine soldier was what pirates fear. The pirates knew precisely what kind of people they are. They didn't have a chance to give up when faced with a marine like that, even if they had no more hands and feet. Lin Tian's eyes widened in surprise at seeing these pirates dare to encounter his marines group. Lin Tian has already investigated this pirate group, and the total bounty for this pirate group is 60 million Bailey. However, this pirate group was extremely vicious. A week ago, this group of pirates brutally ma.s. sacred in a small town. Lin Tian, who heard the news, felt very angry and concerned. At least 1,000 people died in the ma.s. sacred. And the reason these pirates ma.s. sacred there was only to announce their arrival to the Grand Line. Lin Tian was furious at the time, so for the past week, Lin Tian had been looking for information about this pirate group, and now he had finally found it. This pirate group will be killed today. A marine soldier issued an order to one side, gather at the mouth of the canyon. These pirates want to fight us head-on. We have to intimidate them after all. All right. A marine soldier quickly picked up the transponder worm and issued an updated order to the surrounding marine soldiers. At the mouth of the canyon, when the pirates came out of the canyon, the marine soldiers had already ambushed them. This time, as usual, don't let anyone escape. Lin Tian stood at the front and shouted. All right. The marine soldiers responded with burning enthusiasm. The marine soldiers already knew of the tragedy in the city. After they learned of this tragedy, they were filled with murderous intent in the name of justice. Compared with the marine soldiers, the pirates' momentum was not bad. Since there was no way to back and no chance of surrender, they could only fight to the death. Kill them all. The two sides collided with each other like a torrent. More than a dozen people fell to the ground in just one collide, but the ones who fell to the ground were pirates. The marine soldiers that were cut by the pirates didn't get the slightest scratch. Lin Tian created a spatial barrier layer for the marine soldiers who were on the front lines, but it only resisted the enemy's attack at the beginning. After all, for these marine soldiers to have courage, they would be more experienced after facing such a battle. Lin Tian slowly walked across the battlefield and walked towards the pirate captain, but no pirate dared to stop him. Just now, several pirates attacked Lin Tian with their swords, but before they got close to Lin Tian, these pirates died instantly, and Lin Tian didn't even look at them. Seeing this strange situation, the pirates realized, he is Commodore Lin Tian. He is even more terrifying than the rumors that are circulating. Seeing Lin Tian getting closer and closer to him, the pirate captain's heart slowly sank. Witnessing the deaths of several of his underlings earlier, the pirate captain already understood that the person walking towards him was very strong, and he was not his opponent at all. According to the pirate captain's mindset, it was better to run first when facing an enemy who could not be defeated. But based on the situation, if he took a step back, his men would immediately find out about it and follow him. Step by step, the pirate captain walked backward. When the marines had slaughtered all the pirates, Lin Tian was also walking towards the pirate captain. By that time, the pirate captain was on the verge of death. I can only stand here silently, and watching my subordinates being slaughtered one by one, and wait for someone to take my own life. What should I do? Seeing the angel of death approaching him to step by step, the pirate captain finally lost his mind under this intense pressure. He took out a knife, and rushed towards Lin Tian like a madman, and shouted, "Why are you chasing us? Why are you hunting us to death? Because of you, my plans are falling apart. Die! Die all of you, B.A.S.T.A.R.D Marines." Lin Tian pointed his hand to the pirate captain running towards him, thinking of the city people killed by this pirate group tragically. Lin Tian's eyes were fiery. Spatial shattered, silently shouted. The pirate captain's body stopped suddenly as if it was being held back by something. Then after that, countless cracks appeared on the captain's body, like shards of GLA.S about to shatter. Crack! Crack! Crash! Seeing the body that was shattered to pieces, Lin Tian whispered, "You are nothing but a devil-hearted human." Chapter 30. Seeing the pirates being slaughtered in front of him made Garp felt relief and also worry. Fortunately, Lin Tian has experienced many improvements, battle experience, war tactics, and included in the power of devil fruit. And he has exceeded his teacher's expectations. In just 1 year, he was promoted from captain to commodore, and he was now the youngest commodore in marine history. But Garp's concern for Lin Tian was that he didn't look like an ordinary marine soldier but had his own rules and views of justice, and he just did whatever he wanted. Just like before, Lin Tian let go of pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions of Bailey because he had never killed an innocent person. When these rumors reached Marine headquarters, they immediately caused an overwhelming response. Some people wanted to make a fuss about this, but in the end, the elite Marine and the world government came together to press the issue. Garp always felt uneasy about this. He always thought that Lin Tian would leave the Marine one day because his view differed from the Marine. Lin Tian likes adventure and freedom, and Marine rules and regulations were not suited for him. Looking around, Garp did not find Lin Tian, and asked the Marine soldier beside him, "Where did Commodore Lin Tian go? Why is he nowhere to be seen?" Vice Admiral Garp, Commodore Lin Tian just went to a small town not far from there, and he said he would be back soon. On the other side, not far from the canyon, was a busy city. Since this was the intersection of 2 of the 7 Grand Line routes, there were many pirates and merchant ships here, and it was also very prosperous because of such a large human resource. Right now, Lin Tian was strolling the middle street of this prosperous city, with so many shops, stalls, and of course, many pirates on either side. As a crossroads of the Grand Line, you can imagine how many pirates pass by here every day. A large part of the reason Sexon Island was so prosperous was that there were so many pirates, and the whole world knew that pirates were rich. In the place where many pirates landed, there must be a lot of Marine on duty. There was also an admiral stationed nearby, the admiral in charge of thousands of Marine soldiers. Not far from this island, there was the 7th Branch Marine headquarters. It only took an hour to get there from this island. Therefore, even though there weren't many Marines on the island, no pirates dared make trouble here. The fighting strength of 7th Branch Marine headquarters was not weak. Being on the ship all day, Lin Tian felt very bored, and the boat was adrift in the sea, which made Lin Tian feel very uncomfortable. He felt more comfortable on land. A street vendor grabbed Lin Tian's hand and pointed to the goods in his stall, and said, "Hey kid, look. These are items I searched for myself, and the goods here are very high quality." Lin Tian waved his hand quickly and refused. I'm not sure what the guy said. Seeing the rusted copper and iron, Lin Tian wanted to laugh. It is an absolute lie. Even if it is broken, it is considered quality. But no buyer is that stupid. This merchant's view is misguided. Sir, what you said is true. How much is this thing? An unknown man crouched in front of the small stall and observed a black stick. When the stall owner saw that a customer had come, he immediately boasted, "Of course, we got this from a very dangerous place. That's why some of my friends died at that time." After the stall owner boasted for a long time, the man joyfully paid Bailey 10,000 and bought the black stick. Lin Tian was stunned to see what the man was doing. In the end, he couldn't say anything but shook his head. The world was so big that there were so many things that he had never seen before. When Lin Tian was about to walk, the man who bought the black stick suddenly turned around and ran towards him. His face panicked, he ran toward Lin Tian just as while Lin Tian about to leave. Someone was chasing him. The man had not run far from Lin Tian. A team of Marine soldiers rushed out of the crowd, pushed the crowd with their hands, and shouted, "Stop, or we will shoot you." After hearing the words of the Marine, the man ran even faster. Because of not paying attention to the road, he hit Lin Tian, so that the man fell to the ground. Hearing the Marine's steps chasing him getting closer, the man immediately got up from the ground and apologized to Lin Tian, "Sorry, I'm sorry," but because of his fall, the Marine managed to chase him, and they were only a few meters away from the man. To cover this distance only took the blink of an eye for an adequately trained Marine soldier. Just when the Marine soldiers was about to catch the man, they suddenly stopped in place and couldn't move. Realizing that his body was stopped by something, fear appeared on their faces, and they immediately realized that a strong guy stopped them. The man quickly seized the opportunity and rushed into the crowd, and he escaped successfully. At this time, the spatial prison on the Marine soldiers was also removed, but the person they were after was nowhere to be seen, and the Marine soldiers had no choice but to let out a natural sigh of exasperation. These Marine soldiers had been looking for the person for several days, and at the very moment of being caught, they were thwarted by someone at the last moment. A Marine captain who led the Marine group glanced at the crowd nearby. Even though he knew there were strong people among these people, the Marine captain did not think much of it. There were too many people here, to be sure. People who possessed this kind of ability were not people who could be handled by the small team he led, so he could only go back fruitlessly. Lin Tian was the one who stopped these Marine soldiers. Initially, Lin Tian didn't intend to interfere. But seeing this man took the time to apologize to him while running away, Lin Tian immediately thought that the person didn't seem like a bad person, so Lin Tian decided to help him. The stall owner also recognized the man being chased by the Marine soldiers. He bought something from his stall before. Because he was afraid, he would get into trouble. The stall owner tidied up his stall and was about to leave. Dam.n, I have to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a gold coin fell in front of him. The stall owner immediately took the gold coin and took a bite. After confirming that the gold coins were genuine, he immediately put them in his pocket. Then the stall owner looked at Lin Tian and asked with a smile on his face, "Young lord, what do you want to know from me?" As a businessman, he fully understands the phrase "there is nothing free in the world." The child in front of him threw a gold coin to find out some information. Lin Tian took out another gold coin and placed it in his palm. I want to know what just happened. Under the temptation of the gold coins, the stall owner said excitedly, Young lord, if you ask me, you have found the right person. There is nothing I don't know about this island, but I don't talk nonsense. Just tell me the crux of the matter. Lin Tian was impatient and felt reluctant to listen to the nonsense from this stall owner. This incident happened a few days ago. That day, a ship came to this island. The ship was not only carrying goods but also carrying many people. These people were not identified, and many of them were carrying a lot of things, such as treasure chests and other valuables. So these guys are very popular among the traders. Because they buy many merchants' goods here. But the next day, the 7th Branch Marine Headquarters soldiers arrived and captured all of these people. Only then did it become known that these people fled from the Holy Land Mary Gosa. They were the slaves of one of the World N.O.Bli. The Marine was paid to serve them. So the World N.O.Bli ordered them to capture all the slaves who escaped and handed them over to him. Although most of them were caught, there were still some who fled. And that person who earlier was one of the World N.O.Bli's slaves. When talking about this stall owner shook his head and said sympathetically, by the way, these people are suffering. They have been slaves to the people of World N.O.Bli for so long. They have no freedom in their lives. Regardless of the stall owner's feelings, Lin Tian threw the gold coin in the stall owner's hand and walked towards the man running. The World N.O.Bli's slave? This is interesting. Chapter 31 After Sing a few turns, Lin Tian came to a crossroads. When Lin Tian was about to follow the man's footsteps, he found that the man's trail was gone. This is getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect anyone to protect this man, Lin Tian muttered as he rubbed his chin. Someone noticed the new model tracker I put on the guy. It made me lose track, and it seemed impossible if I was looking for someone in a place this big alone. Lin Tian touched his stomach, which was already hungry, and said quietly, now I will find a place to eat and fill my stomach. I have too long stayed on the ship, and I only eat vegetables every day. It's so boring. Along the way, many restaurants were passing by, but Lin Tian felt like these restaurants looked the same, without any special differences. Lin Tian finally decided to enter one of the places. Lin Tian finally stepped into the front of a bar. The name of this bar is unique. After thinking about it, Lin Tian decided to go in and take a look. The name is very distinctive, and the dishes inside shouldn't be bad. Crack, Lin Tian pushed open the bar door with his hand. He looked around the bar with a curious expression. The decor of this bar was mostly similar to that of other bars. But it's the changes in small places that give the whole bar a unique charm. It seems that the bar owner is still very thorough when it comes to decoration. However, that is not something to be too concerned about. Currently, there was no one in the bar except Lin Tian. Lin Tian was at the bar, choosing a random seat and pressing the bell. Ding dong, shortly after the bell rang, a young woman walked out the bar's back door with short black hair and a spider print shirt. When she first saw Lin Tian, the woman was shocked at first. A teenager comes to her bar alone. With a little patience, Lin Tian immediately saw the bar owner come out, and he quickly said, Madam, give me the best food you have here. Seeing a child talking like an adult, the woman chuckled. He took a cigarette in a desk drawer, lit it, and took a sip, expelling the smoke from his mouth. Slowly said, Boy, the food available here will not suit your taste, and also we have to rest during the day and we don't have time to serve customers. If you want to eat, there are many restaurants outside. You can go there. Lin Tian couldn't believe what that woman said. Not long after Lin Tian rang the bell, another woman came out past the two of them and left the bar. The bar owner said that the woman must be busy with something right now. How could she not have time to serve Lin Tian alone? Madam, is your cook always like this when doing his job? Lin Tian put his hand on the bar and smiled as he watched the owner of the bar. The bar owner nodded and took another cigarette, yes. But it looks like it has nothing to do with cooking this time. Do you know? No matter what time it is, someone is bound to visit this bar. Ask her to make a plate of food for me, Lin Tian joked. The bar owner's eyes became slightly irritated, and the cigarette she was smoking was extinguished. When he looked at Lin Tian again, the expression in his eyes had changed. When that bar owner had looked at Lin Tian earlier, she didn't really care about Lin Tian's attitude. But now, when that bar owner looked at Lin Tian, she was emitting a slightly serious look. It seems like the child in front of me is not an ordinary child. The owner of the bar felt that he had just fallen into a hole by accident. Okay, I want to see if my cook is back. I'm asking him to buy the ingredients. The bar owner looked at Lin Tian with regret. Lin Tian couldn't understand the implication of that bar owner. But the more that bar owner didn't serve Lin Tian, the more Lin Tian wanted to eat. Then, Lin Tian continued, really? Hi, what a shame. Lin Tian whispered, pretending to be disappointed. But when the bar owner thought that Lin Tian didn't want to go yet, Lin Tian changed his mind. However, I am always lucky. Because I can find this place from so many other eating places, I thought I would have a good relationship with this place. The bar owner smiled faintly, got up, and walked towards the door behind the bar. Is that what you think? Don't just rely on your luck. Reality is not as good as you say. Seeing the woman leave, Lin Tian immediately thought. This bar owner was not an ordinary person. He felt that the bar owner had something to hide, and for some reason, Lin Tian was very curious about it. When the bar owner came to the kitchen, Lin Tian knew a little about her ident.I.tai, which was why Lin Tian stubbornly wanted to stay here with the excuse of wanting to eat at this bar. Now the bar owner was making food as fast as possible, so that Lin Tian quickly left. So, after Lin Tian finished eating, the bar owner thought there was no more reason for this brat to stay here. Sure enough, it was the same as Lin Tian had expected. After a while, the bar owner came out with a plate of fragrant food and placed it in front of Lin Tian. Looks like your luck is excellent. Fortunately, there are still leftover ingredients from yesterday. Lin Tian took a spoon and sucked the food scent. Finding that the food's aroma was very fragrant, Lin Tian, who was already hungry, quickly started eating. Who cares if it's yesterday's leftover, food is food. Touching his slightly bulging stomach, Lin Tian sat down with satisfaction. Because I was so hungry earlier, I couldn't hold back my L.U.S.T when I found something delicious, and now my stomach is so bloated. Suddenly, Lin Tian talked, Shakiaku, also known as Shuki. 30 years ago, she was a female pirate who was a famous pirate, but once met Monkey D. Garp of the Marine, who is now a hero of the Marine Vice Admiral. Garp. She was eventually defeated by Monkey D. Garp, but in the end, she managed to escape from Garp, and no trace has been seen since then. Lin Tian was sure that this bar owner was a pirate more than 30 years ago. Hearing what Lin Tian said, Shuki was surprised to stop working and looked at the child in front of him warily. I didn't even tell anyone about this, and not many people around the world know about it. How could this little devil know about that incident? Shuki calmly stretched out a hand behind her, and at the same time, asked Lin Tian, how did you know about this? Who told you? What else do you know? This was told to me by Garp himself, that stinky old man, and I went to the marine data room looking for information about you, but it is general information only. I do not know the details about you. Lin Tian waved his hand and explained innocently. Are you a marine soldier? This kid was called Garp by stinky old man, and he could also enter the marine data room. Who is this kid exactly? Could it be that he has a good relationship with Garp? At a very young age, he had access to the marine data room. Only a few people in this world should be able to enter it, considering how important the room's secrets and information are. From Lin Tian's words, Shuki could get so much information, and at the same time, she could guess Lin Tian's ident.I.tai. Shuki's intelligence in understanding new things is excellent. Yes, I am indeed a marine. Lin Tian stood up, reached out to Shuki, and introduced himself, Lin Tian, Commodore of the Marines. Seeing that Shuki was silent, Lin Tian smiled and joked, don't worry, I'm not that scary, and I don't kill people without reason. And the weapon you are hiding is very heavy, right? Aren't you tired of holding it? After Lin Tian laughed, Shuki also realized that Lin Tian didn't mean to attack her, and the atmosphere between the two died down greatly. Chapter 32 Exhaling smoke, Shuki chuckled and said, unexpectedly, you are that famous Commodore Lin Tian, and you actually ate at my little bar. There is a great bar manager here. This is not a small bar, said Lin Tian with deep meaning. The bar owner noticed something and glanced at the back door. Could this marine commodore find something? If not, what purpose did he come here for? Shuki can't believe that Lin Tian came by chance. If he came here for those few, that would be a bad thing. The child in front of me is not an ordinary marine commodore. But now I'm being dragged by him and can't do anything about it. Even though she was anxious, Shuki did not have the usual expression on her face and said calmly, really? I am only a bar owner, but not as strong as you said. Oh, you underestimate yourself too much. That smelly old man admires you. That smelly old man says that only a few in this world can escape from him, except for the pirate King Roger and also the owner of this bar in front of me. After a pause, Lin Tian said thoughtfully, you can be said to be similar to Gold Roger in several ways. Hearing Lin Tian's praise, the bar owner only smiled, and the bar owner still knew her own level very well. When I met Garp at that time, Garp had just joined the marine, and his strength wasn't as strong as now, so I could run away from him. Shuki shook the soot, pretended to smile, and said, it was a very good time, now I am just an ordinary bar owner, I just want to open a bar and live a better life. Lin Tian deliberately looked at the back door, and he felt a slight vibration in the door. It indicated that someone was eavesdropping at the back. It seemed that Shuki was doing something important right now, but she was bothered by Lin Tian's arrival, and he understood why the boss lady had just looked at the back door and wanted Lin Tian to leave immediately. Seeing Lin Tian have a look, Shuki's whole body immediately became tense, and a bad feeling appeared in his heart. Does this kid realize anything? Hey, I think it's time to go, Lin Tian sighed with regret on his face, originally I wanted to tell that stinky old man about you. But you've become an ordinary person, so I don't have reason to arrest you. Seeing Lin Tian leaving, Shuki was a little confused. Lin Tian suddenly got up from his chair and was about to leave. His expression was too innocent. This is too weird. Why did this marine commodore leave all of a sudden? As for a reason, Lin Tian said that Shuki noticed it immediately. This kind of excuse would probably succeed in tricking ordinary people, but Shuki obviously wouldn't just believe it directly. Shuki didn't guess wrong. Lin Tian didn't just leave when he discovered that there was a secret hidden in this bar. Lin Tian went through the bar door on purpose, then hid his figure with spatial isolation and returned to the bar. Not long after Lin Tian left, the door behind the bar opened, and 3 girls aged 5 to 16 came out from behind that door. These 3 girls walked together. Lin Tian felt his heart beat fast after seeing the figure of the girl who came out. The girl who came out first was very beautiful. It can be said that Lin Tian has seen the most beautiful girl in this world. Even if this girl compared with Carly, that girl still looked even prettier. When Lin Tian looked at her, he felt enchanted. Fortunately, Lin Tian was quite resolute, and when he discovered that something was amiss, he pinched himself to recover his thoughts. And what surprised Lin Tian the most was that when he saw this girl, he felt familiar, but Lin Tian was sure that he had never seen her. Then there were 2 girls behind her, but both girls looked a little ugly. It must be said that they are a bit ugly. It seems like a pretty flower must have strong petals and stems to hold it tightly. Hank.o.c.k. Marigold. Sander Sonia. You all just heard what the Marine and I said. Shuki heard the sound of the door opening and knew that the 3 girls had come out. When Shuki mentioned the girl's name, Lin Tian was surprised at first, and then there was a rainbow color in his eyes. The extraordinary beauty made people fascinated. She was Boa Hank.o.c.k. She was known as the most beautiful woman in this world. But how could Boa Hank.o.c.k be here? When I was at the Marine headquarters, I was confused when I found out that there was no Boa Hank.o.c.k's name in the 7 Warlord of the Sea data. However, after Lin Tian tried to remember it again, that's right, the current Hank.o.c.k might still be a slave to the world and .o.bless, so I didn't think about it. It looks like Boa Hank.o.c.k has just escaped from the Holy Land Mary Gosa, but why is she able to be with Shuki? This sight made Lin Tian very confused. Lin Tian didn't know the full One Piece story in his previous life, so he didn't know much about the characters' basic stories. If he read it in full, he would surely know that Boya Hank.o.c.k had just escaped, and with Shuki's help, she was hidden from the Marine. The 3 girls nodded, and Hank.o.c.k said, was that kid just now Lin Tian, who was known as the well-known Marine Commodore? To Hank.o.c.k's words, Shuki blinked a little confused and asked, that's right. Have you heard the rumors about him? Well, when we were slaves to the world and .o.blee, we heard people talking about this kid, Hank.o.c.k explained languidly. When she remembered her life as a slave at Mary Gosa, Hank.o.c.k's face grew gloomy. At that time, for the 3 sisters, it was like living in hell. Feeling the change in the mood of the 3 of them, Shuki comforted, let the previous thing pass, now you have run away and safe. Yes. Compared to the other slaves who were still living in Mary Gosa, the 3 girls nodded. They were very lucky, and they were now free. But thinking that there were many Marines in town, Sanders Oni said anxiously, but right now, the 7th branch Marine is capturing the escaped slaves of Wolard and .o.bless. Yes, we have to get out of here as soon as possible. Sanders Sonia's concern was actually Hank.o.c.k's sadness. Now the Marine has blockaded the port and has sent many soldiers to investigate the island. The Marine captured many slaves like these 3 sisters. Fortunately, the 3 sisters were secured by Shuki, the bar owner, and the Marine never found them. But now, the Marine investigation is getting tougher. If they stay here too long, Shuki was worried that they would be found sooner or later. Lin Tian's previous arrival gave Shuki a bad feeling, well, a Marine Commodore like Lin Tian has come here. Now this place no longer guarantees your safety. We must leave as soon as possible. But, Hank.o.c.k expressed concern, now all the ports on this island are under Marine's control. It's very difficult for us to get out. Compared to Hank.o.c.k and her 2 sisters' worries, Shuki was calmer. It doesn't matter. There are a lot of small boat crossings that the Marine don't know about. We can go as long as we give the small boat owners some money. Hearing Shuki's plan, the 3 sisters were very excited. They felt that they would succeed in escaping the Marine chase this time. They are just waiting for the opportunity and the right route. As long as their ties were unknown to others, the Marine could not arrest them either. The plan is excellent, but now we do not have a good chance. Lin Tian suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 33. Hearing this voice, Shuki and the others were shocked and quickly searched for the voice source. The 4 of them immediately looked in different directions several times, but there was no one in the bar except themselves, and they were instantly terrified. To hide without being seen in the slightest, this person must be a devil fruit user, and he must have overheard all of our conversations. No matter who this person is, now that he knows our secret, this isn't good. Who is it? Come out quickly. Shuki randomly aims the gun, and Hank.o.c.k silently prepares to use her abilities to kill the person who overhears their conversation. As soon as Shuki finished speaking, she saw a figure slowly appear in front of her. When Shuki saw the figure clearly, Shuki was very shocked in her heart. This was the Marine soldier that Shuki was most worried about. Lin Tian, who she thought had left the bar, was now in front of her, and he had heard everything they talked about. At the same time, there was regret in Shuki's heart. When Lin Tian pretended to be leaving earlier, she already sensed something was wrong. But seeing Lin Tian was too young, Shuki underestimated him a little. She didn't expect Lin Tian to return to the bar this way. When Hank.O.C.K saw that before her was Marine Commodore Lin Tian, she immediately realized that it was the end. She realized that Lin Tian had figured out her plan. If Hank.O.C.K and the others let him go and report the Marine, the three sisters would indeed be captured and returned to marry Gosa. This man must die, thought Hank.O.C.K with determination. Sweet wind breeze Hank.O.C.K put her hands together and formed a heart with her finger to attack Lin Tian. From her finger emitted a pink heart light, and it hit Lin Tian directly. Seeing Lin Tian being hit by his attack, Hank.O.C.K smiled. Shuki also let out a sigh of relief. She still believed in Hank.O.C.K's beauty. Even a Marine Commodore would be knocked down and turned to stone, and they will remain safe. When the pink light hit Lin Tian, he felt strange in an instant. A strange power shot out towards his body, and at the same time, his body quickly started to harden. Lin Tian quickly bit his lip, the severe pain woke Lin Tian up, and his body's strange power quickly disappeared. Hank.O.C.K was surprised to see Lin Tian didn't turn to stone. With a shocked expression, Hank.O.C.K shot another sweet wind breeze, which Lin Tian broke in the same manner. How could he not become a stone after being hit by my sister's sweet wind breeze, said Marigold with an expression of disbelief. Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, looks like your abilities are of no use to me. Hank.O.C.K was an arrogant and narcissistic person. Seeing Lin Tian not falling for her beauty, she was very upset. Your figure is indeed the figure of the most beautiful woman in the world. How can someone not be interested in the beauty of your body? Lin Tian said with great pride. Kissing gun Hank.O.C.K touched her lips with her finger, created a small pink heart-shaped bullet, and then shot it towards Lin Tian. Seeing that Hank.O.C.K was still trying to attack him again, Lin Tian immediately reacted. He used spatial power to protect his palm, then he parried the heart-shaped bullet and smashed it head-on. Shave Lin Tian quickly moved to Hank.O.C.K and blew her up with a punch. After spending years at Mary Gosa, Hank.O.C.K must be quite familiar with 6 Marine style. Her body suddenly bent down to avoid Lin Tian's fist. Aroma kick, Hank.O.C.K propped her hand on the ground, her long beautiful legs sweeping straight to Lin Tian's waist. Shave Lin Tian dodged from Hank.O.C.K's foot, which was sweeping dangerously. Lin Tian looked at the table beside him. Hank.O.C.K's kick turned it to stone. Lin Tian wiped the cold sweat on his head in fear and secretly thought, fortunately, I endured it with spatial power, and I didn't touch it directly. Lin Tian smiled seductively, you are wearing red on the outside, and you are wearing purple on the inside. You perverted kid. Marigold and Sander Sonia whispered. And there was a hint of resentment on Shuki's face. Hank.O.C.K could not tolerate the insult from Lin Tian, and she shouted, insolent. Prepare yourself, I who is as beautiful as this G.O.Dis will not forgive you. My 2 sisters and I will destroy you. Seeing that their older sister's attack had not worked, Marigold and Sanders Oni joined her older sister and attacked Lin Tian. It was a pity that the 2 were just ordinary people, and Lin Tian stopped them midair. For the capable Hank.O.C.K, Lin Tian had to try his best, or else he would become a stone if he weren't careful. But Lin Tian still resisted his attacks, and he didn't like hurting beautiful women. Seeing his sister trapped, Hank.O.C.K used her aroma feat again to attack Lin Tian. It was a pity that Lin Tian's shave was too fast, and Hank.O.C.K's attacks had always been avoided. Dam.N, as a man, can you don't run, said Hank.O.C.K angrily. Lin Tian stopped, gasped for breath, and said, as long as you don't use your ability to turn people to stone, I won't run away. Hank.O.C.K's attacks continued to force Lin Tian always to use shave, and it exhausted him a lot. Lin Tian, who was constantly dodging attacks, was the most to be harmed. Hank.O.C.K's devil fruit ability was too strong, and Lin Tian couldn't approach her at all. If he made a little mistake, he would become a stone. Some of the powerful attacks couldn't be used, and it would destroy this bar, so it will attract the Marine's attention. Lin Tian didn't want Hank.O.C.K and the others to be captured by the Marine. At this moment, Shuki felt hurt that her table and bar stools had turned to stone. It had just been bought by her and was made of good wood, which was very expensive. Captive arrow Hank.O.C.K touched her lips with her finger, creating a large pink heart-shaped balloon. Lin Tian saw that Hank.O.C.K was not using her feet again. She looked like she was blowing a balloon. Then Lin Tian said with a smile, beautiful girl, I think you have shown too much information about yourself. Isn't that too much? Hank.O.C.K became furious when she heard Lin Tian's words. If the anger was equal to 1 meter, Hank.O.C.K's anger was already as big as the sun's circumference. Wow, that looks like a dangerous attack. Lin Tian saw Hank.O.C.K pull the large pink heart-shaped balloon's backside and then shoot many pink arrows towards Lin Tian. Facing such a large-scale attack, shave would be ineffective, and Lin Tian could only hold back. Lin Tian pressed his hand to the ground and shouted, spatial barrier. With Lin Tian as the center, a circle quickly emerged from the ground, and it rose to form a semicircular shield, protecting Lin Tian from Hank.O.C.K's attack. Dang dang dang, many pink arrows. H.I.T Lin Tian's shield, making a loud sound. Under such a powerful attack, Lin Tian's shield didn't move at all. As all the arrows in Hank.O.C.K's hand were fired, all the hit objects turned to stone. Except for the spatial barrier that Lin Tian created. Hank.O.C.K wasn't satisfied with her attack earlier, and she rushed over to attack Lin Tian again. Lin Tian stopped joking when he saw the bar going into chaos like this. Avoiding Hank.O.C.K's aroma kick, Lin Tian took the opportunity to grab his hand and grab hold of Hank.O.C.K's body. Sitting on the stone chair, then he placed Hank.O.C.K's body on her lap, lifted Hank.O.C.K's skirt, and raised his right hand high. Shucky, Marigold, and Sander Sonia were dumbfounded by Lin Tian's actions, especially when Lin Tian lifted Hank.O.C.K's skirt. The same thought occurred to the three of them, what will he do to our big sis? Feeling that Lin Tian was lifting her skirt, even Hank.O.C.K, who was so arrogant, felt embarrassed. Said at this time. Too many thoughts were in her mind, and she didn't know what to do. Seeing Hank.O.C.K's face flushed red, Lin Tian's hand moved. Slap, slap. Chapter 34. As Lin Tian's slap fell, everyone in the bar fell silent, and their breath all stopped at this moment. Only a clear, loud slapping sound echoed through the entire bar before disappearing for a long time. You stupid girl, who told you to attack me? If I was aiming to catch you from the start, wouldn't I go out and ask the Marines to surround this bar without showing my figure? Lin Tian expressed his irritation. Slap slap. Lin Tian didn't know how many slaps he had done to Hank.O.C.K's B.U.T.T. After seeing the many traces of red palms on top of Snow White skin, Lin Tian stopped the slap. Then he lowered Hank.O.C.K's skirt. Marigold looked incredulous and shocked. This kid, really, humiliated my older sister? Yes, Sander Sonia nodded in disbelief. She was stunned and speechless. Even though Shucky was shocked, she didn't overestimate what Lin Tian had done to Hank.O.C.K. What Shucky thought now was, when Hank.O.C.K was treated like that, how did she feel about Lin Tian? Hank.O.C.K, who was always arrogant, is arrested and humiliated. Shucky did not know what kind of surprise Hank.O.C.K would bring, and Shucky did not expect it to happen. After Lin Tian let her go, Hank.O.C.K's head exploded in embarrassment, followed by a scream. Ah! Lin Tian, who was beside Hank.O.C.K, was shocked, and his ears were buzzing. Then Lin Tian reacted and raised his hand, and he slapped Hank.O.C.K's B.U.T.T again. Stop screaming. You make my ears buzz. Lin Tian warned. After being slapped and hearing Lin Tian's words, Hank.O.C.K immediately closed her mouth, her eyes filled with reluctance and shame, but no resentment. Even though Hank.O.C.K had met Lin Tian for the first time, she immediately misjudged Lin Tian. She immediately thought that Lin Tian had come to catch her, so she had to fight him. Lin Tian's explanation made Hank.O.C.K understand that Lin Tian was here to help her and her sisters. Hank.O.C.K felt a different thing in Lin Tian's view, namely equality. Since running away from Mary Gosa, Hank.O.C.K had always been looked down on by outsiders with disgust, no matter who it was, but she has not seen that way in Lin Tian's eyes. Hank.O.C.K understood that they looked down on people like her and her sisters. For most people in this world, they were sympathetic on the surface, but in reality, they didn't think of people like her and her sisters as equal. But in Lin Tian's side, Hank.O.C.K felt true equality, and there was no thought of looking down on her and her sisters in his eyes. This feeling didn't even exist in Shucky. Although Shucky would not underestimate her and her sisters, Hank.O.C.K could sense the limits Shucky had. Disdain for the world and .O.bless slave was a common thought in this world, and everyone had been educated to think this way since childhood. No matter how the former slave changed in the future, even if the former slave helped and cared for others, their mind would not change. Others would still think that the world and .O.bless slave's self-esteem was lower than themselves. If you have never experienced the same thing, you would never be able to feel the feeling of being a slave to the world and .O.bless, and you would not be treated equally as well. As a rhetorical parable, just like if you have never climbed a mountain, no matter how you imagine it, you could not understand what the mood is like when you are on the top of a mountain. Lin Tian had indeed clung to the concept of equality in his previous life. He was able to achieve true equality when he saw Hank.O.C.K. It was a source of advanced and distinct thinking. Hank.O.C.K, who was a slave to world and .O.bless, longed to be viewed as equal by others. Otherwise, in the comics, Hank.O.C.K wouldn't have believed in Luffy, who didn't underestimate her identity as a former world and .O.bless slave, so here she likes Lin Tian enough. Even though Hank.O.C.K had no hatred towards Lin Tian, she was still deeply ashamed of what Lin Tian had done to her, angrily said, "You dare to treat someone as beautiful as this G.O. this harshly, I will definitely take revenge." Then his answer to Hank.O.C.K was simply pop, and Lin Tian slapped Hank.O.C.K's B.U.T.T again. After being hit by Lin Tian again, the blush on Hank.O.C.K's face became deeper, and her hands quickly protected her B.U.T.T. "If you dare to hit me one more time, I will definitely kill you." Slap. Ah. I won't let you live. Slap. Every time Hank.O.C.K said something, Lin Tian patted Hank.O.C.K's butt. After repeated over a dozen times, Hank.O.C.K fell silent, crawling on Lin Tian's lap with a sullen mouth. Hank.O.C.K blushed and thought, why I'm not angry at all after this kid beat me so many times. Seeing Hank.O.C.K's flushed face, Shuki thought, looks like this boy has tamed our arrogant Hank.O.C.K. But I'm not surprised. Lin Tian is a handsome and strong boy. And also he has a strong background, and his teacher is the marine hero Garp. And he is already a commodore of the marine at such a young age, and he is also known as the most potential marine soldier. With so many advantages he has, it must be very attractive to girls, and it's only natural that Hank.O.C.K likes this kid. Lin Tian said to Hank.O.C.K with a grin, how long will you lie on my lap, are you comfortable? Ah, Hank.O.C.K immediately got up and retreated behind the bar with her sore b.u.t. talks. She thought why she was lying on this man's lap for so long, even though in front of the crowd, Hank.O.C.K felt embarrassed. Said and angry. The most important thing is that I don't feel rejected by lying on his lap, but feel very. After Lin Tian's explanation earlier, Shuki and the others already knew Lin Tian's good intentions. When they found out that Lin Tian was here to help Hank.O.C.K and her younger sisters, their liking for Lin Tian significantly increased. At first, I just wanted to scare you, but who knows that your reaction is too big. After finishing speaking, Lin Tian looked at Hank.O.C.K meaningfully. Because Lin Tian had hit her b.u.t. too much, even though Lin Tian didn't use much strength, Hank.O.C.K's b.u.t. was still very sore and made her unable to sit up, so she could only stand up. So now Hank.O.C.K was looking at Lin Tian's eyes full of resentment. Seeing everyone staring at her, Hank.O.C.K was a little embarrassed. Said stiffly, my body is beautiful like ag.o.dis, it looks like you guys really like it, so you keep looking at me like that. But seeing Lin Tian staring at her, she thought that Lin Tian was angry. Hank.O.C.K quickly said, this time, it was my fault. I won't do it again. Marigold and Sandersonia were well aware of the arrogance and narcissism of their older sister Hank.O.C.K. What can lead her to admit her mistakes proactively? What did Commodore Lin Tian do to her? Seeing that Hank.O.C.K cared so much about her attitude, Lin Tian suddenly felt his confidence soar. This will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make the most beautiful woman in the world care so much about me. By the way, Lin Tian, do you know about the marine capturing the Wolard and .O.bless slaves? Shuki asked. Lin Tian shook his head and said shyly, actually, I just arrived on this island today. Only because the ship I was on was still reloading the supplies, and then I felt bored, so I tried to take a walk and accidentally come here. Shuki originally thought Lin Tian already knew some secret information about this bar, but she didn't expect that Lin Tian just happened to come to his bar. It was her first time meeting someone like Lin Tian, and Shuki couldn't help feeling a little disappointed over her misperception. But I can ask the marine soldiers to check it out, and then I will know the latest progress that the 7th branch marines are planning, Lin Tian. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Shuki's eyes lit up. Lin Tian was known to be the most potential marine soldier and the disciple of marine hero Garp. If he asked the marine soldiers, he would be able to find a lot of information. But at this time, a question was raised by her and made the atmosphere in the bar tense. Commodore Lin Tian, as a great marine soldier, why are you help us? Chapter 35. There was a long silence at the bar, and everyone was waiting for Lin Tian's answer. Lin Tian smiled slightly and replied, actually, I don't know why either, somehow, I think that I have to help you. Sandersonia didn't believe Lin Tian's words at all. And because this has to do with her two sisters' fate, Sandersonia felt she must be careful in making decisions. If Lin Tian didn't give a convincing answer, Sandersonia wouldn't believe him at all. Commodore Lin Tian, I really don't understand why you broke the rules of the marine for the sake of helping us you just met today. Marigold also expressed curiosity in his heart. I will only do what I want to do. Whereas marine only follows the words of world and .O.bless. I am different from marine, who think that they are completely right. I have my own views and rules. I joined marine to uphold justice and help others, whoever it is. That's what I thought, so I figured that helping someone didn't need much reason. Hearing Lin Tian's explanation, everyone was shocked. For Hank.O.C.K and her two younger sisters, the phrase whoever it is instantly made them trust this young marine soldier. Lin Tian continued, aren't the world and .O.bless slaves also human? In my view, everyone is equal. You are neither lower nor higher than others. If you even look down on yourself, how would others want to see you? Lin Tian's words were like a meteorite falling from the sky, smashing into the hearts of Hank.O.C.K and her two younger sisters. Hearing what Lin Tian said, Shuki slowly inhaled the cigarette in her hand, staring deeply at Lin Tian. It was hard for Shuki to imagine that the profound words just now would come out of Lin Tian, a teenager. And if you keep demanding that I tell my true reasons, then the main reason I help you is Hank.O.C.K. Lin Tian looked at the extremely beautiful Hank.O.C.K and thought deeply. In fact, Lin Tian did think that way. The reason why he helped them was because of Hank.O.C.K. Hank.O.C.K was the most beautiful woman in the world, and Lin Tian couldn't see the most beautiful woman being captured by the marine and made a slave by the world and bless. Hearing that Lin Tian wanted to help out for her, Hank.O.C.K immediately blushed, making her face flush red. She didn't even dare to look Lin Tian in the eye. She lowered her head and fell into a fantasy. Did he really say it with full sincerity and affection? Is this such a thing as a proposal? Just now, Lin Tian touched me again, so I have became his wife. Older sister, Marigold and Sander Sonia shouted several times. Seeing that Hank.O.C.K was still in fantasy, they could only helplessly shake their heads. Seeing Hank.O.C.K, who had become so embarrassed said by just her own words, Lin Tian suddenly felt a hint of joy. According to this situation, Hank.O.C.K seemed to have truly fallen in love with Lin Tian, and now the future of Boa Hank.O.C.K, the most beautiful woman in the world, was his. As for Luffy, Lin Tian could only apologize. After all, Luffy didn't like Hank.O.C.K, and now Lin Tian helped him solve the problem. He should thank me, Lin Tian thought. Shuki looked at Hank.O.C.K, who was blushing, and smiled at Lin Tian. It seems that Lin Tian completely conquered our Hank.O.C.K. Our Lin Tian is powerful, and she likes him. Ha 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 ha, to Shuki's joke, Lin Tian touched his head and smiled shyly. For Lin Tian, who looked happy, Marigold could only sigh helplessly, and she thought her older sister fell in love too easily. It turns out that all of you are here, and there is one marine soldier also here. Can anyone tell me what happened just now? A question suddenly sounded from the bar entrance, and everyone quickly looked back. No one knew when the door opened. There was a body leaning against the door. The figure had long wavy hair, he also had a beard on the chin, his beard and hair were silver, and he wore GLA.S.SES, with a straight scar across his right eye. Seeing that the person in front of him had a strong aura, Lin Tian quickly got up and immediately created a death ball in his palm. As a potential marine, Lin Tian had read this person's notes many times. This person is the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. He is Gold Roger's right hand, Roger's former vice-captain of the pirates, the legendary pirate. This is so unexpected, he just appeared in front of me. Why did a legendary pirate's right-hand man come to this bar? Lin Tian couldn't understand it. If Rayleigh made a move, Lin Tian probably wouldn't be able to fight back. The difference in strength was too significant. Lin Tian hasn't watched the One Piece series much in his previous life. Otherwise, he would know that Silver's Rayleigh lived with Shuki since Roger's death. The main reason Hank.O.C.K was able to escape was because of Rayleigh's help. But Lin Tian, who didn't know the situation right now, was secretly crying in his heart. Facing a strong character like Rayleigh, every second was said with tremendous tension. In this short time, Lin Tian's back was drenched in sweat. But in Lin Tian's eyes, a strong fighting spirit rose. If he could fight a strong character like him, he would probably gain a lot. Shuki and the others looked at Rayleigh, with smiles on their faces. Turns out you've returned, so what's the situation out there? Traces of shock and disbelief flashed across Lin Tian's eyes, and the death ball in his palm slowly disappeared. He thought to himself, they seem to know Rayleigh, and they both seem to get along well in this situation. When Shuki asked, Rayleigh showed a wry smile. I don't know what happened today. Another group of marine came to this island. Now the entire island's entry and exit routes are nearly closed. I can hardly walk freely on this island without an inspection. Hearing this, Shuki also understood this matter's seriousness, with a hint of seriousness on his face. Shuki hoped Marine's investigation would pass quickly, but she did not expect Marine to find them. When Shuki glanced at Lin Tian, a smile appeared on her face, and she still had the trump card by her side. As long as Lin Tian was helping, it was very easy for someone to pass the inspection. Gulp, gulp, Rayleigh took a GLA.S of water from the bar, drank it, and looked at Lin Tian, who was standing beside him, smiling faintly. Who is this little boy? Why have I never seen him before? I just saw you guys have a good chat with him. When he first entered the bar, Rayleigh watched them all, especially Lin Tian, for quite a long time. Rayleigh discovered that this little boy recognized him the first time Lin Tian saw him. And Rayleigh could see that there was high morale from Lin Tian's eyes. So Rayleigh became interested in this little boy. Not only knowing who I am, but this little boy also understands my strength. This little boy is quite interesting. Even though there was only a small black ball in Lin Tian's hand just now, the power contained within it made Rayleigh also feel a little wary. He's a marine soldier, said Marigold with a frown. Seeing this situation, Marigold still didn't believe Lin Tian. So he's a marine soldier. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed slightly, and he returned to being a little alert. He was a pirate, and Lin Tian was a marine soldier. Pirates and marine soldiers were natural enemies. It wasn't that the two sides had deep hatred, but the two sides stood opposite ends. Rayleigh was a lazy old lion before, but now he was a male lion on alert. Even though there was only a hint of caution in his eyes, the aura he displayed made others tremble, and his presence alone made one unable to resist. This was how Lin Tian's perspective on Rayleigh was right now. Chapter 36. Seeing Rayleigh just staring at him without making any particular movement, Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief. If Rayleigh suddenly attacked Lin Tian, he wouldn't be able to counterattack. Rayleigh is a legendary pirate. With his current strength, Lin Tian was definitely not his opponent. But Lin Tian believed that one day he could reach as strong as Rayleigh or even Serpa.s him. I happened to come to this bar to eat and unexpectedly met a legendary pirate like you, said Lin Tian. Rayleigh lifted the GLA.s of water he had been drinking with a slight surprise on his face. I didn't expect there would be a marine boy at my bar either. Don't underestimate Lin Tian. Even though he is still a child, he is called the most potential genius warrior in the marine, and he is now a commodore, Shuki explained to Rayleigh from the side. Hearing Shuki's words, Lin Tian showed a wry smile on his face. Lin Tian didn't want this T.I.tle. Sometimes being famous made him tired, and it was also very dangerous. I'm afraid that many pirates will start to notice me. As long as I behaved as I pleased, the T.I.tle that Marine was given would disappear by itself, and at that time, I got my own T.I.tle and was known throughout the world. Oh, really? Now Rayleigh looked at Lin Tian curiously. About Lin Tian, known as the most promising marine soldier in marine history, Rayleigh also felt very familiar. All this because of the propaganda methods employed by the marine. In just one day, Lin Tian's name could be recognized by many people around the world. Lin Tian was also the only marine hero Garp disciple who was promoted from captain to commodore in just a year, and several pirates with hundreds of millions of bounties died at his hands. For Rayleigh, who is a pirate, of course, he has heard many rumors about Lin Tian. What Rayleigh knew, Lin Tian would never forgive the evil pirates. He would decisively kill these pirates. Don't expect you to have the composure to continue living in this world, were the words that pirates uttered when they heard rumors about it. Rayleigh had always wanted to see him, but the Marines kept their secret too tight, and there was no photo of Lin Tian's face circulating. But when he saw Lin Tian today, it was hard for Rayleigh to imagine that those things and words would come out of a child who looked harmless. It seems that the Marine B.A.S.T.A.R.ds don't brag about this matter. The little marine soldier in front of me deserves that T.I.tle, Rayleigh thought to himself. Lin Tian said emotionally, I really didn't expect that the legendary pirate Silver's Rayleigh lived peacefully in a bar for years after his existence was hidden. Hey, Rayleigh sighed, no way, this man is old, his youthful Zion has long since disappeared, and now he just wants to live a relaxed life. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked in disbelief. It seems like people like you will never be a helpless old man. Even Hank.O.C.K looked at Rayleigh with an expression of disbelief on her face when she heard him. Seeing Rayleigh talking intimately with her husband, Hank.O.C.K felt irritated at that time and said angrily, Rayleigh, you have to be honest if what you say is not true. Older sister. Marigold and Sander Sonia felt very bad when they heard their older sister's rude words. Rayleigh could only smile wryly as Hank.O.C.K exposed the truth about him. But Lin Tian looked at Hank.O.C.K with admiration in his eyes. Feeling Lin Tian staring at her, Hank.O.C.K flushed red, touched her chest, and quickly gasped, he's looking at me. Does this show that he's really in love with me? This is a feeling of love. Young man, as a marine soldier, will you arrest me? Rayleigh looked at Lin Tian and asked in curiosity. Lin Tian felt speechless to answer Rayleigh's question. If I am stronger than you, I will definitely arrest you. Even though Lin Tian was confident in his own strength, he still wasn't sure if he could beat a legendary pirate like Silver's Rayleigh. Of course, if you are willing to accompany me to the marine headquarters as a prisoner. But don't blame me if the food at marine is not good. At least it's still edible. Even though he couldn't beat Rayleigh physically, at least he could still make verbal attacks. Ha ha ha, interesting, it's a very interesting answer. Rayleigh heard for the first time. Unfortunately, I still want to work for the next few years. When the time comes, if I no longer want to do it, I will try to eat marine food. Then, I will rely on you to take care of me. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Lin Tian moved the corner of his mouth unnaturally, feeling that the old man in front of him only thought of marine headquarters like a tavern, and he also wanted Lin Tian to take care of him. Think carefully. Silver's Rayleigh has a strong ability, and he just has to go whenever he wants to go. No one at marine headquarters can stop him. Lin Tian said, really? I don't think so. That smelly old man is still energetic now. Silver's Rayleigh, you are too confident. Smelly old man? Who is the smelly old man? Rayleigh asked in confusion. Body he knew was called the smelly old man. Oh. Lin Tian patted his head, that old smelly old man is Monkey D. Garp, and that stinky old man often said that you are an unpredictable person. Garp that B.A.S.T.A.R.D? After all, I haven't seen him since our captain was arrested. Speaking of this, Rayleigh was lost in memory. When the captain had not yet become Pirate King and found One Piece, he often encountered Garp and was often chased by him almost to despair, but in the end, he always escaped Garp. I almost forgot, what I know, you are that B.A.S.T.A.R.D Garp's student, huh? How is that B.A.S.T.A.R.D now? I haven't seen my old friend in years. Rayleigh was eager to know how his old friend was. Lin Tian thought for a moment and answered Rayleigh, not bad. In general, he has good teeth, a good stomach, a good body, good food, and lots of snacks, and he can live for many more decades. Although Lin Tian always referred to Garp as a smelly old man, in truth, Lin Tian had great respect for Garp. Because Lin Tian knew that even though he was quite old, Garp could still take care of himself. Really? No wonder that B.A.S.T.A.R.D still has time to accept a student. Since you are B.A.S.T.A.R.D Garp's student, you can call me uncle. But this B.A.S.T.A.R.D is very lucky. He has a good student and has lots of snacks. It really makes me jealous, Rayleigh smiled and praised. Very well then, Uncle Rayleigh. After knowing that Lin Tian was a good student, Rayleigh's attitude towards Lin Tian was much better, but this was also related to Lin Tian's extraordinary performance. As a 13-year-old kid, Lin Tian, who knew who this old man actually dared to face himself, he could calm down and manage the situation. Rayleigh felt that he couldn't understand the child's mindset in front of him. At least if the child was himself, he couldn't even behave like Lin Tian. Seeing Rayleigh being so optimistic about Lin Tian, Shuki's eyes showed a hint of shock. Lin Tian was a very talented marine soldier, and she would be happy if he could get along well with Rayleigh. After spending years with Raleigh, Shuki knows just how great Rayleigh is. As vice-captain of the Roger Pirate King, Rayleigh had met so many strong people and geniuses that many people looked up to. Since the rise of the Pirate King era, the only pirate Rayleigh could praise for was Red Hair Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. In fact, Rayleigh didn't understand much about Lin Tian. The reason why he recognized Lin Tian was that Garp made him his disciple. After many battles with Garp over the years, Rayleigh knew Garp well, and he was able to convince Garp to make him his disciple, which showed Lin Tian's immense potential. Beside him, Hank.O.C.K was still imagining, her fingers continuing to draw a circle. We're married, should we have a honeymoon, but we haven't had a wedding yet, so this shouldn't be considered a wedding, but she's all other people doing it. Lin Tian was still very happy about Rayleigh's praise. There weren't many people in this world that the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh could praise. However, if I tell my teacher that Silver's Rayleigh is here, I'm afraid he will be very eager to come after you. Forget it. Rayleigh waved his hand with a reluctant expression. That B.A.S.T.A.R.D always wanted to catch me, but he never made it. If he found out I was here, and the two of us were fighting, the island would be in danger. Chapter 37. Oh, yes, so what are you going to do here? Rayleigh, who had been talking to Lin Tian for a long time, finally asked the purpose of his arrival. Shuki and the others felt speechless because of Rayleigh's slowness in asking someone's destination. After chit-chat for a long time, you don't even know the purpose of the person you are talking to, and you still speak with gusto. Rayleigh, I warn you that Lin Tian is my husband now, and I will always be on his side no matter what. Hank.O.C.K understood Rayleigh's strength very well. She was afraid that Rayleigh might suddenly attack Lin Tian, so Hank.O.C.K immediately said that. Husband? On his side? What happened? Rayleigh looked at Shuki in a daze, and his eyes clearly said, since I left here, what really happened? Seeing Rayleigh's confused face, Shuki only smiled wryly. Even after the incident happened so fast that people couldn't react to following it. The marine soldiers standing in front of us aim to help Hank.O.C.K and her younger sisters, and our proud Hank.O.C.K loves her a lot. Lin Tian is different from other marine soldiers. He wants to help these 3 sisters escape from this island. And Lin Tian, who is so extraordinary, just melted Hank.O.C.K's heart. Well, that's right. Even though Marigold and Sander Sonia didn't believe Lin Tian, they still thanked Lin Tian for his intention to help them. After a while, Rayleigh digested some of the information he had just heard. This incident was completely beyond Rayleigh's expectations, but at least it was progressing in a good direction. With Commodore Lin Tian's help, Hank.O.C.K and her younger sisters were able to escape easily. However, I saw that there were a lot of marine movements on the dock today. I'm afraid that if Lin Tian moves alone, this might not be easy to resolve. Rayleigh expressed his concern. Regarding what Rayleigh was worried about, it was no big deal for Lin Tian. This is nothing. Regarding matters of in-depth information, you can count on me. In the Marine, I have the same authority as Rear Admiral. I am qualified to know a lot information. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Hank.O.C.K's heart that had been worried, now felt relieved. Shuki smiled slightly and said with a smile, I almost forgot, Lin Tian is a Garp disciple, and he is also known as a strong marine soldier. Lin Tian only smiled a little about Shuki's joke, and it was better not to explain some things. Pair, Lin Tian took out the transponder snail he was carrying and called Commodore Ender. After all the information about the marine operations on this island was in Commodore Ender, and Lin Tian thought it better to ask Commodore Ender about this matter. That smelly old man couldn't care less about such things. Before Lin Tian waited for a long time, the sleeping transponder snail woke up. Lin Tian quickly picked up the microphone and played the sound to the maximum so that everyone could hear it. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. As soon as the transponder snail connected, a bomb exploded, and the waves crashed into the ship. Hearing these voices, Lin Tian dared to be very strange. They weren't supplying supplies at the port, but hearing the voices, they were obviously fighting with the people on the other side. Hey, Commodore Ender, I am Lin Tian. Commodore Ender's voice came over the microphone. Commodore Lin Tian, where are you? I called you a few times earlier, but you won't answer. Shame flashed across Lin Tian's face when he heard Ender's question. He was afraid that the smelly old man would send him back, so Lin Tian just turned off the transponder snail. I didn't mean anything. I just wanted to ask. What's going on the ship? Why is there the sound of fighting there? Didn't you say our ship was loading supplies at the port? Ander, on the other hand, seemed worried about something and whispered, it's not that I don't want to pick up the transponder snail, but I'm also taking orders from headquarters. Vice Admiral Garp is looking for the pirates to beat him. I don't have enough cannon. A.L.L.S. Bring me 1,000 cannon. A.L.L.S. Meteor shower. Hearing that smelly old man's voice, Lin Tian could imagine the pirate's tragic end now. Under the meteor shower, no pirate can survive completely. Garp. That B.A.S.T.A.R.D never changes, muttered Rayleigh. Hank.O.C.K asked inexplicably, Garp? Who is Vice Admiral Garp? I have heard these people talk about Garp, and by the tone of their voice, Vice Admiral Garp seems like a powerful person. Shuki slowly let out a cloud of smoke in her mouth. Garp is the Vice Admiral at Marine, and he's a man known as a Marine hero. Pirate King Roger was cornered by this Vice Admiral several times. He is also Lin Tian's teacher. What? Exclaimed Hank.O.C.K, suddenly covering her flushed face. Vice Admiral Garp is Lin Tian's teacher, and I am already Lin Tian's wife, so how should I call him, teacher? No, sister, your reaction is too bad. I've said it many times before, what do you think? Hank.O.C.K, who was in love, kept thinking about her marriage to Lin Tian and honeymoon in her mind, but she didn't speak at all. Seeing Hank.O.C.K's appearance, Rayleigh smiled. Instead of seeing her with his own eyes, it was hard to believe that the arrogant and rebellious Hank.O.C.K would show such a gentle appearance. From the other end of the transponder snail, Commodore Ander's voice rang out, Commodore Lin Tian, where are you now, and when will you return? I still have work, and I will return by myself. This time I would like to ask about the Marine 7th branch operations on the island. Lin Tian immediately asked for his purpose. Hi. Commodore Ander was a little surprised. As soon as Lin Tian asked, Commodore Ander immediately replied, at first I wanted to send people to pick you up immediately, but since you have something to do, I plan not to bother you. And about your questions, I will answer them. This time, because someone managed to break into Mary Gosa's holy land, he saved many slaves, and most of the slaves fled to this island. After being given a task by the world and Marine headquarters immediately surrounded this island with the help of Marine 7th branch. And there are also many pirates on this island. Fearing that the Marine 7th branch is not strong enough to hold them back, Marine headquarters ordered us to stand guard here, and wait until all the slaves on this island are captured. Hearing this news, everyone fell silent. The Marine headquarters movement was really too big this time, and they surrounded the whole island, even they also have strong men like Garp. Oh, so I see, well I have something to do. I will disconnect this transponder snail. Before Ander could answer, Lin Tian turned off the transponder snail. Commodore Ander looked at the closed transponder snail with a hint of concern on his face and whispered to Garp, Vice Admiral Garp, Commodore Lin Tian has disconnected the transponder snail. This brat, I'll give him a lesson once he comes back. It's a bit troublesome. My group and I were ordered to stand guard on this island, I can't go at all, and it's impossible to go with you, said Lin Tian gloomily. Regarding the seriousness of this matter, Shuki looks at it more thoroughly than others, besides, there is Garp here too. We originally planned to go with Rayleigh if there was no other way. But now, this last way is not possible. Rayleigh nodded. Garp was indeed very strong. He fought against him many times in the past, and their fights often ended in draws. If Rayleigh were alone, he would still be able to escape Garp, but Shuki, Hank.O.C.K, and the younger sisters would be in danger. Actually, if Uncle Rayleigh moves, it is not impossible. Lin Tian said as he rubbed his chin. Chapter 38. Hearing that Lin Tian had a good plan, everyone focused on Lin Tian. In a precarious state like this, what plans could cross Lin Tian's mind made everyone look forward to it. I am not wrong to love this man. He is brilliant. Seeing Lin Tian confidently, Hank.O.C.K fell even further into her own fantasy. Lin Tian didn't immediately say his plan, but instead asked Shuki to remind her about something, Aunt Shuki, do you remember when I suddenly appeared in front of you? Hearing Lin Tian's question, Shuki tried to remember, and then her eyes lit up. If the tricks that Lin Tian did earlier could also be used on others, I'm sure we won't be seen either, and it will be much simpler. What happened? Rayleigh didn't know Lin Tian's ability yet, so he didn't understand what Lin Tian meant. Seeing that Rayleigh didn't understand, Shuki explained, when you weren't here yet, Lin Tian used a trick to make himself invisible in the air. He was completely invisible. So you also ate a devil fruit, and you also have the ability to be invisible, but just now, asked Rayleigh confusedly. So it's a devil fruit ability to make people invisible. But why was it when Lin Tian met the first time that a tiny black orb appeared in his hand, I was sure that such power came from a devil fruit ability. But how can one have two devil fruit powers? This made Rayleigh unable to understand. Lin Tian shook his head and explained, no. I am indeed a person who has devil fruit abilities, but my ability is not about invisibility. My devil fruit ability is spatial composer. Seeing that everyone was still a little confused, Lin Tian also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be explained in words alone, so they still had to see it with their own eyes to understand. I will demonstrate, but Uncle Rayleigh, don't use observation haki yet and try to observe the place where I disappeared carefully, then you will understand. Rayleigh nodded. Rayleigh was very interested in this ability that can make people disappear. Spatial isolation. Lin Tian used his spatial power to form a ball-like barrier around him, then wrapped his entire body within it. In everyone's eyes, Lin Tian was still sitting in front of him, and then Lin Tian's figure faded and faded until he was completely invisible. Seeing Lin Tian disappearing, Rayleigh tried to look closer, but he still couldn't be seen. Then he narrowed his eyes, but Rayleigh even hadn't seen him either. Observation haki. After using observation haki, Rayleigh immediately discovered Lin Tian's whereabouts. Currently, Lin Tian was still sitting on the bench. But there were spherical objects around Lin Tian's body, and it was this layer of things that could make Lin Tian invisible. On the other hand, Hank.O.C.K could also use observation haki, and she also found why Lin Tian had become invisible. After retracting the spatial surrounding abilities, Lin Tian's body immediately appeared. How, Uncle Rayleigh? Do you understand? Yes, what an interesting ability. Rayleigh nodded and then explained to Shuki and the others who didn't know. In fact, Lin Tian's invisibility is covered by an unknown substance around him, so we can't see him with our eyes. I can see him when I was using observation haki. Shuki said, the ability is very useful. Only a simple application can achieve an invisible effect. Actually, my ability has many shortcomings. In front of people who have observation haki, it's useless. And as long as the objects within the barrier won't be seen, I often use it only for myself. This ability is very useful for controlling and observing situations. In the past year, Lin Tian had significantly increased his spatial isolation. Initially, it could only make it invisible for a part of his body, but now it could cover his entire body, and there were many other limitations. Isn't that a waste? It's very easy to find. Marigold, who still didn't believe in Lin Tian, sneered at the method Lin Tian offered. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Tian in bewilderment because Lin Tian's methods weren't quite perfect for hiding many objects. But now that Lin Tian's invisibility was easy to find, it didn't seem like this method would work. Lin Tian smiled faintly and explained his plan further. My invisibility is easy to find, but it only applies during the day. If I use it on a night, it won't be so easy to find. So we'll leave at night, then I'll take you to the harbor. At that time, I'll find you a small boat and use this trick to smuggle you onto the merchant ship that has been inspected so you can escape and go. After listening to Lin Tian's plan, Rayleigh and the others nodded. This plan sounds perfect, doesn't have many flaws, and the success rate is relatively high. No, I don't agree. Hank.O.C.K suddenly smacked the table and said furiously. This shocked everyone. Why didn't she agree with Lin Tian's plan being so good? Hank.O.C.K's feelings had changed too much today. Didn't she say that she intended to leave this island a few days ago? I just became Lin Tian's wife today. How can I part immediately? I'm not leaving. Everyone has a limitation that cannot be Serpa.S. said. Even Lin Tian, who is our protagonist, is no exception. This couldn't be considered an excuse at all, and it could only be considered a fantasy. Sister, you are taking it too much. Looks like her interest in Lin Tian is very strong. We didn't even think that Hank.O.C.K would turn out like this. Regarding this, Lin Tian only smiled bitterly. Hank.O.C.K wouldn't have left if Lin Tian didn't come with her. Rayleigh said solemnly, if you don't leave, you will hurt Lin Tian's feelings. If the Marine found out what happened today, Lin Tian would be in danger. Lin Tian also quickly agreed, yes. Hank.O.C.K, if you don't go, then my efforts will be in vain, right? I promise that we only separate for a short time, and I will come to you when I have time. As it concerned Lin Tian's safety, Hank.O.C.K felt that she had no other choice, and in the end, she had made a big determination. If it's for Lin Tian, I can endure it. Seeing Hank.O.C.K obeying people's requests, Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, I feel very lucky. Even though I don't have much love for Hank.O.C.K right now, Lin Tian will appreciate a woman who thinks of him so much. And about his feelings for Hank.O.C.K, this kind of thing could be cultivated gradually. Shuki said, in that case, we must immediately arrange various things to face this long and risky night. We are leaving tonight. Leaning back on the chair, Rayleigh stretched out his legs. Hey, I've lived here for a long time, and I feel a little reluctant to leave the island. Uncle Rayleigh, I thought you were just reluctant to leave the casino here, said Marigold. Since Gold Roger was executed, Rayleigh settled on this island. He didn't know when he began to fall in love with gambling, even though his luck was not very good. He always lost and came home empty-handed. Seeing that everyone had to solve their problems, Lin Tian would also wake up and come back. He still had to prepare something for his plans tonight. I'm just afraid we can't leave, Rayleigh said solemnly. At this time, the street outside the bar was very busy. There were countless heavy footsteps. They were not hawkers who used to mutually shouting at each other, they have all disappeared, and the rows of shops that were usually open at night are now not engaged in buying and selling. They were countless marine soldier. The streets, rooftops, and some shops were full of marine soldier, and their eyes were fixed in one direction on a bar. On the building's roof across Yuyuan Bar, a vice admiral was standing on the edge, watching Yuyuan Bar. Next to him were several officers at the commodore level and above who sat together. If ordinary people saw this sight, they would be shocked. There were vice admiral to commodore officers all standing by here. Now they were just looking at a bar that looked unremarkable. The vice admiral Dalmatian looked away, looked at a commodore, and asked, "How are the arrangements and evacuations here?" "Everything has been done. The people within a mile centered on this bar have been evacuated by us, and we have deployed soldiers at every intersection, and no one can escape." Hearing the Commodore's report, Vice Admiral Dalmatian smiled wryly. "I'm not afraid of others running away, but I'm afraid how many people will survive the G7. After all, he's the legendary pirate Silvers Rayleigh. Note, I would like to shorten Marine 7th branch to G7. Vice Admiral, although Silvers Rayleigh is great, he will not stand against us simultaneously. Here we have a lot of elite troops from the G7, said one Commodore arrogantly. Regarding the arrogance of a Commodore, Vice Admiral Dalmatian and several rear admirals showed a hint of contempt on their face. They all had the honor of having fought Silvers Rayleigh head-on. He had such strong fighting power, these people still remember him. Even though they were now Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral of the Marine headquarters, they still could not underestimate a problem related to Silvers Rayleigh, even though the G7 troops also helped. A pirate legend Silvers Rayleigh's level no longer wins by numbers. Seeing all Commodore who had never fought with a legendary pirate, they looked like frogs in a pond, who didn't know how vast the ocean was. The Vice Admiral Dalmatian wondered whether he should kick these morons out of the G7. If these fools provoke the legendary pirate, it will bring destruction to the G7. Even though Silvers Rayleigh is very strong, our luck is not bad this time. We have Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp, who happens to be supplying supplies on this island. With Vice Admiral Garp here, our chances of winning are much greater. Thinking that Vice Admiral Garp was also on their side, many of the Marine soldiers in the G7 became calmer. The combat power of Vice Admiral Garp is indeed very strong. At that time, Vice Admiral Garp managed to chase Roger, the Pirate King, until he was cornered. From the story, it can be seen that Vice Admiral Garp's fighting strength is comparable to that of Silvers Rayleigh. Just in case, the Vice Admiral Dalmatian ordered, "Call a slave from below to face me." On the side, the Marine soldier responded responsively, "Sir, yes sir," and then he ran downstairs and carried a middle-aged man. "Tell me about the current situation. If you lie a little, then you will die. S.H.I.T. I thought he was a good person. I saved him once, and I never thought that he would betray us." Seeing the man on top of the building, Lin Tian punched the wall in anger. That man was the man Lin Tian had saved earlier. "Lin Tian, do you know that man?" Shuki asked. Lin Tian looked at Shuki and the others, who also had angry expressions on their faces. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you guys know him too?" Shuki nodded and looked at the man on the roof being interrogated by Marine, with a heavy expression on her face. "That man knew a lot about us, and if he told the Marine about us, we would be in grave danger. That man is one of the slaves of the world N.O. Bless who ran away with Hank.O.C.K. and her sisters. He used to come here to drink at night, and he also knew Hank.O.C.K. and the others. This guy does know a lot about us in the bar." This. Rayleigh was quite indifferent about the course of action the man would take, treason or not. He had been a pirate for years, so he already knew something like this would happen. Rayleigh had seen too many views of betrayal, exploitation, and conspiracies. Because of that, Rayleigh felt bland towards things like that. Marigold and Sandersonia were also furious. "This B.A.S.T.A.R.D, even though we've known each other for a long time. How dare he deceive this beautiful woman, and I will not forgive him." Seeing the road outside surrounded by numerous Marine soldiers, Lin Tian showed a hint of worry on his face. Lin Tian, who was very familiar with Marine strategy, understood that the entire army from the G7 was coming. Although the G7 was not the most powerful fighting force in the Marine, their combat strength was not weak, with 1 Vice Admiral, 5 Rear Admirals, and many Commodores. The entire G7 troop was sent to this bar. They mobilized their entire army, not for Hank.O.C.K. and her younger sisters. If they mustered their whole army, they would have faced off against a very powerful pirate. Only Silvers Rayleigh can create a Marine branch to mobilize their entire army. The Marine really didn't underestimate my presence in this bar. They sent a whole G7 army around this little bar. Knowing that he had to face thousands of Marines, Rayleigh did not show the slightest worry on his face. This was not arrogance but absolute faith in his own strength. As an intelligence agent, Shuki's observations and insights were much intense than ordinary people. Even though all the Marine soldiers were already on the spot, they only surrounded the bar, and they didn't attack at all. This made Shuki feel so weird. Shuki couldn't believe that all these Marine soldiers were here to visit his little bar. Seeing the Marine facing the enemy, Lin Tian said emotionally, "I didn't expect the Marine to act so quickly. We just finished discussing our plan here, but the Marine is already surrounded and ready to ambush very quickly." After being a Marine soldier for a long time, this was the first time for Lin Tian to see a Marine moving so fast. Often several auxiliaries armies came when the problem was resolved. Hearing Lin Tian's annoyance, Rayleigh glanced at Lin Tian, then laughed, "Ha ha ha, Marine headquarters has very high hopes for Commodore Lin Tian. Now he is on my side, who is a great pirate and also surrounded by the great marine army. If news of this broke out, what expressions would the marine elitists have? Compared to Rayleigh's laugh, Lin Tian could only smile wryly if this matter was spread. I am worried about that smelly old man. He will be the first one who won't let me go. Besides, if that old smelly old man was so nice to me, even if I wanted to leave Marine right away, he will definitely let me. After hearing laughter from the bar, the Marine soldiers outside immediately became alert before starting operations today. Everyone already knew that the person they would be facing was the legendary great pirate Silvers Rayleigh. The Vice Admiral and the others who had been informed immediately turned and stared at the bar. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement, and the Vice Admiral quickly let out a sigh of relief. Then he asked the nearby Marine soldier, how soon will Vice Admiral Garp be here? Vice Admiral, according to the information Vice Admiral Garp just sent, they are already on their way here, and they are expected to arrive in 30 minutes. How can you two be able to laugh in a situation like this? If you don't act seriously, we'll all be in danger. Seeing Lin Tian and Rayleigh still not joking, Shuki had to remind them of this matter's seriousness. Seeing that Rayleigh and Lin Tian still didn't understand the seriousness of the situation now, Shuki explained, didn't you guys see there are many marine soldiers outside? They are on standby around us but still not attacking. If I'm not mistaken, they must be waiting for someone who can handle Rayleigh. Hearing Shuki's conclusion, Rayleigh and Lin Tian frowned. Now only one person who can handle Silver's Rayleigh is heading there. And that person is Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. Chapter 40. At this time, in the sea area off Sexon Island, there was a marine warship parked at sea. This battleship was the battleship of Vice Admiral Garp. Garp's army was ordered to join the G7 and help capture Silver's Rayleigh, but why did they stop at sea at this time? Not only were we surprised, but Commodore Ender, who had just finished the report on the ship, was even more shocked than us. Commodore Ender, completely clueless, finally bit his head and asked Garp, Vice Admiral Garp, didn't you agree to help the G7 go and handle? But before Ender could finish his question, he was interrupted by Garp, who waved his hand, there are some things that are not that simple. Actually, I don't want to deal with Rayleigh. Silver's Rayleigh is not easy to deal with, and it is not a task I am willing to do. If the two of us come along, taking part in the fight, I don't think it's something good, and from this incident, many innocent citizens will be affected. Commodore Ender has worked with Garp for many years. Garp trusted Colonel Ender enough. Colonel Ender discussed several unsuitable matters. But, then, why do you still agree with the order? Seeing that Vice Admiral Garp trusted him so much, Commodore Ender was deeply moved, but Commodore Ender did not understand the meaning of Vice Admiral Garp's actions. Garp didn't answer but instead asked, Ender, how many years have you been working at Marine? I feel strange with Vice Admiral Garp's question, and this question doesn't seem to have anything to do with the current topic of conversation. But still, I had to answer honestly, I can't remember anymore. I've been working at Marine too long, maybe more than 10 years. It's been over 10 years, muttered Garp as he looked at the small town in the distance. Yes. He replied while remembering. Commodore Ender realized that he had been in the Marine for a long time, and he still did not recognize it very clearly. Most of the comrades who joined the Marine with them in the past are buried in this blue sea for justice in their hearts. Garp's conversation changed, after staying so long, did you know there was darkness in the Marine? Hearing Vice Admiral Garp mentions the sensitive word darkness, Commodore Ender's eyes narrowed. He knew something about this, and it was only natural for Marine soldiers at Commodore level to find out. But even if a Marine soldier found out about it, it would just be buried deep in his stomach. No one would dare to take this matter to a lightest Marine. Most ordinary Marine soldiers don't know much about these things, so I better not comment on this. This sort of thing is not something that Marine soldiers on duty can handle. Garp didn't care about Ender's reminder, and no one dared to say anything about it, regardless of T.I.tle level. So sometimes, there is case fabrication in public that is carried out, so that the name Marine headquarters in the eyes of the people looks better. Commodore Ender said anxiously, but if you don't go, the Marine soldiers of the G7 will be in danger. How can they stop Silver's Rayleigh? Don't worry. I know what the G7 is capable of. They're not stubborn people. If I don't go, they won't attack him, and Silver's Rayleigh isn't that kind of person. Precisely because he knows the personalities of Silver's Rayleigh and the Lieutenant General of the G7, Garp is sure that there will be no casualties between the two. Saying not to go was also a signal for Silver's Rayleigh. Since I won't stop you, it won't be able to cause too many casualties. And Garp also had a feeling that Lin Tian, too, might be part of this matter. Garp was well aware of his fun-loving character, he hoped not to find Lin Tian with Silver's Rayleigh, and he would definitely not let him go when he met Lin Tian. I don't think the smelly old man will come. Shuki was worried that the smelly old man would come to block them. But Lin Tian expressed a different opinion. After living with Garp for more than 2 years, the two were very close and knew each other's emotions. According to Lin Tian, Garp shouldn't be willing to do this task containing darkness. Because that stinky old man also had a slightly different view from Marine headquarters. How is that possible? He is a Marine hero, while Silver's Rayleigh is surrounded on a small island. How can Garp not take part in this operation? Shuki disagreed with Lin Tian's statement. Hank.O.C.K and her younger sisters on the side also looked incredulous. In their opinion, compared to Lin Tian's statement, Shuki's deduction made more sense. Hank.O.C.K moved to Lin Tian calmly and whispered, Lin Tian, I think Shuki's conclusion is correct, so you better have to go first. Before your teacher comes, you will be very embarrassed. Said. Seeing that Hank.O.C.K was still worrying about him at a time when he was in danger, Lin Tian's heart became warm, and he held Hank.O.C.K's very delicate little hand. The same whispered back, don't worry, even though my teacher comes, I have nothing to do. Feeling Lin Tian holding her hand, Hank.O.C.K was immediately embarrassed. Said and felt Lin Tian's hand's temperature. Hank.O.C.K suddenly felt her body was going to burn, and her face turned red. At this time, Rayleigh, who was by his side, also started talking. Surprisingly, Rayleigh also agreed with Lin Tian's words. I think Lin Tian is right. I also guess that Garp will not take part in this operation. When Lin Tian spoke like that, Shuki felt that Lin Tian was wrong. But now that Rayleigh said the same thing to him, this made Shuki wonder, is it true that Garp won't come? Rayleigh explained, Garp is near this small island. If he wanted to come, he must have come a long time ago. But after waiting so long, he hasn't shown himself. From this, it seems that Garp is very likely not coming. But, as you said, if Garp doesn't want to come, then who is the person the marine soldiers are waiting for? Only Garp can handle Raleigh. Shuki doubted it, which was why Shuki always believes that Garp will definitely come. I thought I should explain to you the reason the stinky old man didn't come. Lin Tian thought about it and said. Seeing everyone's gazes, Lin Tian explained, this must be related to Marine headquarters. That smelly old man should have taken orders from Marine headquarters and joined the G7 unit to capture Silver's Rayleigh. But that smelly old man won't come because he knows that if he goes against Rayleigh, this little island might not be safe, so now he has to hide somewhere to delay time. Marigold said, but then, is he not afraid that Uncle Rayleigh will defeat all the marine soldiers on this island? As if trying to understand something, Rayleigh's face showed a faint expression. No. He knew I wouldn't do that. Why? Because Garp didn't come, it was a signal for me. He wanted to tell me that he would not come to arrest me if I did not cause casualties to the marine soldiers and the people on this island. Rayleigh said with certainty that his mind could understand Garp's hint. He had fought Garp several times in the past, but in the end, because the destructive power of the two men was too great, they stopped the fight. Lin Tian nodded. The stinky old man's thoughts were most likely the same as what Rayleigh had said. If that stinky old man had really wanted to deal with Rayleigh, he would have come a long time ago. Shuki asked, so what should we do now? Now that he was also sure that Garp would not come, Shuki felt much more relaxed. In the absence of Vice Admiral Garp, the G7 outside could not stop Silver's Rayleigh. Of course, we'll get things sorted, and we're going now. Chapter 41 Call them again. Why isn't Vice Admiral Garp here yet? The Dalmatian Vice Admiral turned around and ordered his subordinates behind him that he had waited more than an hour. If Vice Admiral Garp hasn't arrived yet, he feels that the G7 can't stop Silver Rayleigh. At this moment, the door to the bar that had been closed suddenly opened, and with nervous gazes from the entire marine soldier, Silver Rayleigh walked out casually. The marine soldiers who surround the bar are worthy of being elite soldiers in G7. After experiencing the initial tension, they quickly readjusted themselves and aimed their guns at Rayleigh. Seeing the old man walking casually in front of him, the elite soldiers who were on top of the building were very nervous. This was the pirate that was talked about. The Dark King, Silver Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked around him, and he saw the marine soldiers who surrounded him. There were a smile and nostalgia on Rayleigh's face. This was the first time he had faced the marines since his captain's death, even though he had not encountered so many strong marine soldiers. Experiencing a scene like this again, Rayleigh recalled the scene when he and his friends fought marine with all their might. Unfortunately, now it's just me alone. Since the captain's death, all of the crew have left, and I don't know how they are now. After Rayleigh came out, Shuki and the others, including Lin Tian, also came out, but Lin Tian had already changed his clothes and covered his face. I'm afraid that Garp will come, but it doesn't mean that he will recognize Lin Tian. 1, 2, 3, 6, how come there are 6 people, aren't there only 5 people? Then who is this person? The Vice Admiral Dalmatian asked the man angrily on the roof. Seeing the angry Vice Admiral Dalmatian, the man stuttered and said, I'm not lying, when I was there yesterday, there were only 5 people. And I don't know why there was one more. Where the Vice Admiral Dalmatian did not have time to listen to his explanation and waved the slave away. Vice Admiral Garp still hadn't arrived, and it turned out that there were 6 of them. Such a change greatly surprised the Vice Admiral Dalmatian. It seemed this extra person was trusted to cooperate with Rayleigh, and he was hiding his tie by covering his face. The Vice Admiral Dalmatian was convinced that the 6th man was no ordinary person. Even though the opponent's strength was far stronger than that of Vice Admiral Dalmatian, but now the arrows had been drawn, and he had to hit his target immediately. It is doubtful that all of the G7 soldiers sent will retreat without the slightest resistance. If rumors like this got around, it would smear Marine's face, and the first person the world N.O.Bless could not forgive was the one in charge of this operation. After taking several deep breaths, Vice Admiral Dalmatian shouted at Rayleigh, Silver's Rayleigh, now that our entire G7 soldiers surrounds you, I advise you to surrender immediately. Rayleigh smiled slightly and replied, I like freedom, and I don't want to go out with you. Regarding Rayleigh's answer, Vice Admiral Dalmatian had guessed it. If Silver's Rayleigh just gave up, then he wouldn't be Silver's Rayleigh. Those words had just been spoken for show. All marine soldiers below captain level immediately retreat, and marine soldiers at captain level and above will be standing here with me to face Silver's Rayleigh and do absolute marine justice. To deal with a legendary pirate like Silver's Rayleigh, it took high combat skills to fight him, so if they didn't have special skills in combat, they were of no use. Marines below captain level would quickly be sent to death. So it was better to let them all retreat, to reduce the casualties. Under the orders of Vice Admiral Dalmatian, all navies below captain level quickly left the site, leaving less than 300 marine soldiers here. Since fighting is inevitable, there is no other way but to fight. The Vice Admiral Dalmatian led the entire elite army of the G7. They rushed towards Rayleigh. The Dalmatian shaved advanced first on the line, and he charged straight at Rayleigh. As the supreme fighting force in the navy apart from the admiral, the Vice Admiral was not weaker. As a Vice Admiral, they have mastered strong physical skills like the 6 marine style, except for the giants. And many of them also have devil fruit abilities, and the strength of each Vice Admiral is enough to face pirates who have bounties of hundreds of millions. In front of the Admiral, pirates who have bounties of hundreds of millions can be defeated with one hit. Armament Haki Shave facing Silver's Rayleigh, Vice Admiral Dalmatian put all his might. His palms turned black, and on his fingers was a pitch black light like metal. Finger gun Armament Haki finger gun with bullet-like penetration combined with Armament Haki, which increased attack and defense. The Dalmatian's 10 fingers became extremely strong. An attack like this could punch a hole in steel several centimeters thick. Even Rayleigh had to deal with those attacks with some caution. Rayleigh also used his Armament Haki to strengthen his fists and clenched them into clenched fists to deal with Dalmatian attacks. There was no loud sound, just a small click. As soon as their fists clashed against each other, the Dalmatian's middle finger broke. Fortunately, the Dalmatian acted in time. Otherwise, all 5 of his fingers would break. Shave paper draw the Dalmatian used the 6 marine styles repeatedly, only to avoid Rayleigh's fist. But Rayleigh's speed was not inferior to that of the Dalmatian, even faster. Rayleigh, who had faster movement, punched the Dalmatian in the chest. The Dalmatian, unable to evade, immediately used Iron Block and Armament Haki to bolster his defenses, but this defensive power had little effect on Rayleigh's extremely powerful attack. When Rayleigh struck him, the Dalmatian spat out a mouthful of blood and was knocked backward, hitting and knocking several marine soldiers behind him. Rayleigh's strength is hundreds of times stronger than Luffy's before the time skip. In just a few moments, the marine soldiers who were behind him fell due to the collision of Vice Admiral Dalmatian, who was H.I.T by Rayleigh. Even though the Dalmatian used all his abilities, Rayleigh's strength was still far more terrifying. Coupled with Iron Block's defense and Armament Haki, even though Dalmatian was already injured, the impact of his attacks on Rayleigh was still not great. The Dalmatian has used his Devil Fruit ability to transform into a Dalmatian-type dogman. This is why many people at the Marine called him Vice Admiral Dalmatian. The Vice Admiral Dalmatian's speed and strength will significantly increase if he uses his Devil Fruit abilities. At this time, the Vice Admiral Dalmatian's fighting strength had peaked, as the Vice Admiral of the Marine was only natural that he had such a strong fighting strength. As his speed and strength increased, Vice Admiral Dalmatian immediately rushed to the front lines again. With 10 fingers gripping tightly, dozens of powerful air bullets were ejected from his sharp nails, and they fired at Rayleigh. Observation Haki Rayleigh's eyes suddenly opened. The high-speed air bullet was currently slowing down in Rayleigh's eyes, and he easily dodged this aerial bullet. Shuki and the others behind Rayleigh were preparing to dodge this aerial bullet. Lin Tian put his hand forward, and an invisible spatial barrier formed in front of everyone, blocking all air bullets. Seeing that the unknown person covering his face had unexpectedly survived his attacks so easily, Vice Admiral Dalmatian immediately became even warier of Lin Tian. In fact, the air bullet was not wholly avoided by Lin Tian. There were 2 cuts on Lin Tian's legs, and his hands became slightly trembling. The fierce battle began. Chapter 42 Seeing hundreds of marine soldiers at captain level, Lin Tian became very excited at this time. I don't know if it was planned. Rear admirals and rear admirals, along with the Dalmatian, attacked Rayleigh, while the other lesser marine soldiers rushed towards Lin Tian and the others. This was indeed the Marine's plan. The marine soldiers above Commodore would arrest Raleigh. Even though Silver's Rayleigh was very strong, it would take him a while to defeat all of them. When the time comes, the marine soldiers in the rear can use this opportunity to pursue others. At that time, with the A.S. Salt on the 5 people behind him, Silver's Rayleigh would not have them killed. This is the equivalent of a life-saving talisman. Seeing all the marine soldiers on top of the Commodore attacking him, Rayleigh immediately understood the tactics that Marine had planned. The Marine had guessed that Rayleigh knew that it would take a while to defeat all the marine soldiers above this Commodore, and now Rayleigh can only hope that his comrades can survive. Of course, Lin Tian could understand the Marine's plan, but his own strength was not weak, and it was fine to hold on for a while. They immediately launched attacks towards Lin Tian. The marine soldiers fired countless bullets at the front. Besides that, they also attacked using cannon A.L.L.S and the 6 marine styles long attack. Spatial barrier so many bullets weren't as easy to stop as before. This time Lin Tian brought out his strongest spatial barrier. Boom boom boom. A shockwave echoed in the air, and the smoke from the explosion covered Lin Tian and the others. Although his spatial barrier blocks all attacks, this number of attacks is too much, and a certain amount will reduce the spatial barrier's durability. The spatial barrier that Lin Tian used with all his strength was shattered after taking the countless number of attacks. This situation can only be done by Garp so far. However, most of the attacks were successfully blocked, and the remaining attacks were overcome by Shuki and the others in a few seconds. Rayleigh, who was fighting on the other side, saw Lin Tian and the others surrounded by smoke and knocked a Commodore into the air with a powerful punch. Rayleigh saw him use observation haki and found that no one was injured, and he was relieved. Tempest kick, tempest kick, tempest kick. While the Dalmatian was beating up Rayleigh with 2 other marine soldiers, he attacked him using 3 tempest kicks to weaken Rayleigh's defenses. Rayleigh reacted immediately and used his armament haki and parried the attack, and all 3 tempest kicks were destroyed in an instant. Then Rayleigh instantly teleported to one of them, threw him into the air with a punch, and crashed into a shop. 1 hit. Rayleigh defeated Rear Admiral with 1 blow, and they lost the strength to fight. Just because of Garp's Q, Rayleigh did not kill them but instead seriously injured them. After defeating one of the Rear Admirals, Rayleigh was ready to finish off the other, but the marine soldier had moved aside and surrounded Rayleigh. Vice Admiral, what should we do? Silver's Rayleigh is too strong, and we are not his opponents at all, said one marine. The battle just now scared the marine soldier. Rayleigh seriously injured a person of the same fighting strength as him with a single blow. Is this the power of the legendary pirate? The Vice Admiral Dalmatian said solemnly, stay focused on your A.S. assignment. We can only act according to plan now to buy time. After speaking, the Vice Admiral Dalmatian attacked Rayleigh. Rear Admiral next to him, gritted his teeth and rushed towards Rayleigh. Seeing the thick smog ahead, Lin Tian thought of an excellent solution to immobilize many marine soldiers at once. Without waiting for Hank.O.C.K's reaction, Lin Tian hugged Hank.O.C.K in front of the eyes of Shuki and the others and whispered in his ear. Hank.O.C.K, wait till I get you up in the air, and use the captive arrow. Suddenly hugged by Lin Tian, Hank.O.C.K immediately fainted, and her whole body leaned on Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Lin Tian suddenly hugged me. Ah, this is the feeling of love. Hank.O.C.K, Hank.O.C.K, seeing Hank.O.C.K, who was being shy, Lin Tian suddenly smiled bitterly. Why are you dizzy at this critical time? When called by Lin Tian several times, Hank.O.C.K immediately woke up. Lin Tian immediately said the plan now. Holding Hank.O.C.K, Lin Tian immediately rose into the air. For Lin Tian, who already possessed spatial power, flying was not impossible. It's just that the speed isn't fast, so Lin Tian rarely uses it. Lin Tian wanted to do teleportation, but Lin Tian studied for 2 years and still had no progress. Captive arrow Hank.O.C.K touched her lips with her finger, creating a large, pink heart-shaped substance. Hank.O.C.K pulled the back of the object, and countless pink arrows shot out through the black mist in front of her. By this time, the marine soldiers had learned that Rayleigh had knocked out 2 rear admirals quickly and realized the seriousness of the enemy they were facing. They had no clue what was behind the black smoke next to it, and they went straight in. But before they rushed into the black mist, countless pink arrows were fired from the black smoke, and the marine soldiers, unprepared for the attack, were hit by the arrows. After seeing the few people who were hit by the arrows turning to stone, the remaining marine soldiers immediately noticed the pink arrows' effect and hurriedly went into hiding. But at this time, it was too late to dodge, and how to avoid the arrows that came so fast all of a sudden. After the rain of pink arrows, the marine soldiers, like hungry wolves and tigers, turned into grey and white stone statues. Except for a few lucky ones, the nearly 100 marine soldiers who had rushed forward unprepared had become stone statues. After the smoke cleared, Lin Tian was shocked as he saw the hundreds of marine warriors in front of him turned into stone statues. Lin Tian had expected this attack to produce good results, but he unexpectedly managed to knock out a third of the G7 soldiers. Seeing his comrades in arms turned into stone statues, the remaining marine soldiers held the sorrow in their hearts and looked at Lin Tian with red eyes. Lin Tian could understand how these marine soldiers felt right now because Lin Tian had experienced many such things over the past year, and his mood was the same as the marine soldiers before him. Let's move to the other side, don't destroy these stone statues, so that the marine soldiers who have been crippled can recover, Lin Tian turned around and said. Shuki and the others nodded and started moving to the other side of the road. The marine soldiers thought Lin Tian and the others wanted to escape and rushed after them, causing their formation to be awry. On the left side of the road, Rayleigh was fighting several vice admirals and rear admirals. On the right side was a large group of marine soldiers chasing his 5 comrades, and in the middle were hundreds of marine soldiers who were turned into stone statues, dividing the road in half. The vice admirals saw their men had been turned into stone statues, and their eyes were red. They were furious and seemed to put all their strength into fighting Rayleigh. But Rayleigh couldn't kill them, so he continued to struggle. It would take time to defeat the marine soldiers in front of him. Lin Tian suddenly turned around, using the spatial prison to use on the marine soldiers chasing him. As a result, the S.P.A.C.E around the marine soldiers became congested, and the marine soldiers suddenly felt that a weighty object was pressing their bodies. Their body movements were gradually slower than before, and every little move required a lot of physical strength. However, this situation didn't have much impact on marine soldiers' physical strength. After most of the marine soldiers adapted, they got used to it and endured it. However, in such circustances, to move the body even a little is so exhausting that the pursuit cannot be carried out. But this was the maximum that Lin Tian could do. He held back over 200 marine soldiers in his own strength. Boom! Lin Tian created an armor made of spatial power that covered his entire body, and he immediately blocked a marine captain's knife, and then knocked the other marine soldiers into the air. He turned around and punched the door, incapacitating all marine soldiers. Before Lin Tian finished with his attack, a cannonball hit him, and the strong impact sent Lin Tian down immediately. In this way, every time Lin Tian defeated a marine soldier, and several other marine soldiers rushed to attack him. In order to prevent his identity from being leaked, Lin Tian didn't even dare to use the 6 marine styles in his devil fruit abilities Ma.S.Civly, and he was afraid that someone would find out his identity through these attacks. Lin Tian fought with full limitations. He had powerful strength but couldn't use it. I can only use outer S.P.A.Ce armor no one knows about and basic moves. This spatial armor's weakness, similar to the iron block of 6 marine styles, can only block attacks from sharp objects but cannot withstand the force of shockwaves or explosions. The marine soldiers he faced were officers at captain's level and above, and they were not enemies that were easily knocked out. Lin Tian had received so many attacks now. Even though the attack didn't injure his internal organs, there was a lot of pain and bruising on his body. Compared to Lin Tian, who was struggling because of his fighting strength limitations, Hank.O.C.K was much better. On the one hand, Hank.O.C.K's ability was perfect for dealing with this kind of group attack, and more advantageously, she was fighting men. There was no man who is not seduced by Hank.O.C.K's G.O. dislike beauty. Movements such as the pistol kiss and captive arrow were very useful on the battlefield against many people. Although directed at random, they could hit people, and it didn't take long for Hank.O.C.K to turn over a dozen marine soldiers into stone statues. Nothing can match the future pirate queen, said Lin Tian with emotion as he watched Hank.O.C.K kill all over. Even though Hank.O.C.K was not yet the pirate queen and had not awakened Conqueror's haki, Hank.O.C.K's fighting strength was not weak at this time. Shuki was the one who surprised Lin Tian the most. Lin Tian always thought that Shuki was the weakest among his group, but he did not expect Shuki to be that strong. She defeated marine soldiers at captain level in an instant. Female pirates who can escape from marine hero Garp are not just boasting. Perfume femur Hank.O.C.K dodged the marine soldier's attack, then kicked him, and the marine soldier instantly turned to stone. This is a powerful fruit ability. If attacked by it, the object that was H.I.T will turn to stone. You are not the opponent. Let me fight it. A rear admiral rushed after her and attacked Hank.O.C.K. I actually want to save my energy, but disturbing my togetherness with my husband is so unforgivable, I won't forgive you. Perfume femur Hank.O.C.K propped her body with both hands, defeated the numerous marine soldiers around her with a spinning kick, and then kicked the rear admiral. But the rear admiral did not turn to stone like the other marine soldiers but instead held Hank.O.C.K's leg. The rear admiral smiled triumphantly, the strength of your devil fruit is of no use to those who master the armament haki. Kill the pirate. Commodore forced Hank.O.C.K to back off. Shave he appeared in front of Hank.O.C.K, and his face was so fierce, he tried to kill Hank.O.C.K on the spot. At this moment, Hank.O.C.K stopped immediately, and there was not enough time to avoid the rear admiral's crushing blow. At this time, Lin Tian, who had been watching Hank.O.C.K, threw a marine soldier in his hand at the rear admiral and knocked the rear admiral down. When the Commodore rose from the ground, Hank.O.C.K immediately seized the opportunity. Pistol kiss the pink heart squarely hit the rear admiral and turned him into a stone statue. Pow! When Lin Tian saved Hank.O.C.K, he got a wound on his back. Another rear admiral awoke and used his armament haki to hit Lin Tian's back with all his strength. Lin Tian was not ready, the spatial armor protecting his back was instantly shattered, and the Commodore threw his fist at Lin Tian's back. Lin Tian suddenly felt a powerful force hitting his body, a mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth. Then he was blown away and crashed the building uncontrollably. After hitting 2 walls in succession, Lin Tian stopped. The rear admiral, who injured Lin Tian, immediately caught up with him and tried to quickly kill Lin Tian. He didn't give him any chance to escape. At least I managed to save Hank.O.C.K at the last minute. Seeing Lin Tian hurt from saving herself, Hank.O.C.K became furious at that moment. He brutally injured several marine soldiers and rushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian, are you okay? It was tough for marine soldiers to bring down someone among them, therefore when one person has been knocked, that person must be killed immediately. They saw Hank.O.C.K trying to leave to help Lin Tian. Another group of marine soldiers immediately charged at Hank.O.C.K to prevent her from approaching Lin Tian. Seeing a figure thrown from a building, Hank.O.C.K felt worried, and the entire marine soldiers showed joy and quietly said, "It looks like the rear admiral has managed to finish off one of the pirates." When the figure fell to the ground, everyone on site saw that the knocked-down figure was not a pirate, but the rear admiral who had wanted to kill Lin Tian. Seeing that the figure lying outside the building was a Rear Admiral, Hank.O.C.K, and the others were relieved. Even though they didn't know what was going on inside, they were sure Lin Tian was fine. How could that be? What's going on inside? Didn't the Rear Admiral manage to injure the pirate with a crushing blow? But why is Rear Admiral lying there? If the Rear Admiral has been defeated, then where is the pirate now? As soon as the sound fell, a figure emerged from the dusty building. This person is Lin Tian. Lin Tian, who was slammed into the house at that time, only sustained minor injuries. Seeing a Rear Admiral enter alone, Lin Tian would not have missed this opportunity. Lin Tian attacked the Rear Admiral with consecutive blows without hesitation and then threw the unconscious Rear Admiral out of the building. This is what everyone on the outside sees. Seeing that Lin Tian wasn't seriously injured, Marine soldiers rushed towards Lin Tian even though they were shocked. The other Marine soldiers saw the Vice Admiral Dalmatian and a Rear Admiral fighting Rayleigh. If they didn't manage to defeat him, nothing would be able to hold Rayleigh back, and at that point, all the G7 soldiers would surely lose. Seeing the two remaining Marine soldiers, Rayleigh said, "You guys won't be able to stop me, so let's just stop." Currently, the appearance of the Vice Admiral Dalmatian is very messy. The marine uniform he was wearing became tattered, and his left hand was broken from a fist fight with Rayleigh, and his arm continued to bleed. To Raleigh's persuasion, the Dalmatian spoke only one word, namely war. As a marine soldier who upholds justice, he will not run away from pirates even though death is in front of him. Shave, the Dalmatian appeared in front of Rayleigh in an instant and punched Rayleigh's lower abdomen. But the difference in strength between the two was too great, and Rayleigh could easily endure it. But Rayleigh did not expect a smile to appear on the marine soldier's face, and he immediately took Rayleigh's hand. Finger gun. How could the Vice Admiral Dalmatian let go of this opportunity? He concentrated all his strength on his blackened fingers. This move is arguably the Vice Admiral Dalmatian's strongest move. What? Exclaimed the Vice Admiral Dalmatian as he saw the situation before him. Even though this strongest movement had just pierced Rayleigh's back, Rayleigh grabbed the Vice Admiral Dalmatian's wrist with his hand, and the immense force of his wrist made Vice Admiral Dalmatian immobile. At that time, suddenly, there was a Rear Admiral holding his hand. Rayleigh tried to move and asked, "Then what are you going to do?" "Humph, no matter what, I am a true marine soldier. And my mission is to eradicate pirates." Rayleigh didn't kill the Rear Admiral, but grabbed his wrist and threw him. "Yes, none of us are wrong, but it's just that I'm standing in a different position." Chapter 43. Rayleigh looked at the Dalmatian lying on the ground and asked, "Is this what you want?" The Dalmatian did not answer but saw the marine elite soldiers around him who were badly injured by Rayleigh, and not far from him, there were navies still fighting and some who had turned to stone. Dalmatian showed a bitter smile and sadness on his face. "Is this what you want, you say?" The slaves ran away because of the pirates who caused the world N.O.Bless to get angry, and all they could do was blame the entire marine. The marine, under tremendous pressure, had to set an example and explain to the warlord N.O.Bless about the pirate raid on Mary Gosa. Hearing the Dalmatian's explanation, Rayleigh finally understood why these marine soldiers knew that they were not his opponent, but they still tried to catch Rayleigh and his friends regardless of life and death. All of this was due to the absolute orders of the world N.O.Bless. To help them find their slaves, the entire G7 marine has been destroyed. They can't say anything about this. In fact, when he knew that Vice Admiral Garp was not coming, the Dalmatian had already planned to retreat. Dalmatian knew that his unit would not capture Silver's Rayleigh and that it would only cause casualties. But behind the scenes, Marine Headquarters Command forces the Dalmatian to continue fighting and lead the entire G7 unit to destruction. But now, I have evacuated all Marine soldiers below captain level. Even if these people were killed, the G7 would not disappear from the Marine. Silver's Rayleigh, can I request you something? Dalmatian looked at Rayleigh imploringly. When he heard the Dalmatian begging him, Rayleigh almost thought he had heard wrong. He had been a pirate for many years and had never met a marine soldier to ask a pirate for something. She didn't expect to meet him today. Rayleigh looked curious and said, "Please, if that doesn't cost me, I will comply with your request." "I hope Rayleigh, you can have mercy on the remaining marine soldiers," said the Dalmatian, feeling exasperated. As a vice admiral begging for a pirate, the Dalmatian is under a lot of pressure, but for the sake of his innocent men, the Dalmatian can still maintain his pride. Rayleigh smiled faintly and asked, "Why did you guys attack me first when you asked me to show mercy in the end? I gave the order to come up against you. Everything is my fault. If you want to kill, then kill me. The other marine soldiers are completely innocent. They know nothing. I don't want marine soldiers with a bright future like them to die under this dirty political deal." After receiving this order, the Dalmatian was determined to die. No matter the outcome, the Dalmatian would not have the face to survive if the many marine soldiers who only carried out these dirty orders died. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh suddenly laughed. With a confused look from the Vice Admiral Dalmatian, Rayleigh said, "Look around you carefully, for you marine soldiers, I have absolutely no intention of killing you. I am just following your wishes." Hearing Rayleigh's words, Vice Admiral Dalmatian looked taken aback and quickly used his observation haki to check the surroundings. As Rayleigh said, the marine soldiers that Rayleigh knocked down didn't die but was badly injured and said out. When the Vice Admiral Dalmatian was about to thank Rayleigh, Rayleigh was already walking to the other side of the battlefield. "Garp, you don't have to help the G7. Silver's Rayleigh is done dealing with the G7. Boom, Vice Admiral Garp hit the table with a punch, and the entire table suddenly fell apart. Garp picked up the snail transponder, which fell on the ground. In a strong tone, he asked, 5 elders B.A.S.T.A.R.D, do you know what this command means? That's right, at this time, Vice Admiral Garp is talking with Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Just now, Marine Headquarters suddenly issued an order to Garp via transponder snail, but this order made Garp unacceptable. In the end, Garp immediately used his special snail transponder to talk to the Fleet Admiral and inquire about his orders. This is the scene just now. On the other side of the transponder snail, a deep voice rang, these are orders issued by the 5 elders. All Marine Headquarters can do is carry them out. Hearing this answer from Sengoku, Garp snapped, Sengoku, you should know better than me about the power of Silver's Rayleigh, how the entire G7 unit can deal with Silver's Rayleigh. Are you going to let them die under this dirty order? In the end, Garp was furious. He had been in comrade with the Fleet Admiral for decades, and Garp was well aware of Fleet Admiral's temperament. How could the Fleet Admiral, known as the wise leader, agree to such a stupid order? Hearing Garp's yell, the Fleet Admiral fell silent. After a while, Fleet Admiral explained to Garp more deeply. Due to Wollard N.O.Bless slaves incident freed by pirates, the whole world N.O.Bless put pressure on the world government together. If we don't obey their orders to send Marine soldiers to take responsibility for this incident, they will jointly stop providing funds for the Marine military. After a pause, the Fleet Admiral continued, but when we couldn't contain their anger, we happened to find out that Silver's Rayleigh was at SEX on, so. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Garp, so you decided to bet the entire G7 unit to make excuses on the world N.O.Bless. Yes, after a long silence, the Fleet Admiral responded in a low voice. Hearing the confession from the Fleet Admiral, Garp clenched his fists tightly, his face calm and terrifying. Garp, I can tell you that you must obey these orders. If I can't provide an explanation to the world N.O.Bless this time, it will be disastrous for the Marine. Garp didn't answer. He immediately closed the snail transponder and looked over at SEX on Island. Commodore Ender asked carefully, Vice Admiral Garp. What shall we do now? Commodore Ender also overheard all the conversations just now, although he also disagreed with Marine Headquarters' decision. But at the same time, he also understood that, based on the current situation, the Fleet Admiral could only do this to give the world N.O.Bless an excuse. If the world N.O.Bless stopped the flow of funds to the Marine military, the entire Marine would be in chaos instantly. If there is no surveillance from the Marine, pirates from all over the world will go crazy, and the losses will be much more significant. From this consequence, Garp must have known, follow Marine Headquarters orders, lift the sail, and head for SEX on Island. Vice Admiral Garp, didn't you say you disagree with these orders? Why should we go to SEX on Island? Asked Commodore Ender, who did not know what was inside Garp's head. Who said we're going to SEX on Island to help the G7? Let's find Silver's Rayleigh. On the other hand, at Marine Headquarters, at the Fleet Admiral office. Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at the suspended snail transponder and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Even though I understand that Garp is furious right now, I'm sure he can understand me and still discern some significant issues. Tsuru, do you think my decision was right or wrong? Fleet Admiral Sengoku asked a female Vice Admiral who was sitting next to him. There are some things that you already know in your heart. Why are you asking me again? You can't decide on this kind of thing. Fleet Admiral Sengoku chuckled softly, yes. Sacrificing one Marine branch for the entire Marine Headquarters, the value of this transaction is precious. That smile was ironic in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's heart at this moment. Chapter 44 After repelling the Marine soldiers, Lin Tian quickly took advantage of this gap and took a few breaths before facing the attacking Marine soldiers. It was only about 10 minutes from the start until now, but Lin Tian and the others were too exhausted all this time. Even though the Marine soldiers attacked in despair, help will come immediately when one of them is defeated. Moreover, the strength of these Marine soldiers was not weak. They were all Marine soldiers at a level above captain. Even Lin Tian couldn't make a single shot. He had to pull out a few tricks to solve it. And every shot was shot with all his strength, so to bring down one person was quite a physical drain. Faced with such a desperate style of play, everyone suffered many injuries, the most serious of which could be said of being Sander Sonia and Marigold. Now the two of them had multiple wounds on their bodies, and if Hank.O.C.K weren't there to protect them, they wouldn't be able to survive. In fact, Lin Tian took the most hits, but he didn't have that many injuries. It was a powerful impact that caused Lin Tian's body to suffer a lot of damage from the Marine soldiers' blows. If it weren't for the habit of being beaten by the iron fist of Garp, Lin Tian would have collapsed. Seeing over 100 Marine soldiers, Lin Tian suddenly felt dizzy. If Uncle Rayleigh doesn't finish it, I will have to reveal my devil fruit power. To the side, avoiding Marine soldier's fist, Lin Tian grabbed his wrist, turned the Marine soldier into a shield, and blocked several other Marine soldiers' attacks from behind. At this moment, a light blue shock wave hit Lin Tian from Lin Tian's side. Lin Tian immediately realized that this was the Storm Leg, one of the 6 Marine styles, but this attack's timing was perfect. Currently, Lin Tian didn't have enough time to dodge it. Moreover, Lin Tian's current spatial barrier was wholly used, and it was impossible to block it. Lin Tian hurriedly moved his body but was still hit by the storm leg. The spatial armor on his stomach was cut like a paper piece and made a wound on Lin Tian's stomach. Blood flowed out of the wound like running water, and Lin Tian's clothes were instantly stained with blood. Luckily, he dodged it in time, so the wound wasn't deep. Otherwise, he might have been cut in half by this attack. Seeing the storm leg wielded by a commodore, Lin Tian's eyes shone with fear. He was still able to hide his real strength for so long that it gave him a fatal blow. It seems the commodore before he is not easy to beat. Lin Tian knew the marine soldiers who were hit by the captive arrow from Hank.O.C.K were all in the vanguard, and they were powerful. If not, how could Lin Tian and the others last for so long? Hundreds of marine soldiers with captain level and above had powerful fighting strength. The commodore launched storm leg once again. Lin Tian quickly dodged to the side, but the commodore suddenly used shave to move in front of Lin Tian. A heavy punch in Lin Tian's stomach knocked him to the ground. The pain in the stomach is already very painful. Once again, he was H.I.T by a powerful attack by a commodore. The pain immediately increased tenfold. The severe pain nearly knocked Lin Tian out. Go to H.E.L.L, pirate. Seeing the fist that fell from above, Lin Tian knew that he couldn't use his devil fruit ability, and he was afraid that he would really die now. At this time, Rayleigh, who had finished the battle with the Dalmatian rear admirals and vice admirals, finally arrived. With one hit, the commodore was knocked over and destroyed several buildings. Then he collapsed on the spot. Seeing Rayleigh finally coming, Lin Tian quickly let out a sigh of relief and complained, "Uncle Rayleigh, if you come just a little late, I will die." Rayleigh looked at the complaining Lin Tian and said with a smile, "Smelly brat, don't lie to me. I know your strength. There are no marine soldiers here who are better than you." Hee, Lin Tian smiled when Rayleigh praised him on the spot. "Go to the others, and I'll face marine soldiers who try to get in your way." Rayleigh tried to say that Shucky and the others couldn't hold on any longer after observing the surroundings. Seeing Uncle Rayleigh about to make a move, Lin Tian showed a look of hope. He couldn't see the battle between Rayleigh and the marine soldiers behind him, and he was very reluctant to miss it. Lin Tian wanted to know how strong this legendary character was. Rayleigh took several slow steps forward, clenched his fists, exposed the veins in his hand, and hit the ground with a punch. Crack, crack, crack. With Rayleigh's fist at the center, the initially level ground, under Rayleigh's strong force, the entire ground cracked like a spider's web, with many gaps appearing, scattered in all directions. In an instant, the rows of buildings on both sides of the road collapsed, and the entire street was covered in thick dust. The roads near Lin Tian and the others, but even the roads nearby were destroyed too. When viewed from a height, the city that was initially full of buildings suddenly became a circular open S.P.A.Ce hundreds of meters in diameter. This is Silver's Rayleigh's power, with a single mighty blow that can destroy the ground up to 100 meters radius. The remaining marine soldiers saw their surroundings. They saw the damage caused by Rayleigh's powerful blow, their faces filled with shock. At this time, the marine soldiers realized that all of their leaders had been defeated by Rayleigh. They were all lying there without knowing whether they were alive or dead. So is this Silver's Rayleigh's power? How can we beat that guy? Terrible. In just 10 minutes, all of our G7 marine elite soldiers were finished by Rayleigh. With his strength so strong, how can we win? Lin Tian, are you okay? Hank.O.C.K saw the wound on Lin Tian's stomach. She ran with an expression of sadness and worried for Lin Tian. Lin Tian endured the pain and smiled slightly at Hank.O.C.K and said, "I'm fine, but what about your injury Hank.O.C.K?" Hank.O.C.K shook her head and gestured that she was all right. Seeing Lin Tian's wound, Hank.O.C.K felt it was painful. Ah, wait a minute. Hank.O.C.K seemed to be thinking about something and took out a wonderful GLA.S.S bottle from her jacket pocket. Then she introduced the GLA.S.S bottle to Lin Tian. "This is the healing medicine I took from Mary Gosa when I was running away. This is a special healing medicine for the people of world N.O. Bless. I guarantee it is very effective. Come here, Lin Tian, I'll apply it for you," said Hank.O.C.K as she put the ointment on her hand and slowly rubbed it off. Then carefully lifted the clothes stained with blood red and gently applied ointment on Lin Tian's wound. This ointment is dedicated to world N.O. Bless people, and it is way more potent than any ointment on the market. Apply it to the wound and apply it gently, and the pain goes away right away. This kind of thing was badly needed by people like Lin Tian, who was often seriously injured. These world N.O. Bless were very rich. This little ointment that was effective in healing these wounds was costly. You could imagine how much treasure they had. After smearing the ointment on the whole wound, Lin Tian immediately felt better, and the injury stopped bleeding. Seeing this powerful medicinal effect, Lin Tian was once again determined to have a chance to rob world N.O. Bless. Seeing Hank.O.C.K apply for the medicine so gently, Lin Tian immediately felt delighted. To be able to make the most beautiful woman in the world willing to do this kind of thing for herself, it could be said that Lin Tian was the only person in this world who could enjoy this kind of treatment. Lin Tian took the medicine bottle from Hank.O.C.K and said, "Then, let me rub the wound on your back as my gratitude." Ah, Hank.O.C.K was so shy and fainted immediately, with the words echoing in her mind, "Lin Tian actually wanted to put medicine on my body, Hank.O.C.K. Hank.O.C.K. Chapter 45. After helping Hank.O.C.K apply the ointment, Lin Tian handed the bottle of medicine to Shuki and the others because they also had wounds on their bodies. Seeing that everyone had minor injuries on their bodies, but nothing terrible happened, Rayleigh quickly let out a sigh of relief. To be able to endure being surrounded by so many marine soldiers without taking severe injuries, I have to say that this is a blessing. Facing Silver's Rayleigh, the remaining marine soldiers were, of course, very careful. The marine soldiers who were scattered around gathered together and watched Rayleigh from a distance. They were cautious because they were afraid that Rayleigh would immediately attack. This was the intimidating aura of a legendary pirate. Even if he just stands like usual, they can hold hundreds of marine soldiers who are lowest between the captain and above levels from moving. One of them held fear in his heart, pretended to be calm, and said, "Silver's Rayleigh, will you fight us to the end?" Lin Tian glanced at the marine soldiers who had been defeated by himself and his comrades. He was confused and asked back, "Aren't we at war with marine soldiers now? What are we actually doing just now? Are we playing a fighting game?" As soon as he said these lines, the marine soldier regretted it and scolded himself for being stupid and asking such silly questions. Silver's Rayleigh was already a huge pirate who shocked the world more than 10 years ago. Not all pirates oppose marine. At this time, Rayleigh said, "We just want to leave. If the marine soldiers let us through, then I will not take action against you. If you insist on blocking us, there is only fighting." This is not a good choice for the remaining marine soldiers. If Rayleigh and the others were allowed to pass, where would Marine's face be put, and how to deal with the justice in his heart? Didn't the fallen comrades die in vain? But if they didn't let go, how would they be able to fight against Silver's Rayleigh? Even if the opponent is Rayleigh, how can we possibly retreat? We are marine soldiers who uphold justice. If we step back from being a pirate, how can we hold justice in our hearts? A rear admiral of the crowd spoke up to encourage his comrades. If the Vice Admiral Dalmatian was here right now, I'm afraid this rear admiral would be slapped to death. This rear admiral was in front of him, and he had a big talk in front of the Dalmatian, saying that there was no need to worry about Silver's Rayleigh's strength. As soon as this rear admiral spoke, a lot of marine soldiers echoed out. Yes, as a capable marine soldier, we must uphold absolute justice. Even if a legendary pirate like Silver's Rayleigh is before us, we must not retreat. Because we are marine soldiers. Most people join the navy for justice in their hearts, or they hate pirates. If they really stepped back this time, the confidence that had supported them to keep going would collapse. So they can't back off, for justice in their hearts. Seeing the remaining marine soldiers daring to stop him, Rayleigh's face showed a hint of admiration. Marine soldiers who could give their lives to uphold justice have unlimited potential. They don't even fear death. How many things in this world can stop them? Although I really admire your attitude, you guys have decided to stop us, and then I can only take action. As soon as Rayleigh's voice fell, a powerful aura emitted from Rayleigh's body without any warning. Under this intense momentum, the marine soldiers before him fell one by one, and Rayleigh did not launch any attacks. He didn't even move. Because of this intense aura emanating from his body, the marine elite soldiers that remained in front of him were almost completely knocked down. There were hundreds of marine elite soldiers, and only a few of them could survive the powerful aura, and all of them were supported by blades, so they barely fell. Lin Tian, who was next to Rayleigh, naturally also felt this momentum. His whole body seemed to be pressed by hundreds of thousands of catties, and his body couldn't even move an inch. This powerful aura is like a wave that continuously sweeps across your brain and is constantly pressing on your brain's nerves. Let you yield under this powerful aura. That was Conqueror's Haki. This is Conqueror's Haki and is only possessed by certain people who desire to become such a powerful king. Only the user's desire can make others pass out unless the person had the strength or willpower to endure it. Otherwise, they would faint immediately under Conqueror's Haki. Meanwhile, Haki is a potential power possessed by many strong characters in the One Piece world, and it is also something that must be possessed to become a strong person. This strength is born from determination and vigorous training. Even if you are not someone who has devil fruit abilities, as long as you can skillfully use your Haki, you will have powerful strength. You will be even stronger in some aspects and have the advantage over people who even have strong devil fruit powers. The clearest example is Silver's Rayleigh. Silver's Rayleigh hasn't eaten any devil fruits, but in his power, using Haki gives him a fighting strength that is not inferior to that of an admiral. And he doesn't have the drawbacks of those who eat devil fruits, namely that they can't swim. If a devil fruit can give devastating power to humans in an instant, then Haki is the door to success that opens for those who work hard, this door beyond devil fruit abilities. There are 3 types of Haki: Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. And the most powerful of the 3 types of Haki is Conqueror's Haki, which is currently used by Rayleigh. He released his aura with courage alone, even a Commodore could not withstand the pressure under that intense aura, and only the characters above Rear Admiral could survive. Some weak Rear Admirals may not make it. Just like now, out of the hundreds of marine soldiers that could last only a few people, they were still exhausted after enduring Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki. As for Conqueror's Haki's strength, Lin Tian could now be said to have a clear realization. Even though Lin Tian was unconscious due to his strength and willpower, his powerful aura pressed down on him like a mountain, leaving him affected slightly. For Lin Tian, the physical pressure was still tolerable. The most intense is mental stress. If he didn't have strong determination, he wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. At this moment, Lin Tian felt like a boat drifting in the sea being hit by the strong waves every moment. Is this conqueror's haki? This aura really is strong. Just because of the slightest bit of aura, I barely have the strength to fight back at all, but it's a haki that only 1 in a million people possess. A rear admiral instantly matched even an ordinary person who could awaken this power. Sander, Sonia and Marigold saw what was happening in front of them, with shocked faces. What happened? Why did so many marine soldiers fall all of a sudden? Compared to his younger brother, Hank.O.C.K has a much stronger observation ability, although he doesn't understand the reason for the marine soldiers' fall. But Hank.O.C.K can be sure that Rayleigh must do this, and only Silver's Rayleigh here can do it. Shucky has a calm face, and Shucky has long known about Rayleigh's conqueror's haki. But what makes Shucky confused is, ever since he got along with Rayleigh, Rayleigh has always acted like an ordinary old man. But today, Rayleigh not only defeated all of the marine elite soldiers from the G7 but even used conqueror's haki to take them down. What's this all about? Are you giving a wish to tell the world that Silver's Rayleigh is alive? Or is there another reason? Is this the power of Silver's Rayleigh? Just standing alone can defeat hundreds of marine elite soldiers. Although Hank.O.C.K spent a lot of time with Rayleigh, in her eyes, Rayleigh was always an old man who didn't care about anything. He also really likes gambling. He doesn't seem like a strong person. But today, Hank.O.C.K finally saw the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, who was serious. In the past, Rayleigh was just an old man who liked to gamble. Currently, Rayleigh is a lion who wakes up from his sleep. This is the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. Chapter 46 Lin Tian tried to hold back the aura that Rayleigh emitted and then looked at Shucky and the others. They were not affected in the slightest by Rayleigh's strength. A glance of understanding flashed across Lin Tian's mind. This may be Rayleigh's test for me, only I can feel the conqueror's haki emitted by Rayleigh, but Shucky and the others can't. As expected for a legend like Silver's Rayleigh, not only was conqueror's haki so powerful, but he also had more control over conqueror's haki over ordinary people. Being able to bring out such powerful conqueror's haki to perfection, without showing any faults, so that his comrades close to him were not affected at all, how terrifying the power of control he had. Now that Lin Tian knew this was a test for him, he couldn't help himself and took a deep breath. Lin Tian's eyes turned, tiger-like, releasing his aura without showing any weakness, and faced Rayleigh's aura. Realizing that Lin Tian also emitted an aura and was facing his own aura, Rayleigh's face changed slightly, and turned towards Lin Tian and grinned. After emitting his aura, Lin Tian suddenly felt very relieved, and a trace of pressure that was like a mountain was still there. Feeling Rayleigh staring at him, Lin Tian looked at him without showing any weakness. The two people's eyes were like lightning, colliding, and tottering in the air, and the entire S.P.A.CE seemed to be frozen. Rayleigh smiled, and the aura emanating from his body increased again. If the aura in front was a large wave, then it was like a powerful tsunami at this time, and Lin Tian's boat capsized in an instant. Lin Tian's aura was instantly defeated, and intense pressure directly hit him several times. Under this intense pressure, Lin Tian's waist immediately bent. At the same time, Lin Tian's brain was immediately dizzy, and his eyes became blurry. I can't just fall. Only this sentence remained and was repeated in Lin Tian's mind. He wanted to reach the top of this world, and Silver's Rayleigh was just a mountain to cross. If I couldn't even endure this tsunami-like aura now, then I wouldn't be able to surpass Silver's Rayleigh and reach the pinnacle of this world. Come on, stand up! Lin Tian roared in his heart. Lin Tian bit his lips tightly, and the intense pain caused his consciousness to recover. Slowly, little by little, Lin Tian's waist straightened back up. In order for his consciousness not to blur anymore, Lin Tian did not let go of his B.L.O.D.Y lips but still bit him a little tighter. It was only under this severe pain that Lin Tian could stay awake. At this time, Shucky and the others were also aware of Lin Tian's resistance. After all, Lin Tian's movements were very easy to notice, and with the blood flowing from his lips, anyone who wasn't blind could notice. Lin Tian, what's wrong with you? Hank.O.C.K asked worriedly and hurriedly looked at the bleeding lips with a painful expression. Shucky and the others were confused as to why Lin Tian had become like this. Then Shucky understood something and glanced at Rayleigh. Seeing that Rayleigh had actually used Conqueror's haki to attack Lin Tian, and seeing what Lin Tian was like now, Shucky turned around and wanted to beg for Lin Tian. But thinking that Rayleigh wasn't someone who had no intention of doing something, Shucky's mouth was initially about to open immediately closed, and stood quietly to the side, observing Lin Tian's state. Under the pressure of Rayleigh's powerful aura, Lin Tian was unable to speak at all and could only smile at Hank.O.C.K and signal that she was all right. Seeing the extremely painful expression on Lin Tian's face, Hank.O.C.K believed that Lin Tian was in pain and quickly took out the ointment earlier and rubbed it on Lin Tian's lips. Although this ointment was very effective, Lin Tian was constantly biting his lips hard. No matter how potent the medicine was, it was of no use to Lin Tian at this time. Finding that Lin Tian's state was like marine soldiers, on the other hand, Hank.O.C.K immediately realized that this was the impact of Rayleigh's strength. And also, only Rayleigh can do something like this here. Seeing that Rayleigh had stared at Lin Tian without speaking, Hank.O.C.K was immediately convinced of her conclusion. Rayleigh, you stinky old man, what did you do to Lin Tian? Hank.O.C.K shouted angrily at Rayleigh. Rayleigh only glanced at Hank.O.C.K before continuing to focus on Lin Tian. Seeing that Lin Tian could endure his conqueror's haki for so long, Rayleigh was completely shocked. Lin Tian had the strength equivalent of a commodore at the age of 12, Rayleigh always thought it came from the devil fruit ability he ate. But seeing that Lin Tian wasn't using his devil fruit abilities and could withstand this powerful attack, at that moment, Rayleigh realized that he had gone overboard with this young man. Seeing that Lin Tian could endure his conqueror's haki, Rayleigh found that he was overreacting to the young man again. Rayleigh was very confident about the power of conqueror's hack. And what surprised Rayleigh the most was that Lin Tian was slowly adapting. Lin Tian slowly adapted under the pressure of Rayleigh's conqueror's haki. This is why Rayleigh used conqueror's haki on Lin Tian. Rayleigh wanted to see how far this young man could go. Seeing that Rayleigh still hadn't stopped, Hank.O.C.K stood up and stared at him at that moment, ready to stop Rayleigh's behavior towards Lin Tian. At this time, Shuki, who was silent, suddenly moved and grabbed Hank.O.C.K's arm to prevent Hank.O.C.K from disturbing Rayleigh. Shuki, what are you doing? Didn't you see what Rayleigh did to Lin Tian? Hurry up and let me go. Hank.O.C.K shook her arm hard, but Shuki gripped it too tightly. Hank.O.C.K couldn't let go. Shuki whispered, Hank.O.C.K, see clearly. Even though Lin Tian looks very sick, but he only received minor injuries. Currently, Rayleigh is testing Lin Tian's potential. This is an opportunity for Lin Tian. If you stop Rayleigh, it is the same. Just you ruined Lin Tian's chance to continue growing. Hearing Shuki's explanation, Hank.O.C.K slowly stopped struggling. Since all of this was for Lin Tian's good, Hank.O.C.K shouldn't bother Lin Tian. Even just looking at Lin Tian, Hank.O.C.K could feel the pain in her heart. She had no choice but to hold back. Marigold also persuaded her, that's right, elder sister, Rayleigh could not possibly hurt Lin Tian without cause. He must have had his own intentions when he did this. Shuki breathed a sigh of relief when Hank.O.C.K had no desire to stop Rayleigh. If Hank.O.C.K is still stubborn, Shuki worries that she can't stop Hank.O.C.K. As a strong woman who has devil fruit abilities, Hank.O.C.K's fighting strength is stronger than hers. This time Sander Sonia asked curiously, Shuki, what kind of technique did Silver's Rayleigh use just now? He didn't seem to be taking any action. All he was doing was standing there calmly and could knock hundreds of strong marine soldiers unconscious in an instant. What a powerful ability. If I could learn it, I would definitely become powerful. Shuki thought for a moment and explained to the three curious Hank.O.C.K brothers, it's the power of haki, and his conqueror's haki causes it. Do you mean armament haki and observation haki? Then what is conqueror's haki, and is this conqueror's haki much stronger than the other two? Marigold spoke doubts in his mind. Armament haki and observation haki are something anyone can master, but conqueror's haki is different. Conqueror's haki is only possessed by one in millions of people. This kind of person is known as someone who has a strong desire to become a king. This type of haki is for deterring or intimidating enemies with the strong aura emitted by the user, but if not controlled properly, it will also involve the people around him. Unfortunately, this kind of power cannot be obtained by training alone. It is the user's own strong will that can strengthen that ability. This is Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 47. And when Shuki explained about Haki to Hank.O.C.K and the others, Lin Tian had reached his limit. The power of Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki was too strong. Being able to withstand Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki for so long was very good for Lin Tian right now. I knew very well that Conqueror's Haki's powerful impact would put a lot of strain on my body and mind every second. And it would take a lot of physical strength to endure it. In order to sustain against Rayleigh's powerful aura, Lin Tian had no way of being defensive but instead fought Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki by consuming physical strength. The power of the Conqueror's Haki that Rayleigh emitted slowly increased with each pas.sing moment. Even though Conqueror's Haki was only used for a few seconds, it did a lot of damage to the person who received the impact. It takes strength and determination to fight Conqueror's Haki. As Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki's strength increased, Lin Tian's physical strength could never keep up with him in such a short time. In this situation, it was strange if Lin Tian could endure. Feeling his body about to lose consciousness from being unable to hold back, Lin Tian laughed wryly. Earlier, I could easily defeat Commodore CLA.S.S marine soldiers with all my strength, and I feel proud. But in front of this mountain-like aura, I am not his opponent. Not even someone else here can endure it. Rayleigh's eyes, which were continuously emitting Conqueror's Haki, changed for a moment. He felt Lin Tian's resistance decrease. Seeing the wry smile on Lin Tian's face, what Rayleigh was worried about happened. Rayleigh had seen too many geniuses in his life, but most of them would die in the middle. Some of them were killed by others, some had bad luck and killed when faced with some of the inevitable, and some because of their own decadence. When they grow up, they will naturally develop an arrogant and excessive pride attitude because they feel more prominent than the ordinary people around them. And at some point, when they came across someone who was more robust, they suddenly realized that they were actually fragile, and they felt that everything they were proud of before was not worth mentioning. Some people couldn't withstand such mental attacks and never recovered from them, but some people who endured would become stronger, change, and go further. At this moment, Lin Tian's condition was clearly the first type of person, which was also related to Lin Tian's experience. As an incarnate person, he had an understanding of the future in this world, and in just 2 years, he had the power to serp a rear admiral. Lin Tian must have had arrogance in him. After facing Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki attack, it was a crushing blow that had hit Lin Tian mentally since his reincarnation. Rayleigh thought to himself, is he a little too worried about his position as a commodore? He's just a 12-year-old boy, and his accomplishments are a bit too high. When Rayleigh was about to withdraw the powerful aura he emitted, a strong fighting intent suddenly emerged from Lin Tian. Faced with Conqueror's Haki steadily increasing and recognizing the power gap between him and Rayleigh so far, Lin Tian was ready to give up. Lin Tian kept thinking in his mind at that moment, the difference between my strength and Rayleigh's strength is too great, and I can't hold it any longer. I'd better give up so that he immediately draws out this powerful aura that suppresses me. But when he bowed, Lin Tian thought that when he had just reincarnated into this world, the pirates around him insulted and humiliated him, and also remembered the hard training he had been through. All of it was done to reach the top of this world. Then how can I fail here now? I still have a long way to go. How can I go back when I have just walked a few steps? My ambition hasn't been realized. How can I give up earlier? Even though no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't resist Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki, and he couldn't just fall and lie on his back. Even if he were going to fall, he would try to fall forward. With this mentality, Lin Tian once again gathered up the fighting spirit he had lost before. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and was about to straighten his back, but he couldn't straighten it after he tried several times. The difference in strength between himself and Rayleigh was too great, and he couldn't keep up with the fleeting fighting spirit. Seeing Lin Tian stepping out of the line of decadence, a hint of appreciation flashed across Rayleigh's eyes, and at the same time, he felt relieved. If a genius lost his resolve because of his actions, he would feel very guilty. Since Garp was Lin Tian's teacher, Rayleigh did not hesitate to do so. After living a peaceful life for several years, Rayleigh doesn't want to lead a restless life because Garp is chased all day long. Even if Lin Tian continued to stand firm for a while, as if returning to the light, Lin Tian finally couldn't endure after this moment. Although Lin Tian's mentality had returned, his body was not strong enough to endure and slowly fell, his consciousness gradually disappeared. But at this moment, Lin Tian had a strange power slowly being generated by his body, and this strange power flowed through his body like water. However, with this strange energy flow, Lin Tian's pressure slowly eased, and his consciousness gradually rose. In halfway consciousness, Lin Tian wanted to control this power, but after trying it, he couldn't control it at all, and this power not only flowed through his body but also scattered out. Seeing that Lin Tian mentally had fallen into ambiguity, Rayleigh knew that Lin Tian had reached his limit. If he continued to emit his Conqueror's Haki, it might cause immense damage to Lin Tian's body and consciousness. But just as Rayleigh was about to pull out his Conqueror's Haki, he suddenly discovered that there was a force in Lin Tian's body that was holding back his Conqueror's Haki. Although his strength seemed rebellious, it could not keep up with his Conqueror's Haki quality. This immediately intrigued Rayleigh, just as Rayleigh wanted to find out what power this was. Lin Tian exploded a powerful aura. Felt this familiar aura, Rayleigh's face finally showed shock. This is Conqueror's Haki. That's right, even though the aura released was still weak, Rayleigh recognized it immediately. This was the same Conqueror's Haki as his. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian actually had the determination of a king among these hundreds of people. No wonder this Lin Tian can last long under the pressure of my Conqueror's Haki. It turns out that he also has this power. It must have been when I used Conqueror's Haki on Lin Tian up until now, caused a strong determination within Lin Tian to rise, and allowed him to awaken his Conqueror's Haki. Although only 1 in a million people can qualify for Conqueror's Haki, this world has various races, regardless of the population of a race that continues to grow to hundreds of millions or even billions of people. Everything has its possibilities. Although Conqueror's Haki qualification is very rare from such a large population, many people can have it if you count from that population. The world knows that very few people own Conqueror's Haki. This is because many people have this potential, but they have no chance to awaken it. Therefore, this talent only remained hidden in their bodies until they died of old age. Even though Lin Tian could cast Conqueror's Haki, it was still relatively weak. Lin Tian always couldn't say that he had truly awakened Conqueror's Haki, only that he had touched the threshold of awakening. As Rayleigh continued to suppress Lin Tian's potential, Lin Tian would most likely be able to awaken his Conqueror's Haki. Just when Rayleigh felt the change in Lin Tian's body conditions, Shuki and the others realized it too. Hank.O.C.K and her younger sisters could feel the aura emanated from Lin Tian's body. They had never felt Conqueror's Haki before, so they didn't recognize the power Lin Tian was emitting. They suddenly realized that there was a very uncomfortable feeling in their minds, and this feeling came from Lin Tian as if he wanted to knock over and intimidate others. Realizing that there was a change in Lin Tian's body, Hank.O.C.K showed a hint of worry on her face. If she didn't know that Rayleigh was doing this for Lin Tian's good, Hank.O.C.K would have stopped him. Chapter 48 Unlike Hank.O.C.K and her younger sisters, Shuki's expression was the same as Rayleigh's. Shuki, who was quite familiar with Conqueror's Haki, was shocked when she realized Lin Tian was emitting Conqueror's Haki. However, she was not surprised. It was only natural for someone like Lin Tian to have the qualifications to become a king. He was already a commodore at a very young age, and his fighting strength had already said Rear Admiral. At the same time, he was able to withstand Conqueror's haki for quite a long time. Shucky, what happened to Lin Tian? Hank.O.C.K asked and looked at Lin Tian with a worried expression on her face. Shucky smiled and answered happily, now Lin Tian is transforming. If he is successful, his fighting strength will probably increase greatly. Even though he was new to Lin Tian, Shucky had already fallen in love with Lin Tian. Of course, this is not a feeling that Hank.O.C.K feels, but this is a feeling that parents continue to support their children. So, seeing Lin Tian trying to transform to become strong, Shucky was delighted. Hearing Shucky's explanation, Hank.O.C.K let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also felt happy that Lin Tian was able to increase his strength. Feeling the aura emanating from Lin Tian, Sonia gaped curiously, Shucky, what happened to Lin Tian? Looks like he managed to awaken his conqueror's haki now, Shucky explained softly. Impossible. At Shucky's words, Sonia and Marigold gasped. Shucky explained beforehand, so they knew how powerful Conqueror's haki was. Everyone is eager to have this power, but it is a shame that this power is attached to one's soul and cannot be mastered by mere practice. Now that Lin Tian truly awakened Conqueror's haki, Lin Tian had the qualifications to become a king that only 1 in a million people possessed. At this time, Rayleigh didn't know why suddenly pulling out Conqueror's haki, which he inflicted on Lin Tian. The main trigger why Lin Tian was able to awaken Conqueror's haki was due to Rayleigh's Conqueror's haki's constant suppression, and now that Rayleigh had drawn his Conqueror's haki, the weak Conqueror's haki Lin Tian emitted disappeared in an instant. Feeling that the aura that Lin Tian emitted was disappearing, Hank.O.C.K chided him strangely, what's wrong? Why did the aura suddenly disappear? Did he fail? Sonia was unsure of her guess. They all knew that the aura Lin Tian emitted was a form of his Conqueror's haki. Now that Conqueror's haki is gone, does that mean Lin Tian's awakening of Conqueror's haki failed? Shucky looked at Rayleigh with a confused look. Shucky also found that Rayleigh's Conqueror's haki had also disappeared. Lin Tian was able to awaken his Conqueror's haki because Rayleigh suppressed his potential continuously. In the beginning, if Rayleigh had continuously suppressed Lin Tian with Conqueror's haki, Lin Tian could most likely awaken his Conqueror's haki, but why did Conqueror's haki retract at the last moment? This made Shucky wonder. Once Rayleigh's Conqueror's haki disappeared, Lin Tian's consciousness gradually recovered as well. Lin Tian, who just came to his senses, shook his head and slowly got up. Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief as he felt control of his body return. Although this practice was only a few minutes, what Lin Tian felt was different. He felt that time had passed so long, and every second was torture for him. Seeing Lin Tian awake and nothing bad happened, Hank.O.C.K's heart felt like it was falling. She felt concerned and asked, Lin Tian, are you okay? Are you hurt? Hey, Lin Tian, are you okay? Hank.O.C.K is anxious for you. If I don't stop her, she will go up to Rayleigh and force her to stop. Seeing that Lin Tian was fine, Shucky was relieved and smiled at Hank.O.C.K. There was also a smile on Rayleigh's face. Although his attention was focused on Lin Tian, Rayleigh could see what Hank.O.C.K would do beforehand. Seeing the others laughing at her, Hank.O.C.K blushed, and then she covered her face with her delicate white hands. Lin Tian felt the worry from everyone's heart, a warm feeling rose in Lin Tian's heart, and this feeling of being cared for by others felt very comfortable. Lin Tian looked at the embarrassed said Hank.O.C.K and grabbed her hand with a smile, don't worry, I'm not hurt, it's just that I'm a little tired. Rayleigh, you B.A.S.T.A.R.D, how dare you to do such an evil thing to my beloved? Hank.O.C.K shouted at Rayleigh. Rayleigh could only smile wryly at Hank.O.C.K's harsh words, but in his heart, he only intended to help Lin Tian. However, based on what Hank.O.C.K said to me, I seemed to have done something mean to Lin Tian, which seemed unforgivable. But Rayleigh only said those words in his heart. A woman in love is scary, especially for a young girl like Hank.O.C.K. Rayleigh didn't want to cause trouble with him. Unlike Hank.O.C.K, Lin Tian knew very well the meaning of Rayleigh's intention to do this to him. Lin Tian looked at Rayleigh and said sincerely, thank you, Uncle Rayleigh. Thanks to you, I was able to reach the threshold of Conqueror's haki. Seeing that Lin Tian could understand his good intentions, Rayleigh was pleased, Lin Tian, now you understand that your dreams are still long, and you have unlimited potential. Listening to the conversation between these two people, Shucky and the others were filled with confusion. Why couldn't Lin Tian awaken his Conqueror's haki yet? In their opinion, it wasn't a bad thing. That's right, if it weren't for the realization from Rayleigh, the current Lin Tian was not suitable for awakening Conqueror's haki, and he would have mastered it at the right time. Lin Tian was delighted when he found that he had actually reached the threshold of qualification for a king under Rayleigh's Conqueror's haki pressure. As a reincarnated person, Lin Tian, of course, knew about Conqueror's haki, but the probability of 1 in a million was too low. Lin Tian had always believed that the determination he had no potential to awaken Conqueror's haki. But today, he found that he had the potential and managed to reach the threshold of Conqueror's haki. How could Lin Tian be unhappy? At that time, Lin Tian hoped that Rayleigh could strengthen his Conqueror's Haki until Lin Tian completely mastered his Conqueror's Haki. But on second thought, Lin Tian realized that the current he was still not suitable for awakening Conqueror's Haki. Since his Conqueror's Haki aura was still too weak, so it wouldn't be a good thing for him if his Conqueror's Haki managed to awaken now. In the past year, Lin Tian had experienced countless battles, but his fighting strength had only increased slightly. This is due to the weak foundation. Even though the battles over the past year have honed my combat abilities, that's only the rough part, and I still don't have a solid foundation. As an il.u.s.tration, a large building must have a solid foundation in the ground. Lin Tian now understood the consequences of a bad foundation. Not only is his progress slowing down, but I have to deepen my foundations now, and it will be several times more difficult than in the past. He is currently unable to master Conqueror's Haki fully, but after receiving a test from Rayleigh, he is naturally triggered to reach Rayleigh's level and Serpa.s the people around him. In addition, Conqueror's Haki cannot be strengthened by just training but must be accompanied by the user's growth. It was precisely because of this that Lin Tian still didn't want to awaken his Conqueror's Haki right now, but at that time, he couldn't tell Rayleigh at all. But luckily, Rayleigh saw this clearly as well and retracted his Conqueror's Haki in time. Also, since I have found out that I have the potential to awaken Conqueror's Haki, it is not too late to find a way to awaken Conqueror's Haki, so I must have a solid foundation. However, I still have less combat experience than other Conqueror's Haki owners. So Lin Tian was grateful to Rayleigh very sincerely for showing him such great potential. Chapter 49. Of course, I have strong ambitions. How am I satisfied with this small achievement? Lin Tian said with a smile, his tone filled with determination. Oh, when he heard that Lin Tian had such strong ambition, Rayleigh suddenly became curious. Ambition? What ambition do you have? I want to be on top of the world, live in freedom, and see the whole world clearly. When everyone heard Lin Tian's ambition, there was a hint of shock on their faces. The ambition is too big. Rayleigh and Shuki thought they had heard wrong the moment they heard Lin Tian say it. Even Rayleigh's Captain Gold Roger was touted as the Pirate King, hasn't gotten that far. Even though Captain Roger stands at the top of the world and knows the real world's secrets, Captain Roger still has not achieved true freedom, and everything is still beyond his control. Otherwise, Roger would not have surrendered to the Marine at the end of his life. Could he be using his death to start a new pirate era and hope that someone would achieve that goal? But seeing this young man speak with a face full of affirmation, at that moment, Rayleigh felt that this young man might realize his ambition someday. Even though he is still a child, he has big ambitions. Shuki chuckled and took a smoke on her cigarette. Lin Tian, the path you choose is similar to searching for One Piece, but in some ways, it is more difficult than finding One Piece, Rayleigh said in a deep voice. Hearing someone who dared to hurt his idol speak like that, Hank.O.C.K said, of course, one day Lin Tian can achieve his ambition. Rayleigh. You say that because you can't achieve your ambition because you are too old, right? In Rayleigh's view, Lin Tian's chances of realizing this ambition were nearly impossible, and not even the great Captain Roger could reach that point. Some people have goals they can't possibly achieve to live a more attractive life, do they? Ha ha ha, Rayleigh chuckled, shook his head, and said emotionally, I am indeed old enough. But I still have the same ambition as young people. Seeing Rayleigh and Lin Tian getting farther and farther away, Shuki suddenly said, we'd better not stay here too long, and we should escape immediately. When Shuki reminded them, Lin Tian and Rayleigh realized that they were still surrounded by marine soldiers and had not escaped from the island. After Rayleigh used his Conqueror's Haki, many marine soldiers on the battlefield were knocked out. Some were still holding out, but they currently didn't have enough fighting strength to stop Lin Tian and his comrades. Lin Tian had not previously used his devil fruit powers, he only relied on his physical strength to fight, and then he still received the pressure of Conqueror's Haki from Rayleigh. The few marine soldiers who didn't faint could only lie on the ground, helpless. They really couldn't do anything. Now the marine elite soldiers have been disabled, and they can no longer stand in our way. Shuki added, as for the remaining marine soldiers, there is nothing to worry about. Now we just go to the Dark Harbor on Sexon Island, and then we can leave the island. Dark Port, whispered Lin Tian in a confused voice. He had been on the Grand Line for 2 years, but he had never heard of this place. After Hank.O.C.K raised the rest of the naval petrochemicals, Lin Tian and the others fled the city as if they had entered an uninhabited state under Rayleigh's dominant look. After Hank.O.C.K withdrew the devil fruit's influence, which turned marine soldiers to stone, Lin Tian and company seemed to run away from an uninhabited city after Rayleigh used his Conqueror's Haki. Under Rayleigh's leadership, everyone said through the forest and came to a hidden harbor in the southwest corner of the island of Sexon. So, this is Dark Port. When Lin Tian got to that hidden port, he was very shocked. There is a port large enough to accommodate the many ships moving in and out of Sexon Island. Seeing Lin Tian's shocked face, Shuki immediately explained to him. This world has a light side and a dark side, which is also called the underworld. Countless kinds of goods circulated in the underworld were traded illegally. Because there is this transaction, therefore transportation is essential. All goods traded in the underworld are prohibited and taboo items, such as drugs, weapons, slaves, and many more. Ships carrying these goods cannot dock at conventional ports, so traders establishing special ports to transport prohibited goods have emerged. Therefore this port is called the Dark Port, which means a port that cannot be known by the general public. After listening to Shuki's words, Lin Tian's face suddenly brightened. After being a marine soldier for so long, he had never heard of a place like that. Hank.O.C.K asked in confusion, Lin Tian, have you never heard of Dark Port? No, I haven't heard of it at the marine. Have you heard of it, Hank.O.C.K? Lin Tian trembled and said. Well, of course, our older sister has heard of it. Sonia didn't want her older sister to remember what happened at Mary Gosa, so she said it first. Back then, when we were at Mary Gosa, we used to hear the Wolard and Bless talking about it. After listening to Sonia's words, Lin Tian smiled sarcastically. No wonder I've never heard of this place on the marine. It turned out that most marine soldiers didn't know it, but marine headquarters hid it on purpose. Moreover, the construction of a port of this size should really require dynamic calculations. If the marine can't find this, it's just nonsense. I suspect that the marines have locations like this, mostly in the Grand Line area, but they are not very involved, as it could stain marine's face. Dark ports like this are bound to be interconnected with transactions across the underworld. If this dark port becomes known to the public, it can be said that the entire underworld will basically be destroyed. But the marine did not dare to take firm steps because the entire underground world involved the interests of too many people, such as the world and Bless in Mary Gosa, powerful pirates, black traders, senior officials in world governments, several kingdoms, and even the marine itself. As long as this dark port is moved, the navy is equivalent to offending everyone in the world. If the ins and outs of this dark harbor become known to the public, the marine will not accommodate the worldwide anger. Seeing Hank.O.C.K, who was melancholy from remembering the bad treatment she had at Mary Gosa, Lin Tian gently held Hank.O.C.K's hand and comforted her. Now that you have all escaped, don't think too much of those dark moments. Let them pass and have a bright future. Why yes, when Lin Tian took the initiative to grab his hand, Hank.O.C.K's face flushed red, and she replied shyly. Ah, this is the third time Lin Tian has held my hand. Seeing that the port was in sight, Lin Tian showed a deep smile on his face. I didn't know that a place like Dark Port actually existed. Now I understand that there is such a terrible place. Therefore I will not allow it to transact peacefully in the future. There must be a lot hidden behind such a large port, so I can hardly take it for granted. Anyway, for now, just leave all the responsibility to Uncle Rayleigh. Seeing the smile on Lin Tian's face, Rayleigh suddenly had a bad feeling in his mind. Chapter 50. Inside the port, Lin Tian and the others were walking cautiously, their eyes full of alert. Since entering the port, Lin Tian and the others haven't met a single person, and a port of that size has absolutely no inhabitants at the moment. The roadside was covered with fallen dry leaves, and many wooden boxes were placed randomly. There were also transport machines that were still functioning. All of this showed that there were still people working in this place before Lin Tian and the others arrived, but now there was no one in this place. Faced with a strange situation, Lin Tian and the others felt they had to be on their guard. As long as Silver's Rayleigh was on their side, there weren't many people in this world who could threaten their safety, but sometimes being vigilant was better than dealing with the enemy. Rayleigh, are you sure this is the right direction? Don't you think this port looks a little strange? Lin Tian whispered. Rayleigh suddenly rolled his eyes. Am I the type who doesn't even recognize the road? Apart from a port as big as this place, there are two more on the island. Lin Tian chuckled. Lin Tian also knew these things but felt the atmosphere was a bit heavy, which made Lin Tian very annoyed, so he said a few words to melt the atmosphere. And when the atmosphere is liquid, that's the time to discuss. Rayleigh, it's not easy to get to this place, but how did the people in this harbor suddenly disappear? Lin Tian said with a serious face. Rayleigh nodded. Indeed, the marine has surrounded this small island, and it will automatically have a big impact on this dark port. To avoid capture, the workers here have already fled. This kind of dark port involves too many people's interests. Even if the marine blocks this island, they will not send troops to surround it, so there are no warships around this port. Seeing chaos like this makes the workers in this port suddenly leave, and even the engine is not turned off. After speaking, Shuki glanced at the still working machine next to him. There are only two possibilities for this situation. The first is that the people in this port were suddenly ordered to leave this place immediately. And the second is that suddenly a strong army or individual came here and captured all the workers. Shuki was an intelligence communications specialist that specializes in gathering information, so only based on what he sees in front of him can Shuki deduce a lot of useful information. Hank.O.C.K thought that Rayleigh had been here before, and she couldn't help but ask, Rayleigh, have you come here before? And is the situation the same as now? Yes. Rayleigh, looks like you've come here before, Sonia also asked. Rayleigh shook his head. No, when I came here before, even though no ships came to this port because of the marine, there are still many people here. This is also the consensus of the underworld. Although the marines were able to ambush this port for several reasons, they couldn't be too arbitrary either. The marines didn't dare ambush all of the ports, but they still dared to ambush one. Therefore, when the marine is on a mission, a dark port like this must be careful and prefer to avoid marine soldiers. That way, the marine will not be able to ambush workers in this dark port. Regarding Rayleigh's answer, even though he knew it, he was still a little disappointed after hearing it. No matter what the odds are, it's not good for us, said Lin Tian solemnly. This is where everyone is a little worried because when Rayleigh came before, there were still people here. But it didn't take long for them to come here, but seeing no one was here, made them feel a little bit dangerous. Lin Tian turned around and continued, however, we now have Silver's Rayleigh here. After all, we are only here to pass and escape by boat from this island. I don't think anyone would want to ambush us for a reason like this. Hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone turned their eyes to Rayleigh. Being stared at by everyone, Rayleigh suddenly felt as if he had become the only person he could rely on, and his main function was to prevent any disaster that might befall them. And in Rayleigh's mind, he consciously recalled the deep smile Lin Tian had seen before. Seeing everyone's eyes, Rayleigh smiled bitterly, and complained, you guys, then none of you will look after this old me, don't you respect the elders? Nonsense. Lin Tian raised his index finger at Rayleigh with an expression of disgust, even though you are old, I think you are stronger than me. Seeing that everyone was annoyed by his words, Rayleigh quickly changed the subject, let's not procrastinate here, let's go to the docks and find a ship to leave the island. Shuki agreed, yes, as long as we leave SCX on island, it will be safe. This is the Grand Line, and it will not be easy for the marine to find us in this vast ocean. Lin Tian and others nodded, they don't have much time, the most important thing is that now they have to run away first. If you want to escape, you have to get past my corpse first. This sentence was like thunder hitting the ground, terrifying everyone, their faces changed drastically. Among them, Lin Tian's expression was the most shocked. Rayleigh and the others thought this port was not easy. After those words that shocked everyone, things fell silent. Because Lin Tian was familiar with this voice, he could immediately guess the owner of this voice, so when he heard this sentence, Lin Tian immediately recognized who it was. As soon as those words fell, countless marine soldiers rushed out of the building and wooden boxes behind them. In no time, Lin Tian and the others were surrounded by hundreds of marine soldiers. Seeing these familiar faces, Lin Tian shouted badly in his heart, lowered his head, and slowly hid into the box next to him. Tap, 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 with ambush, the marine soldiers surrounded Lin Tian and the others, and a white-haired vice admiral walked out. Seeing the person in front of him, Rayleigh narrowed his eyes and shouted, my, I didn't expect it to be you. I thought I wouldn't be able to meet you on this small island, and I didn't expect to see you. Garp. Right, Garp was right in front of them. After learning that the world government sacrificed the G7 to cover up the evil political trait of the world and bless wrath, Garp is naturally furious. Garp knew that Rayleigh could understand the signal, so he didn't have to worry about the safety of the G7 marine soldiers. However, if the situation was different if they were in the ocean, Garp wouldn't be able to do it. Garp, who is in a bad mood, of course, has to let out his frustration, and this dark port is an object to vent his frustration. In fact, Garp had expected that Rayleigh and his group would go to this dark port, so he was deliberately waiting here, and emptying the dark port was just a fraud. It could be said that Garp really wanted to destroy this dark port, but this involved too many people, and now he was aiming to use Rayleigh's capture as an excuse. If the two of them fought, they would accidentally destroy the port. For this reason, no one dares to make a fuss about the destruction of this port. Because Rayleigh and the others were intercepted by the G7 unit, Garp and his crew were able to arrive first. Under Garp's command, the people working at this port were immediately detained by the marine soldiers. Knowing that Rayleigh and his group had not arrived yet, Garp planned to ambush them in this port. He waited for Rayleigh and his group to arrive, and then this scene occurred. Silver's Rayleigh, I haven't seen you in a long time. Garp said emotionally. Garp hadn't seen him in years. Silver's Rayleigh, who used to be very energetic, now has white hair, and his comrades in the Gold Roger pirate crew are old. Yes. We haven't seen each other in more than 10 years. I didn't expect that our reunion moment would happen in a place like this. When he saw the person who used to chase him, Rayleigh also felt very emotional. The surrounding marine soldiers listened to the conversation between Rayleigh and Vice Admiral Garp clearly. Marine hero Garp and Silver's Rayleigh look like old friends who have reunited. Seeing this incident, the entire marine soldiers around them were shocked.